Fade dogs. See you.
I just think there's a couple of you guys in your groups who make claims about things never happening, like false, or what do you call it, hoaxes or something like that.
Like curvature never happening.
No, Sandy
Beach.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Like they claim that never happened.
I'm not going to Sandy Beach, man.
But
I want to see some sandy curve.
I'm just curious. Were you ever in that camp, or did your perspective on that kind of thing change when you said that your sister's colleague has a firsthand experience from the event?
Are we live?
We are, yeah.
We're back. Okay. Yeah, we gotta
Yeah, not a great time to bring that up.
Yeah, curtail your questioning, please. Thanks, Kosa.
I will say that when I watched that dash cam footage of the first cop that arrived, I've never heard the word redacted before that. That was the first time I heard the word redacted.
Serious?
Yeah, I was shocked.
What?
What is that? What's redacted? Never
Really?
used it in a sentence? Well, think about it. I hadn't had a chance to use it in my real life.
I have. My wife was asked to redact certain information about the company that she was working for. She was asked to redact information.
It's like after directing and editing, it's like afterwards, right? It's an afterwards thought.
Yeah. So redaction can happen, man. No doubt about it.
I see it across distances, yes.
Have you ever seen some NASA documents that came out about Star Wars or something that happened in the 80s? There's a bunch of blacked out fucking sentences. It's called redaction, man. That means to not reveal information. And that's what we're up against, man. We are up against revealing information, man. How gas pressure without a container. Thanks. What do you got? Oh,
yeah. I mean, to answer a little bit what you were saying, Kosho, like, even though, we don't have to talk about that full topic, but those things you were mentioning, I think they're a mixture. There's some fakery stuff going on, and then there's some real stuff, but there's definitely some psyop shit going on with a lot of these events.
Yep. Notice how the trade attacks are happening, bro. They're fucking poisoning the fucking thing. They're still telling the people over Ohio, Palestine that the air is safe to breathe.
Yep. It's safe. Hey, it's safe to breathe the air. Oh my God. Really? Okay, thank you. Okay, everybody.
I think someday they're gonna make people wear like a helmet that has like it has like all of your like.
It gets ridiculous, Gio, man. It gets fucking ridiculous, bro.
It's got your screen for your phone right there in your face, and you're just breathing like some like medical air or some shit. That's oh God. They're like, that's a fucking dark outcome. Like the NWO takes over, the truth gets squashed, and now all of a sudden, like they convince everyone to like wear these helmets to save them from the air, from the dying planet and the aliens that poisoned it or whatever. Now you have to wear the fucking helmet that keeps you safe from the alien diseases, but also like feeds you with like some fucked up medicine air shit that you then like become. Oh my God, that's dark right there.
Yeah, I mean, we could write a whole movie script here.
I know, right?
100%. Yeah.
And then they're all on a social credit system score, and then at some point the helmets like they just tap into your brain, and then they like program your brain, and then now they have all these like jabbed up like controllable helmet wearing machine
faces.
Hey, here's the kicker, Gio. I'm gonna leave you with this, man. Is that we watched all of our friends and family wear a mask. We did. We watched
swingers party.
And when you wear the mask, you are committed to the psyop, man. When you wear the mask, And that was like the litmus test of all reality, bro. I hate to break it to you guys, but that was a motherfucking litmus test from hell. That shit was fucking we saw people driving in their cars by themselves wearing a mask.
You know, at the same time, you couldn't click on somebody's name on YouTube and go to their channel anymore. So they tried to sort of make us invisible there too.
Exactly, Dan. They made us invisible. Yeah, they did that.
Well, during all that, I know exactly what you mean. The masking, everyone was just a pair of eyeballs, and there's no smiling anymore. There's no, all of the nuances of that.
Yeah.
And then,
fucked it all up, man, Gio. It fucked it all up.
Yeah. And then, like, the distancing shit, like, now we're all supposed to be afraid of each other. And, like, it's all, and then so many psyops.
So many fucking psyops, man. It was a $19 trillion psyop, man. That's what it cost, by the way.
But you know what? I actually think it was
$19 trillion, bro, worldwide. That's how much they spent producing it.
Exactly. I think at the end of the day, but it didn't pay off.
I agree. However, they did infiltrate the masses, man. Infiltrate the masses, man. That's the key, man. Infiltrating the masses.
Yeah, I see it in a way. It was like a test run, like a flexing, where it was like a test run.
I don't even think it was no, this was a full-out operation. This was not a test run, man. They did the test runs in 9/11 and Sandy Hook and Waco. Yeah, that was the test runs, man. The Coco was the real thing, man. That was the real shutdown, man. I watched
what could be coming next, like alien invasion lockdowns.
Project Bluebeam.
Hey, how about they got this shit?
They're already shooting these fucking things out of
balloons. They're shooting balloons and they're missing. Hey,
is this the start? We've been talking about this last couple of days. Like, is this the start of their next event? Because there hasn't really been much in the news. There's been some.
You're right.
Like it's been quiet, a little too quiet. And then now all of a sudden, a spy balloon just happens to wander over the United States. And then now they're claiming they're shooting all these like cylindrical UFO things that have like unknown propulsion. And they're even calling like unidentified objects. Like, is this the preload for the next event?
Yep.
I think it's the end. I think it's their true enemy. The one I've been mentioning before.
Did you guys not read Agenda 2030?
Yeah.
Did you guys skip that one, man? I mean,
they're acknowledging that globalization failed, right?
Well, they acknowledged that without a doubt, the CDC came out and said, we got the whole thing wrong. Sorry, my bad. Sorry.
I mean, is there a component of like when you're with these evil guys doing this evil shit where there's a limit, to how much they can just tax people for their cuckery? Like, to what level? Like, is there just a max level of cuckage that it just has to reverse the other way?
There's no end to the cucky shit, man. There's no end.
I'm laughing because I'm glad you got that as quickly as I did, because I was trying to word it right. I didn't know. And then you just instantly were like,
there's no end to it, bro. And that's what we observe, man. It's not something we conjured in our imagination, man. We observed the end of. There is no end to their cuckery, man. Their cuckery is so bad and so obvious to us that they have to keep cuckering it to get the masses. And they are getting the masses, Gio. I hate to tell you, bro. You know it, I know it. Everybody in here knows it, man. They have
Kosher,
the masses.
What do you think of us being censored? Do you think that the masses really need to be protected from flat Earth that way?
Yeah. I do.
No, I don't. They're disappointed by, it was back when I got into this. it just showed up on my suggestions or whatever, whatever you call that, auto play.
Sure.
Where it doesn't do that. It doesn't do that like that anymore. And actually, they're harder to get to. But at the same time, I do understand the issue. And I understand that they, at the same time, where they don't want, they don't, they probably don't want to artificially, suppress things, but at the same time, they probably also don't want to, let out a phenomenon like that, whether it's true or not true. Like if it's true, then it's big fuck up, right? If it's not true, then they let like this thing perpetuate.
They let it run, yeah.
Yeah. So either way, it's bad. So I get it from both ways here.
Can you foresee a future when the next generation could be essentially penalized for thinking out of the box? In other words, I feel that I'm fighting for a young generation that could be medicated or incarcerated for thinking differently.
Yeah.
That's scary. Dude, that's some scary shit, bro. Yeah. Scary.
I mean, I feel that's who I'm here for now. Is that generation.
That's certainly scary. It's something you would want to avoid and go against. Absolutely. I'd be very much against that. And I know there's other countries where that's more apparent than it is over here. Even
China.
Yeah.
China.
Well, Kosho, I just have one pre-question, and then there's a second part of it. So, do you think there is a group of entities? I'm just going to use those words. So, that are assuming a position of control in terms of the way the world is right now. If I put it that way, are they?
Yeah.
Okay, so you do right. Just in general. Okay, then the second part is that okay? If they're doing it, like wolf in sheep's clothing type thing, they're pulling it off. People don't even know that they're doing it, et cetera, because they're pulling the strings from behind the curtains, all that shit. The politics, especially after World War II, the NASA, Nazi, the whole fucking thing. What do you think? Okay, I guess my question is like, what would it take for humanity to become aware of them so that they no longer can keep doing that? Because I think the more awareness we have, they're not going to keep doing it. And the last finale of this whole question is the shape of the earth the essential component that is required?
I'll answer it without the last part just first, just because it's a different question.
Yeah, sorry, that was a lot.
No, that's fine. Yeah, but but the scary thing is that I don't think like what you said about when is it like too much, or when is enough people knowing about it, going to stop it. But truth is, like with a lot of things that come out, it seems like they come out and it doesn't really affect people. Like it doesn't really. Like the Edward Snowden thing was a good example of something that was really kind of weird, because before that, like you would have conversations with people, and I'd feel probably the way you guys feel when you talk to people about flat Earth or something. It's like people just think you're crazy before telling them what turns out to be the truth, and then like everybody. I mean, most people you talk to, some people they're like, oh wow, that's crazy, but then like some people will just be like, dude, you're wrong. There's no way they're doing that. But then Edward Snowden comes out, and everyone finds out that the government is indeed listening in on anything they want to, or turning your phone camera on even when your phone's off and stuff like that. And the next day, nobody cares. You know what I mean? So it's
I got a 64-page document here of all the atrocities that governments have perpetrated on the public.
Must be a very short summary.
64 fucking page document that introduces everything from Agent Orange. Pick your poison, man.
I wouldn't pick that one, but yeah, you DM that to me because I'd be interested to see that. Yeah.
Okay. I will.
But anyways, that's a scary thing though, Gio, is that I think that it's possible that if something came out that identified, you know, a small group of people who were vying for control or had control or whatever the case is, I think that the scary thing is people might not even care or might get over it pretty quickly.
Well, most people aren't going to care because they're too interested in the Super Bowl, man.
Sure.
That's why
the everyday life. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like the Biden family.
Life next day.
Yeah.
You like the Biden family, Hunter Biden, all the hookers and coke?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if I do the shape of the Earth though. The Earth not being a globe, I don't think anyone can ignore that. It's so significant. It's so significant. It's just so. It's so epically like a scandal that no one, like, who knows what really happened, who can prove it. You know, a lot of this other shit, it's like, you know, we're just getting it through third-hand information, you know? So
the Hunter laptop?
Yep.
Just whatever, like all kinds of scandals and
whatever.
People
yeah,
know
but that's 100% confirmed.
No, there's corruption and all that stuff. But like the Earth not being a globe, since that's so foundational, I just don't think, like Kosho was trying to make it out seem like that if people started becoming more and more aware of this, that everyone's just going to go about their day. Yeah, and to some degree, yeah. I mean, obviously, like that is because, yeah, of course, that is the case. But but the thing is, if there's enough, I don't see humanity just like letting them continue to lie about the globe, and then just knowing it's not that. You know what I mean? Like if that all starts coming out like that, I just feel like the humans are going to get to the humans, meaning just the people, the civilians, as it were, whatever word you want to use, just the people, are going to eventually, hopefully non-violently and all of that, but eventually stand up to, because the thing is, these people doing the deceptions, they're very lower in numbers. So that's the thing. Like once we kind of stand up to them in a sense, like, and then there's the military and, anyways, the whole interaction, the way it's all going down. But I think they can actually be disarmed in a non-violent way. And my whole point is that the Earth not being a globe, even though some people will just go on with their life, but I just think on a large scale, like, just as a group consciousness and all of that, I don't think if enough people are aware of this, I don't see how we would let, whoever's behind all of that continue. Like, I don't see how that would be able to continue if it's fully known about. Like, I think humans will stand up.
Yeah, it's definitely a different game at that point. So that's why I didn't answer with that in there, because if that were the case, I think that would be a different a horse of a different color, as they say.
Well, dude, isn't that our only hope, that there's some process that can occur that we can become aware of what's going on, so that they don't run us? I mean, do you think this group that you said you do think they exist? Do you think they're trying to run us into like an NWO, like controlled smart cities? Yep. GMO, like, I mean, do you think they're?
I think they're vying for control. Like you said there's small group of people who assume control. I don't think that anybody has control, but there's certainly.
That's why I said assume. Yeah,
right.
I don't think they have power. They're just assuming the position, but they do happen to have like the ability to print the money, and at that point, they're the monopoly banker.
Yeah, their biggest enemies, they say is like the mass mob of the people or whatever, but it's really also the other people who are assuming that same control.
Do they control interest rates?
It's not like settled yet,
Federal Reserve, loans, bank loans, interest rates.
Yeah, they're like one big corporation.
No, Kosho's saying that like different factions of the military are still called the military, but they all fight for funding. And he's saying that you got the Roman Catholic Church on one side, the Israel on the other side, the King of
Goblins,
England, and the Jesuits, whoever the hell they are, the Masons, that they don't work together.
Yep.
Not ultimately, yeah. I mean, there's many groups, sure.
Where the banking and military industrial complex seem to be hand in hand, or at least the banking and industry seem to be hand in hand, or utility, right? Oil and banking, maybe oil's its own thing.
I mean, I see it as a much more coordinated type thing. I don't like in a corporation, how all the departments, they all work together. And even though there are some aberrations, there's like maybe some parts of a department where they are, doing something that may be against the company's good in some way. But as an overall, I think they're like, especially after World War II, and that's kind of what World War II was these guys getting their global control or whatever you want to call it, to where they had the Federal Reserve locked in, and then with everything that happened during those years, and then they came out of it just baby boomer, this new American life, and then NASA going to the moon, and everything else that's gone down, and the United Nations, basically the forming of the United Nations and NASA in the late 50s, and then they also did this Education Act that they passed in like 58. So that basically made it to where they could teach the globe in all of the schools from there forward, like in all first world countries, first and second world, and even some of the third world. So where they could just have like it all, run through these companies that are printing the textbooks and then feed the people, all, children, all this information.
I wonder if it just took that next 7 years till like the Summer of Love ended and everything crashed. Because the hippie movement for a while was like onto it, down with establishment.
Right. I know. And that all got just squashed. And then the CIA brought a bunch of hard drugs into all the cities and started replacing, like they were doing like mushrooms and LSD, and they're like tripping and they're like, becoming more aware of the earth and nature and like becoming, and
you remember Nixon? That was in Nixon's the Nixon tapes. That shit that got him in trouble. That was part of the Nixon tapes. Was him saying that he was he would that they were going to go after weed, marijuana, and drugs. But I think he said specifically marijuana. But it was literally just so they can go after. I think he said specifically black people and hippies.
I mean, some people think the hippie type movement was like, CIA and whatnot, but I actually, if anything, maybe they did co-opt it somewhat, but I do think that was an authentic reaction, because you have that World War II, like I said, and then the baby boomers in the 50s where they still had quite a bit of control over people. But then into the 60s with like just JFK and everything, all these shit that they pulled and everything that was going down, because they were starting to, it's like they rolled out the Education Act, NASA, and the United Nations all in the late 50s. And then rolling right into the 60s, they brought this young president like JFK, and he was all like, he's like the teenagers president, he's like younger and he's good looking and he's dating these women and all this stuff, the whole JFK story. And then of course his like, claim of assassination and all of that whole thing. And it's like they tried to like, they just did like a full blown kind of takeover. It seems like, to where they tried to like,
they disrupted families with the fake woman's movement too. Is suddenly women were working and it was okay for them to be out of the house. They
created and supported by the goblins. All of it. Goblin movement. Goblin perpetuated.
To be clear, Gio, when I was talking about what the Nixon tapes, I'm talking about how he was talking about going after weed, like the precursor to the war on drugs. To just target, like I said, black people and hippies.
Well, dude, he was insane that's the thing. So, all right, like whatever the world was like in the 40s and 50s in America, let's just go to then into the 60s. I do think that whole youth rebellion, I think there was something legitimate there. People really being like, yeah, fuck the system. What's going on? Why are we being enslaved? Who's in power? The whole thing. Like they were hip to it. Like that word hippie is funny because they were hip to what was actually going on. And then of course, like there was this resurgence of all of these, like that term psychedelic, but these plants and different substances that have these visionary, spiritual, etc. qualities to them that were sort of suppressed and forgotten about. So like magic mushrooms, for example, ayahuasca, peyote, these things were like so disconnected from America because of World War II and because of, the whole rollout into the United Nations and all that stuff. So like our youth who normally would know what mushrooms were, of course, it would be part of their tradition, part of their, being a human, like you'd be aware of it, but they separated people from them so much that, you know, it built up, and they were trying to do like almost like like a more controlled society thing, and trying to not, you know, so then once like, you know, the youth kind of found, like rediscovered like mushrooms and cannabis and all of these things, like they actually started opening their minds, it seems, and having incredible, like, you know, higher awareness of what was going on. And then, like you said, then there was a Summer of Love and the Woodstock and all that stuff. And then it seems like, you know, the NWO or Illuminati, whatever word you want to use, they ended up, they just slammed, and they're like the war on drugs, and exactly. And I think they brought in hard drugs as well. That was kind of what I was saying. I think they did. That's like a deeper part of it, to where they actually tried replacing like the actual mind opening, mind expanding kind of movement into this like hard drug addiction thing with like cocaine and heroin and pills, all the barbiturates, everything of the 70s, you know,
all the legal ones too. You know, that's they started putting tranquilizers out for regular folk on regular day, you know.
Oh, and then all of those pharmaceutical, like they got people hooked on opiates, and then they give them the, you know that, what is there's the names for those
opioids.
Well, they're the ones they take.
Ones that they have everyone on now. The things that
hydrocodone.
I forget what they're called too.
Hydrocodone.
No, but I was talking also about the drugs that they give you to stay off the opiates, which you then get addicted
to. What's that called again? This is bad again.
One of them is Suboxone, but that's like a more recent one. Suboxone, yeah. So it's like if you get hooked. Well, anyways, I don't know if we want to go down that road. It's a whole thing. But yeah, Suboxone is like a, you know, all right, I mean, I could just say it's like, it's insane. Like they make the opiates, and then people get addicted to them, and then they give you a replacement drug that doesn't get you high, but you have to keep taking it.
Methadone.
The methadone as well. Yeah, that was the original one. And then Suboxone is another one. But yeah, those are dark. Those can be dark holes for some people. It's sad that they're even making those things.
A lot of fentanyl taking people out right now.
I've heard that. Yeah. Jeez.
A lot of people that are expendable, you know, kind of their fault for doing it.
Yep. It's like, it sucks, but.
And I was going to mention too, like in that late 60s, like, you know, you guys know that like mushrooms and cannabis, like they weren't even illegal. Well, cannabis actually did have some before that, but like mushrooms were not even illegal at all until a certain time. Isn't that crazy that like, it's like those, yeah, like that whole youth movement we were just talking about, like it did seem like the youth like rediscovered, now maybe in some good ways and some bad ways, like, yeah, maybe it was a little unbridled and they didn't have the right like support. They didn't actually know what they were taking. They didn't have the right spiritual, emotional support. I mean, you know, these medicines, I see them as very potent tools, and, you know, they were probably using them a little bit recreationally and didn't, you know, a little unbridled, although, yeah, but it seems like the positives way outweighed any negatives, other than the lockdown that the whole government did to then just squash that out, basically, to just suppress that whole movement.
Culminating in Kent State, 1970, where they actually sent the military against kids sitting on the grass.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
And then to top it off, you're right on a lot of things, Gio. Like a lot of them, there was a lot of spiritual movement, especially gurus talking about ascension, awakening.
Right.
You know, there was a breakaway from Christianity to kind of like understanding kind of like a Buddhist kind of thing, like personal ascension.
Yeah, all the Eastern traditions of like Buddhism, Hinduism, Ayurveda, the Chinese medical systems, exactly. Like a lot of that yoga, meditation. Yeah, exactly. That there was like a huge resurgence of people in the West, like those youngsters, like we were talking about, kind of becoming aware of that. And like you said, ascension practices and transcendental meditation.
I think what it was going on was like during the 70s going into the early 80s, there was like kind of this whole Indo-European like kind of movement. This is where you see like metal bands started rising in popularity in the thousands. And, you know, a lot of people were going back into like, this is where like people started seeing rise of paganism, you know, going back to worshiping the old gods. And that's when I guess the elites realized, oh shit, this has like an occult ascension thing. And They flooded the both groups with LARPs. They took over the metal industry with satanic music worshiping and stuff like that, and pretty much killed that movement quick as they can be. Like remember the thing you were saying before? Anytime you wanted to study crystals, or like you get these LARPing crystal guys or girls fucking talking about like manifestation bullshit. So it's kind of hard to take any of this shit serious.
Well, I could say a comment on that. I would say that like there could be there's different expressions of like, I mean, I guess I don't know exactly what you're referring to in particular, but I mean, I do think that, I guess to me, there's real spirituality, like actual frequencies, crystals, portals, all kinds of things, but then there's also like people that make a caricature of it and they kind of do a fake version sometimes, or so yeah, I can see what you mean. There can be that as well.
And that's in the front page of everything, the LARP. That's why I'm saying they pretend. That's why when you try to talk about crystals and shit, people instantly kind of write your ass off. Like, dude, seriously, you're going to believe about the crystals? Because the first thing they've experienced randomly, without even searching for it, is those LARPing, believe in the star signs. What's your sign? What's the crystals? And they talk in this condescending, annoying Valley Girl shit. Yeah.
I heard that the New Age movement was a government idea to get people basically staring at their navel while they're doing their business. While they're doing wars and whatever else is going on, they're going to have people chanting to their navels, So I heard the New Age movement was slightly supported by the powers that be. That it served, that all that bullshit of what do you call it? Placebo-driven stuff, placebo-driven stuff. Yep. And while I say placebo, I want to, if 26% of placebos work, that's probably a higher percentage of most anything else that works in our lives. So it's interesting that you can live by a way. You can choose a book, choose a way, live by it, and probably be all right.
That's more percentage than COVID.
It's that you're true to your beliefs. It's not what you believe, but it's that you're true to your beliefs, and you'll probably be
okay. But the
funny
thing.
Do you guys think that they're? Go ahead. Maybe this was going to change a little bit. Just going on what Dan was just saying. Like, do you think there is like a spiritual truth that is the universal, and that we're all seeking for that, or do you think we all we all have our own journey, or do you think there is like an ultimate to reach in terms of that?
I think it's a mix of all of those stuff, man. Like everyone has like a destiny. It's been proven that some people are just genetically evolved or enhanced to do certain roles better. Some people are great mechanics, like could tear things up and put things together. Some are great, charismatic speakers, and some are good with numbers. And I think everyone has a path to it, but everyone does feel disconnected from like some sort of spiritual aspect. And I definitely agree that the whole Christianity, Catholic, the big Abrahamic religions seem to like leave like this, a knowing void. It doesn't really answer the question, and it's more of like, just believe in that and that's it. Just keep it moving.
Yeah, I was in a bookstore on acid once, and I went to the religious section, and it seemed like each thing just said the golden rule in a different language in a different era. It was like glaringly apparent to me that each book said the same thing.
That's interesting. Very interesting. It reminds me of a bookstore like here in this really like just very like resonating spot in like north of San Francisco. And at that bookstore, like there's so many books on just like all kinds of just spirituality and comparative religion. And it's just incredible. Like the amount of just depth that they have in their selection of books like that. And it just made me think of that. And
that's where I was.
That's very
like Santa Cruz or something like that.
Meaning that like there was similar. Oh yeah. Okay, up in Santa Cruz. Nice. Yeah.
I was somewhere up north like that. Some Grateful Dead trip.
But you had the sense that like there was they were saying a lot of the similar like pieces of wisdom, just in different languages and different ways.
Yeah, I didn't even open them up. I mean, I could just, yeah. I mean, it's just, I don't know, for some reason, just sang out to me as I looked to a different shelf. The same thing as I was reaching for the same thing in all those different areas. It just surprises me how people talk about religion, but even the word Christian, I mean, what, 1 in 10 person that says they're Christian acts like it? Maybe.
I don't get what you mean by that.
Well, they kind of got this overbearing, believe what I say or go to hell vibe, or you're going to burn in hell. It's not a very balanced approach to letting people live their life, you know?
Oh, that all depends on how you look and how they approach. Since I know that they're coming out with a book of nonsense and they believe in nonsense, I don't take anything personal because they live in a nonsensical world. So even though they could both admit. Go ahead.
Well, that's a bit harsh to just totally like call their whole religion that, like, right? Isn't that? I mean,
well, isn't it kind of harsh that they fucking genocided the majority of European groups that actually allowed them to assimilate, and then call that hedonism and all this other stuff? They brought in the age of Bernies and killing all the druids.
Well, hold on. Now you're going down a whole nother route of like claims of history and things that, I mean, I don't know. I thought we were talking. We don't have to even go all
there.
It,
yeah, I know, but
I think what Dan mentioned is interesting. The fact that like for some reason I do hear what you're saying, Dan. Like generally Christians, like the two things Dan said, like were pretty poignant. That like a lot of Christians who call themselves Christians like don't necessarily act Christ-like per se, even though that's kind of the whole thing, right? Isn't that the
majority of them don't read the book?
Walk the walk, right? So walk the walk. Talk the talk, walk the walk, or whatever, Yeah,
and then you were saying that that some also tend to have a tendency to want to, like say that you have to believe it as well, or else you'll go to hell. Yeah, what is that all about? Why is that so involved? And there's multiple religions that use that, but Christianity really goes for that, and the whole judgment and because I don't think that's all like original with like the Christian mystics. Like originally, I don't think that's what they were into. I think there's some like demonic worship thing that's going on that they've replaced it with. It seems like.
Yeah, because it's ego tripping. They're terrified. They did a lot of fucked up shit, and they go and 7 o'clock in the morning on a train, and they're fucking screeching and preaching this shit in the middle of the morning, out loud, and no one wants to hear it, and they're trying to like doom. It's like that meme, the doomer, nonstop doom flagging everyone. You're going to hell. You're going to hell. And like, come to Christ, or you're going to hell. That kind of intimidation. Shit, if you allow these people to have swords and stuff, it'd just be back in the old days. But now we got laws for that.
There's a lot of wisdom and knowledge within the Bible and other Christian texts.
Yeah, it's a copy and paste from other stuff. It's like the book has been edited to the point that are you really going to rely on some of its truths, or you could look at other stuff.
The stigma of being born as a sin, you're already guilty of something, that doesn't sit well with me, and I'm sure with many others. No, you get that imposed on you. That's my biggest issue with it.
Yeah, like it doesn't make.
That's a good point.
Yeah, because if you go into mythos, God throws Satan in the world. He becomes ruler of the world, corrupts everything. Oh yeah, you guys are all, sinful. No shit, buddy. You threw your fucking fucked up son in here. Does that make any sense?
And that brushes, I think, like with the eugenic stuff. You are guilty because of your genes in some way fucked up.
Right.
Right? You are guilty for the sins of your father. Meanwhile, I have nothing to do with whatever my ancestor might have done or not. So
Yeah, this is getting in there. It's pretty deep because this is like how they're controlling people in a way today by like the whole Catholic guilt thing, and how that's all linked in.
Outrageous, where they replaced love with fear, right? Instead of love of God, it's the fear of God now. They really pulled a fast one.
Yeah,
How are they controlling you?
I know, God fearing, and people say that. Whenever people say, like, I don't want to attack anyone in any way, so I'm just sharing my viewpoints and in that. But yeah, when people say God fearing, it's just like the wording, like why, putting those right together, like
It means respect.
Yeah, but doesn't it mean like that you're fearing judgment?
Yeah, fear and respect do not mean the same thing. They're actually
Yeah, so it's not fear like you want to run
people often
away.
make the distinction of respect versus fear, right?
It's not like you want to, like in Friday the 13th when the axe guy is chasing you, you run away. That's not the kind of fear it means. It means basically like respect. Like if you guys ever had a job, like if you're, let's say you're the manager of a store, and the regional manager is going to come visit your store to see if you're like top chip shape, right? You're going to like get up early, go to the store, make sure everything is tip top shape because that's your job. That's your ass is on the line. That's what it means.
Yeah, but
you're gonna take the extra because you fear that your boss can fucking can discipline you.
Yeah, but that's two different things.
Yeah, but the only difference
you can be doing it
that's
because
the kind
of
of fear
fear.
it
You can be
means.
doing it from because of respect.
Yeah, but the only difference is that both you guys are making a mistake on is that if you choose not, based on what the Christian mythos says, if you choose not to follow it, right? There's a difference from getting fired from your job and then being eternally suffering in hell by all levels of cruelty because you didn't follow. That's a big fucking difference. You can find another job, but that's a difference.
And the respect for doing your job is self-respect. It's not out of respect for your boss.
No, because if it was self-respect, you wouldn't need to do anything extra. You would just leave it like that. But if you're considering that your boss is going to come in and check your store, you're going to put that extra effort in to make sure that he knows that you got that shit on lockdown.
No, but Dan's right. If you had the respect, then there wouldn't be anything extra when the boss is coming. That's just fear at that point.
If you had your shit together, yeah.
Yeah, that's why.
No, I mean I do understand the idea of linking those two together. Yeah,
that's why the Christian God mythos doesn't make sense. Oh, go ahead, Gio.
Well, I was just gonna say with the like you guys are still talking about the being a God-fearing man kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like that, because I understand the idea that could represent like respect or a certain level of integrity or but doesn't it also relate to the idea of judgment and then being a sinner and believing to the point to where you are essentially fearing your judgment that you didn't tell enough people about the gospel or whatever? Like it goes down that road for some people.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Where like if they don't, they're going to be they're God fearing, so they have to go convince everyone of the religion so that they're not judged. But not only judged for that, but also judged for their sins as well, and that they didn't like serve and obey kind of thing enough. Yeah, and then they're fearing the judgment of going to hell or being cursed.
But Gio, do you believe in sin at all? Though, do you believe in sin? Is there sin or not?
I would refer to it as the
bad choices,
structures and layers of karma, like the law of karma. Ultimately, yeah,
that's agreeable. Yeah, that's a great term.
There are things that you can do that are wrong, which are karmically problematic, and will cause a certain reflective quality to show you back what you did to someone else until you learn. I think. So yeah, there's sin in that way. Like you could steal from someone, and then you have the consequences, all the rest of it, until you learn not to steal from people. So you do it, and maybe you get away with it, but then someone steals from you, so now you have to experience back. So yeah, like in that idea of sin, where I'm talking about that part of it, like just doing the wrong thing basically, or doing something that harms someone else. All of that.
But does karma balance out in this lifetime, or can it go many lifetimes?
My experience of it, and through I'm just gonna speak for myself. It definitely links through multiple lifetimes, and even interdimensionally between. Like I view it like there's this Earth, this human Earth realm we're in, or whatever you want to call it. And then there's like the spirit world, the human spirit world, where human souls go after we die. But from there, you can branch off to other dimensions and other spirit worlds. So karma, in my understanding, is actually not only like connected to all the lifetimes here that we're in, but it's also happening interdimensionally. So you can even have karma that you're playing out with someone here that actually has an interdimensional component, and vice versa.
Oh, so, okay, fine, but doesn't that point to an eternal soul? Yeah.
Yeah.
Same idea. Just different thing, same thing.
Yeah. The only difference is that the entire Christian mythos, if you think of it as a corporation, right? Say the owner of the company keeps making bad decisions and keeps and every time they've elected their like group managers and all their selective consultants, and every time they fucked up, mind you, the big boss, the owner of the company, is choosing these individuals to lead the people. He fucks up it because remember, omnipotent, omni-knowing. So when these guys fuck up and starts fucking with the lower class workers, and they get corrupted or they get fucked up, he goes, "Hey, it's you guys' fault, not my fault." Yeah, sure, I handpicked them. I handpicked the watchers.
Boys?
Say what?
Are you talking about molesting boys?
No, I'm not talking about I'm talking about the Christian mythos God and its angels. And then blaming mankind for sinning when they're the sole purpose of that's why the story sounds retarded. Like you're literally telling humanity, you guys are fucked up. You guys are sinful.
So you don't believe in free will?
No, I believe in free will, but here's this, right? If I put a meth head next to my child, what the fuck do you think is going to happen when I leave? Like, I don't need to be omni-knowing.
Your child will be on drugs.
Exactly.
Well, let's go back to what we were actually talking about, though.
You have to clean that shit up.
Hey, but my thing is this: whose demonic entity is it belongs to? Is it us that belongs to it, or one of his sons?
Have you thought about like tests, like to overcome the challenge? Have you thought about like that?
I thought about that too.
Like life is a test,
that's a different mythos. That's a different mythos, and that's not how Christianity explains that.
Well, I mean, there's an idea like outside of what may or may not be in Christianity. There's the idea that there's like that's why I was saying the law of karma, like that it's actually a law, like it's a natural law, is how I see it in that sense. And to the point to where there is a whole give and take and exchange. And then Godric, what you just said, like there is the idea that ultimately by having like the urge to sin or the urge to do something wrong in that sense, like whether it's like steal or lie or cheat or be deceptive, whatever it may be, things people do, like there's the impulse to do it. Now there's a question of like, do we even have free will from that? Or does it just happen? Like it's just flooding your consciousness and then you do the thing. Once you do the thing, now you've set off like a certain reaction, in a sense that thing may happen back to you at some point and then there's the idea that if it's something that's wrong, then by having it happen to you and then you doing it to others, etc., eventually you'll work out that in order to not have the unpleasant experience happen to you, you have to stop doing the act yourself. And then in that viewpoint, it could be looked at as like an ultimate like learning system of learning how to conduct ourselves with others and live life, all these different components to actually have like like happiness and bliss and resonance and all of that, rather than all of the unpleasant things that people go through.
Right, but there is sin then. There is evil in the world, and you can choose evil or good, correct?
Yep. Yeah, that's correct. But the problem is...
I don't know. Can you choose them or does it choose you? That's a question.
Well, if it chooses you, then you don't have free will, Gio. That's my point.
In other religions... Yeah,
in other religions... free will, though?
I think free will is a sliding scale. Like some situations you have more free will, some less free will. Like if your parents tell you to do something, you got to do it because they're in charge of you, right? So less free will. But if you come across a moral crossroad in your life, should I have an abortion, for example? That's has to do. That's more free will because that's up to you, right? No one's forcing you unless you got a gun to your head. Then it's not free will, right?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to think about all that. I mean, one of the ways that I think of free will is how, like, the creator has ultimate free will to create anything it wants. So everything that we're experiencing right now that's part of it, it's wanting to experience out of just pure free will creation. Like all the stuff that we see, music and art and computers and everything, technology, all the stuff we have, just human life, that it has total free will, the creator, to create this whole complex machine and experience and through all of our consciousnesses and all of that. However, within the experience of being human or being human, let's say, you can experience either the feeling of free will or the feeling of determinism, and they're both real. They're both active. So like I was saying, from the highest level, I think that the creator is ultimate, has total free will. But when it creates within the system, it can create like another layer that is deterministic, because it's outside of time. Like if the creator created time, then it's outside of time. So it already has the whole thing, in its like system, basically. And so it had the free will originally to create that, but at the same time, like being in a human body, we can experience both, either free will or determinism, because in the creation, it can create a determined future, and then the being is just subjected to that. So I think
but if you believe you make decisions in the present, then that's free will happening. Just because you can fast forward to the future doesn't mean that you didn't make decisions in the present to get to that future, right? They're exclusive, aren't they?
Or in the past, yeah. That's like that movie Inception, yeah. Well, exactly. Well, if it's coming from something in the past, and that's even deeper. Like, what if you were born into like a family where your father was abusive or something like that? You would think like, oh, that poor child's a total victim, just like, it just happened to him. And yes, that's true. But what if like karmically, there's something, some reason that person's soul is actually essentially choosing that to have that experience for some reason. Like maybe they were a father who abused a child in a past life, and now they're going to, purposefully incarnate into a body of a father who will be abusive. And even though it sounds kind of cruel and sad, at the same time, like if karma does have a reap what you sow quality to it, then that could be like.
What's the difference in that and original sin? Because you have something that's coming over from before you were born.
Yeah, that's actually when someone brought that up earlier. Yeah, the original sin thing.
Yeah, but one you're responsible for, and the other was made up for you. One was in relation to your action,
that's right.
And in search of balance
is put upon you.
Right. The other one's put upon you. Yeah. The other one's just like you're just sinful just because.
Think about Mother Nature, and aside from us, how most things find balance in nature. Populations. And things like that. I think humans are out of balance, and we can get there.
Right there, what you said, Dan. They're out of balance, right?
Yeah. You guys know that the scriptures say that, right?
This is why I think original sin is useful, because it teaches us why we struggle morally and why we fail to temptation. So we have to guard ourselves from sin, right? It's automatically there all the time. Temptation, we got to do right. We got to be righteous. Struggle.
You have to persevere till the end.
Good and evil, light and dark. I mean, I think balance is the key. I think God energy is love energy inside the yin and yang. I think there's a balance that you don't seek. It's not about. I mean, clearly, love and fear seem to be opposites. So it seems. I mean, to me anyway. And so it seems like when you seek, if you find balance, if you find equilibrium, then all new energy is available. You're like, talk about free energy. I think that's where it comes from.
Yeah, that's why I think it's important to understand perception and perspective. That's why different religions have been always stated that there is good and evil, and everyone goes through a trial to become better and stronger. And there's darkness in this world so that light can exist and for your character to develop. That's why, people love the underdog story and people understand it. That's why when you look at the Christian stuff, there's a difference in if you read the scripture and everything, it literally tells you that you were born in this world full of sin. It's your fault and you gotta, come out of it. If you look at other mythos, it's like you're born in a world where, yeah, it is cruel and dark, but there are good times. And you just got to persevere from it and just prove that you're worthy. Big difference.
What do you guys think of the soul in terms of like a thumb drive of information? And then when you pass, it gets uploaded to a mainframe and erased, zeroed out like a thumb drive, and then back into another body. And that's why some people, before they grow old, they're able to read the drive. They're able to read their past life.
Back on what Deathbringer was saying, Deathbringer, but like, do you really have a religion that you think is perfect?
I don't think there's any religion that's perfect. You got to find a religion that will suit you and you could fulfill it. I always tell people to go for their ancestral religion, but I used to be Christian, Catholic, and then I found out like after so many plot holes, I just moved on because it's just not the right fit. Too many editorial takes.
What if creation was ongoing and it was happening out of this mainframe? And the dumbing down that we're going through is why we even see some things that may be a Mandela effect, because things have changed due to essentially popular perception. And then there could be a physical connection to the soul and our current reality. I mean, I know it's pretty far-fetched.
No, it's not far-fetched. You're talking about mass consciousness and the soul wire. There's even an author, the guy who did Blade Runner, who took LSDs to write all his books. Like if you read his autobiography, you'll find out that majority of the times that he wrote his books, he says I never created any of these ideas. He went through what he perceived as like a soul connection that allowed him to see other worlds and other realities. And that's where he wrote his stories on.
Cool. I got a recent Hunter Thompson quote, and he's talking about being on the edge of sanity, but it seems like he's talking about the edge of the earth, so it's kind of cool. I'll just put it in chat. Hope it's not another one of those misquotes. I feel like writing a bunch of those. We're definitely dumbing down, so I don't know. I heard, maybe it's an American thing too. I heard that the fall of Rome took 300 years.
Well,
and maybe U.S. is just at the end of its reign.
If you read a bit of the Kali Yuga, the reason why you kind of feel like, well, I wouldn't say the majority of the population because of the education system, but if you look at everyone in this room, a lot of us are self-taught, self-reading. We all went through the same shit education system. Maybe some went into private or homeschool if they're lucky. And, we know not to trust the government. We know not to do all these other things out of experience. It's just that the majority of normies are going to fall for those traps, but a lot of them are waking up thanks to the scamdemic. So we're in the age of the Aquarius since January 1st of 2023. So it's a new era.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, I think it's going down in terms of what they want to do, like their agenda. They definitely have like the whole Agenda 2030, and I'm not saying all that information's true, but it probably has certain truths woven in with it, just in terms of what they want, and at this point, I mean, if it isn't any more clear that the governments don't want to have our best interests in mind at the end of the day, I mean, that's what it ultimately comes down to. So yeah, like who knows what extent they could do stuff in terms of what they might try to roll out, but that's why I see it as like a very real situation that we're in. And I do think the truth can spread actually very quickly. And if the right channels are activated at the right time, there can be a huge shift within a short period of time. But we do need to reach that point. I think ultimately for humanity to really even survive into the ongoings, I think if these people, these entities that are doing what they're doing now, I think they ultimately want to. Well, they will genetically modify us to extinction. Not that they're just going to be like, I think, trying to kind of enslave and feast off us to the point that they want to where the genetics it'll be like a runaway situation is kind of what I think could be possible, to where like the human race is actually threatened right now to that in that way, in this idea of it. And we actually have to become aware of what's going on to be able to at some point stand up to these, entities that are doing this, to the degree that we need to kind of get our sovereignty back. And the truth is like the vehicle for that. So like that idea of the truth sets us free, like resonates in terms of this time and my viewpoint and how like the dynamics involved in this coming cycle.
I agree with you, bro. And that's why we have to come to terms that we're at war for our own species' existence. This is a fight for, us to exist or be extinct or into slaves. And those that are willing to subvert, and they know that they're doing this with their own dark masters, we got to label them as enemies as such. They're willing to kill thousands, if not millions of people, genetically modify. They're going about chemically destroying the environment. You look at a train derailment, look at people are now sending reports of chicken feeds that are now sterilizing chickens. And then when people were talking about it, they switched to feeds and look, the chickens kept producing eggs. And it's the same thing with cows. Like there is an intent to create a manufacturer famine. So, we just all got to accept it and wake up. But you keep saying entities. Are you talking about like a non-human or the reptile things?
I think he's referring to the group. Really, I don't think it's a foreign.
Is it? Because when he says it like that, I think it sounds like non-human.
I don't know. It's good. I guess that's a good question. I'm not into lizard people, really.
It's purposefully ambiguous because we don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, if the case is, if it is or isn't, clearly whatever it is has an insane level of malicious intent on scorched earth. Clearly they're losing the narrative. Clearly lots of people are now falling for it.
Yeah, they're relentless. Yeah, absolutely relentless. Like, have you ever seen like in certain like mental hospitals, like any video of that, somebody who has like extreme psychopathy and sociopathy, sociopathic or psychopathic, to like an extreme level, to where like there is like a whirlwind going on in their psyche that is just, it almost is like an anime, almost like out of Lord of the Rings, when they animate those like demonic entities that are just like frantic and like looking into their eyes, like it almost does look like they have like a possession type thing going on. So I'm just saying, like, yeah, it does seem like, and when I said entities, yeah, I mean, I have my personal viewpoints on it. I don't have any physical way to prove it in that sense, but I do have my like understanding of the creation and of this cycle just through my own channels of becoming aware of that. And yeah, I mean, ultimately in terms of what's going on now, I do think that there is a non-human group of entities that are at the sort of top of the pyramid, if you want to call it that, the all-seeing eye, the whole thing that they're doing. And they are non-human. Yeah, they are a different species in that sense. And then they are control. Then there's a demonic entity, a main one that's connected to those guys, to those entities. That is channeling through those entities. Those entities are then controlling humans through their genetic modification and the other components that they're doing, to then have all these worker bees for them that'll do like the NASA CGI and the CIA and the FBI and run the governments. And then the family line, the way the family line links into it as well. So it's like a human family line, but that human family line is being controlled by, in my understanding, one main other group of entities, and then there's a whole demonic layer coming through them, like spiritually, which is then kind of manifesting out through all of the people kind of doing their dirty work. And then that even extends down to like, other components of that.
I can understand that. Makes sense. Not to top it off, I remember there was this video from Coast to Coast with Bell. I think his name Art Bell, where you got a guy that was supposed to work in Area 51, telling him that they're gonna triangulate his call. He got medically discharged, and he was talking about extra dimensional beings coming from there that are already integrated in military and elite societies. These extraterrestrials, and they're planning on wiping out large city populations. And if you look at what's going on right now, it seems to be the target. So, there is truth. Maybe there are reptiles, man, or something else. Like, I think one of the biggest things that I started looking up to is whether Lord of the Rings is based on real history, because the Ordo Linda book puts a lot of narrative truths to it. And if you look at the Illuminati, the eye, Sauron's eye, looks pretty
right.
similar.
Yep.
No, remember Sauron's a dark god that has never gone away.
Right. Sauron is basically, it's like a demon in the sky, like at the North Pole, basically, like at the top of the land, at the peak of the center of the field, like the toroidal field. Yeah, and it's like this freaky demonic eye thing that like sees throughout the land, and then it's like creating evil and like, creating all these armies to go take out the people and take, just to, take power over the land and shit. So yeah. And then there's the connection to the Great World Tree and like Mount Meru and a lot of those kind of components of it as well, as to like, it's like they're actually ruling from the center. Like they have the actual power structure in a way because they have the access to the North Pole, which is like the key to this whole realm.
But I'll say this though, those entities aren't, there is another entity that's clearly fighting those things. Because if you want to believe Admiral Byrd's diary or journal, if you want to call it, Operation High Jump, he even states that when he was going scouting beyond the land, his airplane and his crew got brought down by some sort of silver disc. He talks to something about the people below, if you want to call them Lumerians, Atlanteans, whatever. But they had that person belonged to a civilization of high advanced ascended beings with a god king that supposedly knows exactly what the fuck's going on, and they're at war, whatever the thing that that is supposedly controlling everything. Maybe this is why we're seeing so many of these drones all over the place. Shit, there was a senator of Louisiana that had a meeting that he just went on TV about, that they were talking about the objects that they were shooting down, and he was very clear that says they're not balloons, and it's not a 2-week thing. This has been going on for the last 2 years. So maybe they're making their move now. Oh, speaking of that, maybe they're making...
what's crazy? Well, about like if there is another like group of entities, as it were, is the idea that there's actually very few of them compared to humans, and that their whole thing is dependent like on them basically convincing or kind of controlling the minds basically of humans in different ways. And if we break free of that, they literally stand no chance. Now, I don't mean any kind of violent revolution thing. I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying, like, if that's the way this power structure is set up, like the whole pyramid idea, but if at the very top there's actually very few of them, then their whole power structure is actually like on a very weak foundation. Even though it has been effective because they've done genocide and wars and insane shit to get here, and just crazy amounts of deception, just insane amounts. The globe, everything, and just coercion and corruption to the most severe levels. But if the whole thing is actually built, it's not actually built on like some huge solid structure. It's in that perspective, like it could crumble for them quite quickly.
No, I agree with you. There are a lot of countries in history that have done it with lesser technology than currently we had. Russia did it. Germany single-handedly did it successfully, and plenty of them. Now, the only difference is that back then it was very easy to control information, but now it's not that. It's incredibly hard for them to try to do it, even with censoring too. You got places like 4chan, Odysee, Rumble, Reddit in some places that you will actually get information, and there's a lot of distrust in government. So that's why government had a hard time doing the polling data to get people to be encouraged to go fight Russia. No one wants to fight Russia. No one gives two shits about Ukraine. No one gives a shit about all the other countries. We're too much worried about, surviving the next day. So I think this time around, that's why they can't do the Great Reset again. They can't get their World War III because they have no control of information.
You know what I think is going to happen at the end of the day? I think they're going to delay their shit because they just can't really get humans corralled the way that they quite want to. So they're going to keep doing stuff, obviously. But I think what's ultimately is going to happen is they're going to just keep delaying to the point to where we will wake up in time. Like humans will become aware of what's going on before they're able to pull off, because it could get really bad for us if it goes that way, pretty quick too. Like we all saw what happened with the scamdemic shit. I mean, it was like, and it's still going on too, but I mean, it was almost like overnight they were going to require, a jab kind of thing, an injection. So it's like, it's crazy what they kind of could do, but then there's the people reacting back. So it's like threading the needle this time that we're in. Like, and I don't mean like today. I'm just saying like, let's say the next 10 years is threading the needle, like into 2030. So, and it's just going to be a huge process if we can be able to have enough awareness of what's going on and then take enough action to avoid what they really want to do, which I think is going to make life way worse for everyone. So it's like our chance. I think these next 10 years are going to be very revealing to how this all goes down.
It better be a subconscious effort, because consciously we're dealing with a pretty distracted society.
We definitely live in a society that wants their pound of flesh, because now as the scamdemic is rolling out with truths, people are finding out that they don't even have many years. A lot of people, like the guy that did the Dilbert authorship, he's now coming to terms completely, and that guy was a hardcore cuck shill. And now he wants his pound of flesh of justice, and he's even cried out for violence, and a lot of them are doing that now too. A lot of people who lost family members believing in this shit are already stating messages of want violence. I want these doctors, all these things. Mind you, that's not me that's saying it; it's them saying it. And so they're advocating for extreme levels of violence. And now you look what's going on with Ohio, Palestine. You look what's going on with Texas. They're seeing this extreme violence and the slowness of the government and the FBI. It's like, dude, why would you burn chlorine venom and blow it up? That makes no sense.
Well, they're doing more and more fracturing. And so, yeah, they're going to continue to do that. But that'll reverse if there's like a larger awareness of like the people behind the scenes that are like pulling these strings. I think a lot of that will start to go the other way when people are not being psyoped and set up and deceived in the ways that we are right now.
Shit, there's a definitely a rise of people ready to do some shit. They're just kind of waiting to see how bad shit hits. If the government, like the feds, were making mockery of knocking out the power lines, shit, Texas went and arrested 2 guys that were trying to knock down a power grid, found out that they're FBI. Then the FBI goes, oh, hey, they're probably rogue agents. We'll take them to custody. No, state Texas goes like, no, we're going to put them in state penitentiary. FBI is like, oh, you guys are joking. We'll take care of it. Sure. So I don't know why they want to knock out the grid. If they knock out the grid, they'll start some shit they can't finish.
Beware the fake revolution. All the Texas gun-toting types are going to march Washington, and just like Russia, Washington will be happy to hand them the keys. They need to walk on that corporation. Trillions of dollars in debt, defending a dying industry of oil worldwide. The feds really have no business being in business anymore. World War II got sorted out,
Well, Dan, you said something about the subconscious, which I think is interesting to see it that way, or even the word unconscious, like some part of us that we're not even conscious of, but it is impacting us at the same time. It's coloring our perceptions and our awareness of things. And in that perspective, it makes me think of like the ether and like the ether field and the ether field of our consciousness and even of our subconscious and unconscious minds. And I think about what do you think about the idea of like that the creator essentially can almost like, it's got like a dial, and obviously I don't mean a physical dial, but a way that it can kind of like modulate awareness in certain ways and just consciousness in general, whether that's like around truth topics or just around what's going on or just consciousness in general. Now, I know that we've seen, like you said, so much like dumbing down and all of that. So yeah, that's brutal. And there's still that's still happening and et cetera. But what about the idea that if the creator could kind of, bubble up, as it were, from the unconscious, certain things that could bring a more positive resolution within all of this?
I asked somebody about the ether, and he said that's where God's energy lives. And so he was sort of saying that that's where it moves through, And so that flow, I don't know, like, I'm not very conscious. I'm lucky. Like, my motto is like, stay lucky, be good. But it assumes you're lucky to begin with, and not everyone is. But I'm not religious at all, but I feel inside, like unconsciously, that it's working through me. This is not an easy effort to go against the grain, and I'm driven by something. It's not a conscious effort for me.
That's beautiful. Like, it's not like you're, as if you're like an instrument for consciousness.
I hope so. I hope so. I don't want to give up. I don't want to give up on that. Even like when we were talking to Kosho earlier, he's amazing in his own way. The dude's clearly amazing, and there's a lot of us out there that have latent skills, like you said. It's too bad Austin Whitsett's the only guy worth a shit that we could have speaking anywhere. They're like, he's outclasses everyone. Everyone else just comes off emotional. And, when we were talking about Mark Sargent and stuff earlier, there isn't a lot of good people to speak on our behalf. There's thousands of goofy videos. But finally, we're getting like the language right, So we're not just putting our foot in our mouth when we speak. It's great to hear all the citation he puts out off the top of his head. It's pretty good. It's nice to have something behind your feelings. Feelings aren't going to get us there,
Yeah, it's interesting thinking about the difference between like debate versus discussion, like podcast style type discussions. I'm not really a fan of Joe Rogan, but I mean, his podcast, obviously as big as it is, and he reaches a lot of people. So, he is influencing the world in that sense because of his media position. And we know the media is controlled and all the rest of it, but there's so many ways that there's possibilities to reach ways and to people in the future, to reach people that I think will be unique, especially through like blockchains and certain cryptocurrencies, but really the blockchain technologies to where they could be truly uncensored, and the government or Jesuits or Illuminatis or whatever, they just literally cannot control those blockchains. Like, yeah, they could shut all the power off or all the internet off, but as long as the internet's on and the power's on, those blockchains could be literally like they can't even shut them down if they wanted. So that's interesting, in terms of free speech, like an actual decentralized, like a true decentralized blockchain, not like, because there's a lot of fake ones now because they're co-opting it. But I'm saying one that is actually independent and transparent and that they can't control. And at that point, we then can have a platform to actually speak completely freely and come together. So it's interesting to think how many people that could reach as well, like outside of the current censored system, because they're not going to probably give one of us Joe Rogan's position, with the stuff we're talking about. They would never let that. So we have to find a way to do it, outside of their system.
I think they're going to separate the internet. I think it's going to be kind of like TV where there's going to be free stuff, but then there was cable. And I think through the porno problem that they're going to change the way, the way they deliver it to us. and it'll get filtered for porn to begin with, and then filtered for all the other things that they're doing now, because it'll be private. They'll be allowed to do so. So you'll have to find another source, like you're saying, to get real internet. It's going to be real hard. You'll have to find a source to it again. I think we'll be blocked from access to everything.
Yeah. Well, the way they rolled out like AOL back in the day, like, you know, you just signed up to get online and that was it. You were just on AOL. But it seemed like there was a little bit too much of an open market with the internet that they couldn't keep it like AOL, even though they obviously wanted to. But they couldn't keep it that way. But for replacement of that, they just basically took control over all the ISPs, internet service providers, and figured, all right, we'll let it be kind of open, but we'll just control and filter all the information.
And it might have been the advent of streaming that allowed any of that, because everything was operating kind of willy-nilly. Nobody had the same source of data at speed or anything. You know, that's why they fought so hard to put in high-speed internet everywhere.
So, but I think when I mentioned, like, I forget why. Yeah, just to go back, because I was thinking when I mentioned like, I was saying, yeah, that's what I was saying. Sorry if I'm distracted. Were you going to say something else? Because I was going to.
No.
Well, we were talking a little bit about like the difference between like debate, like how actually beneficial are debates versus more of like a podcast style, or even like an educational style where you're just dropping knowledge. What are your thoughts on that? Like, what is, like the value?
I think short attention span. That's why this TikTok shit, which with a resurgence of 1 minute videos from our past, is so cool, really, because the younger audience is short attention span. We got jillions of hours of stuff already. Nobody's really chopped it up. So chopped it up, we got enough data and we got enough interest. You know, the interest is always going to be there because they think we're nutty, so they want to know what we have to say.
It's actually a good idea, dude. What about like an app or a software of some sort that was all just short 1 minute videos putting out information on truth? Now, I know that kind of plays into the TikTok short attention span thing. However, I can understand, like, today's world is so complicated. There's so much shit going on. They're like, a lot of people are probably not going to read a whole book or get deep into stuff. Like, it's like fast, quick information. And I know that there's like the negative sides of it too, but there's so many little nuggets that could be put in there, like almost like a Wikipedia of 1 minute type videos or little contents, that it just have little nuggets of information, because there's so many different aspects that could be put in there.
Particularly like it used to be with an algorithm that feeds you in relation to what you're watching.
If you were swiping through ones that were like about the horizon or the sunset or whatever, and then that it would like be able to log that, and then it could give you like beginner ones at the beginning, and then it could go intermediate and then more advanced eventually, and it could like cycle through like these different, observations or tests or experiments, whatever, there would be the whole question of who would be vetting the information. That's, whether it's true or not, of course, but especially if it's like empirical stuff as well.
Gosh, I'm not a big believer in revolution. So it leads me to think that we really need to constitutionally do something, and that people need, we have no voting power as flat earthers, and no party to even try and get near. And I didn't see any way to fix that. Like, I mean, this seems to be my political message, flat earth. That's my platform for politics, because I couldn't get near politics. I knew nothing about it. So when I get a chance to speak, I'm going to steer away from flat earth and what's really wrong in terms of, finance, war, and medicine, utilities, human stuff. I mean, I'm already getting laughed at. Can't hurt, right?
Well, I think it's all interconnected. Yeah. Like the cosmology of the outer world like the outer world and then the inner world, like the macrocosm and the microcosm. So the macrocosm is like the body of the earth, and then the microcosm is our individual bodies. So yeah, I think they're interconnected, and like our relationship to nature, and then our relationship to food and, you know, plants and herbs from nature as well. Like the way you were saying, yeah, just that, like the health is interconnected, it seems, with the health of like the earth body.
So, are we the virus? Do we belong here on Earth? Is another question. You know, are we hybrid, and are we the part that's out of balance? You know,
or is it the people controlling us? Because I mean, that's a whole question.
So I have this image.
Oh, sorry.
You know the story, the story of the burning bush.
Yeah.
So I have this theory of I know nothing about it, you know, but I have this theory that he was really speaking to someone that came in a craft, you know, and when he runs down to the village and says, you know, I just got this information from the people that came from the sky, you know, whatever his story is, God. And of course, they think he's drunk and stupid, but he drags a few of them up the hill. And when he gets there, all is there is the burning bush from the exhaust, you know, of the takeoff of the craft. And the story being so ridiculous, you know, people, their story is, oh, yeah, drunk guys talking to a burning bush. And the story ends up being that, you know, that the burning bush is relevant, but it was only the remnant of visitation. And I feel the angel sightings are the same way. Is if you heard that somebody came from the sky in the past, your ancestors would depict it, if they came from the sky, as having wings. So in artwork and depiction, if it came from the sky, it had wings because they didn't understand craft. They wouldn't have known anything about aircraft of any kind. So if it came from the sky, it had to have wings. Therefore, we see a lot of UFO sightings now where they used to be more angel sightings.
Well, definitely an interesting line of thought on that. I guess just my like mind just kind of dancing along in my mind while you were saying that. I was thinking like just to kind of go along with what you're saying. What if there was like a craft that emitted, like, are you saying when it took off? But like I was gonna say, like, you know how some of those like directed energy weapons, like they like burn things, but they don't burn them. Like the whole 9/11. Well, that's a whole thing as well. But just the way that the burning bush, like they claimed that it was like on fire, but it wasn't actually burning. You know, like those fires in Northern California, those trees are like burning from the inside. That's a little different too, though. But I was just thinking of like, if just to go with your idea, if the craft had some kind of like advanced technology that like had that effect, because it was the bush was not consumed by the flames. You know, that's kind of the claim of it.
We just tell stories so badly, you know, down the road, that there's no telling what really happened in any of these events.
Well, have you also heard the idea that the burning bush is actually an acacia tree, which contains DMT? So he may have been on a DMT journey as well. I don't know about the UFO thing. I haven't like looked into that. That's an interesting idea. But people also, because apparently it is like the species is like, it was said to be like, it's like an acacia species, which is known for its DMT content and people using it for spiritual uses.
Couldn't it be like exactly like we have it in our days? People see shit when they're tripping balls, and I don't mean that in a negative way. A guy was just tripping balls, and the event was recorded through the mindset of that era and culture.
Yeah, I mean,
it's simple. It's very simple to understand. I mean, instead of going into aliens and actual angels and whatever.
Yeah, it still doesn't explain anything about us and who we are, where we came from, you know, and I hate to say it, even where we're headed, you know? It seems like we're headed for a complete flushing because that's the way it looks like it's been in history. The whole thing gets washed out. I'm pretty sure that there's a cycle based on the zodiac and that we're coming up on a halfway through its cycle. 26,000 years is a big cycle, and 13,000 years ago, everything got wiped out due to a big flood thing they call Younger Dryas. And it might be a north-south thing where we're getting to that again.
Well, dude, some of those ideas of like a huge reset that happened, this very interesting. Like, there's so many components of what our real history could be. So yeah, like were we actually wiped out much earlier than they may tell us, and they then replaced, in a sense, like they like assumed control in a way, and then who knows what like genocides or what stuff they've done. Anyways, yeah, it's pretty interesting to think about like what actually our real history is and how much of the history we're told is the case, and like what cycle are we actually in. Like not only who are we, that's a great question. Of course, who are we? Where are we? What time? What you know? And then there are all the spiritual components of like, what is the creator and who am I? All of those good questions and those deep questions. But then there's also the component of like, well, what actual cycle are we in? And what all really came before us? What came after? And then like, what are our actual potentials? Because that's where it gets exciting as well. Like, do we have potentials that just far excel beyond where we're at now, to where like things could be way more incredible?
For sure. For sure. Yeah, wow. I mean, just imagine if we weren't competing, right? Imagine if people were running around trying to help each other because they got good karma out of it, right? Let's say we started scoring people with an external score system for karma.
I think there's proof to what Gio said, because I've seen, I don't know, I think it was an actual study about people who rely on navigation technology when they drive a car. So a portion, some area that ability in a human's brain goes latent. It just goes to sleep when you rely too much on that. And I'm saying there are skills that we use technology and other things as a crutch, and we just lose them. Who knows what we might be capable of?
Yeah, exactly. And have we been like domesticated and suppressed in that sense of knowing who we really are? And then of course that plays into all the modern, like just the GMO foods and the mind control, the whole globe earth deception. I mean, the globe earth completely dislocates people from where they even are and puts them into this, in my opinion, you know, fabricated idea of the space and the solar system, and then gives these like authorities of the government as being the ones that are exploring that space. So it makes you feel like there's some heroes out there exploring, but you know, they're only a select few. And other than that, everything's been discovered. So just go to work, go to your job. It's kind of seems like the message that they're kind of trying to go for. But like that dislocation, I think, has had a fundamental weakening to humans to where they are then willing to accept a lot of other things that are either deceptions or corruption or scams that these guys are doing.
I had a kid at a meetup try and set me straight. We're at like some bar and it was pretty late. And he's like, dude, let me tell you something. He was pretty young. He was just out of school, actually. And he goes, dude, I'm about to graduate. Said something about, how he was set for a job or something of his family, where he was headed. He knew where he was headed. And he knew that he had everything from credit and all the white man privileges that were, available to him. And he just goes, dude, I'm going to do whatever those guys in the white coats say. There was no way he was going to go against the momentum of what he was born into. No way. And he wanted me to know that, like, quite earnestly.
Did he tell you why?
Because he knew that was his greatest, widest path, I suppose. Maybe there wasn't reason, but I sure saw it in his eyes that he wanted me to know I was fucking up. That there was a path for me and that I should watch what he's doing. It was pretty cute and interesting, He really wanted me to know. He thought he was taking care of me. So it's a different way of thinking. Really, it's like, why don't you go with the flow? I can really see us being medicated and incarcerated for not doing that pretty soon. Because it doesn't make sense. It does make us crazy by their standards. You got to be crazy for not wanting to be part of us. It's a natural reaction, really.
Well, that's pretty intense. Yeah, they're like, in my viewpoint, in that sense, they're almost like preying on, because I think there's a natural thing within humans that we want to, in a sense, follow the tribe. Whether that's like the medicine man who is helping in the tribe, or like the wisdom that's shared. So like the elders will share the wisdom and then that's carried on in that, like, it's not really like blind sheep just following it. It's more like a positive expression of it, of like just carrying the wisdom and the cohesion. And even though we can be very independent, but there's also a component of like, like it reminds me of like a school of fish, and they all swim together. So like, I think they're like preying on that and then using it to insert their authority to get everyone doing that, like allegiance to the tribe thing, but it's now allegiance to their authority. And they're trying to get us, instead of being strong together within the human tribe, as it were, as humans, I think they're trying to like split that and get their authority to be the thing that we're all sort of worshiping or bowing down to or treating as, an authority.
And we're
That's the same way they do with sports, Gio.
Yeah. But we're also, as sheep, we're dumb enough to blame the sheepdogs as if they're our captors, when in fact the sheepdogs are working for someone else as well, I want to just remind everyone that the cops are us, People that are down on the cops are kind of a bummer. They're not connected to anything at a federal level at all and don't get to hear anything about what's going on ever. So I feel sorry for cops.
What?
Well, cops get blamed, like they're the problem. And they're just, I don't think they are.
I believe cops get blamed for their own
Cops got
personal
a cushy
actions
gig going on, man.
And then those cops that make bad decisions, those decisions reflect on other cops. And that's what shouldn't happen. Shouldn't let the actions of bad cops enforce your idea of what a cop is or is not.
Man, cops are trash. Fuck the police.
I'm not a lover of cops at all. I just want you to target the proper enemies when there is such a thing, Because I think people are going to march Washington thinking that there's going to be a war. And I think Washington is dying for that to happen and dying to give up the United States as we know it, just like they did with the USSR. I think they're dying to get rid of it. all the big boys that separated everything during World War II, and their sons are gone. There's no creative thrust for any of that anymore. There's no reason for any of it anymore. Oil should be a thing of the past. If they stop holding on to it, it will be. Technologies are there. They've been shitting on it for 60 years. They've been shitting on everything for 60 years since they got control in 58, just like Gio said, when everything started getting signed in. They've been shitting on everything else since.
Yeah, it was kind of like, it's like they basically broke up the families by sending a lot of people, people to war, and then did like a whole kind of little reset mix-up thing there, and then did the baby boomer thing right out of there into the 50s, which was that.
How about secretly never-ending war, right? Korean War, Vietnam War. I mean, it's just, there's always war. They just made it part of our lives. We don't even measure it as war if they don't call it war. Those are just
right.
Contractors, They're just contractors.
Well, I mean, do you think that's a big question? I mean, do you think, like, let's just say from World War I onward, do you think any of those are real wars, meaning like real people fighting against real people, like, you're taking over my shit and then you're defending? Do you think it's real in that way? Like, or do you think they're all just literally like staged and, perpetrated? I mean, I don't mean staged. Like, I know there's real people out there doing that stuff, but what I mean is it like one central power that is just creating drama in a sense and creating, what do they say? Like, there's an idea like war is it's like a rich man's game kind of thing where they're using money and just, telling people what to do, basically, fight these people, you guys fight those people while you fight those people, and that it is like more centrally controlled.
It's almost like a Monopoly game.
Or do you think it's like, or do you think it's like a real, thing, like a real,
no, definitely scripted, definitely orchestrated, and definitely a flipping of the board in the Monopoly game because they're the bankers. All the monies that they've already profited on everything changing hands. So it's worth it for everyone, for them to see a reset. So.
Gio, can I just give you a pro tip from a global perspective?
Dude, Coach just said earlier, I might have said it. Someone's saying getting globy with it. So yeah, dude, let's get globy with it.
All right. What I'm trying to say, you're trying to recruit people to the flat Earth, right? That's what you're trying to do.
Not me.
No, it is. No, well, maybe not you, but when you say crazy shit about wars that involve hundreds of thousands of people that are being killed, which means there's even more hundreds of thousands of people that can confirm that those people died in a fucking war. They weren't taken off into some FEMA camp and executed. It just makes you sound fucking crazy.
But I didn't say any of those things though. You said all those things.
No, you just implied that a war was fake.
I think you misunderstood.
Literally just did
if
that.
I've ever heard
No, I didn't. I specifically didn't say that. I said I'm not saying that there hasn't been real things that have happened. Absolutely. I never said that they were fake, all fake. No.
But you implied that it could be.
No, dude, real people have absolutely died. Gunshots have been fired. All kinds of shit has gone down. Absolutely. But is it the full story that we've been told? How much deception is there? How much, actual behind the scenes? That's more what I was referring to. There's a lot of components to war. I mean, I think there's a psychological operation component. There's a real physical, like eugenics component and genocides and different, violence and taking over countries. There's a whole bunch of components. But yeah, I mean, it's real. But what I was bringing up originally to Dan is I was asking him, does he think it's real? Meaning like these two teams of people are like facing off and it's a real battle, or is it more of a centrally controlled thing where there's, strings being pulled to create these different standoffs? And then, you tell the guys over here, oh, you got to invade them and, shoot missiles. Then you get the other guys, oh, they're coming to shoot missiles, shoot them back. Is it more centrally controlled? That's what I was alluding to originally.
Yeah, and I get that. But A war's a war. You know, but you shoot people. People die. And when you allude to what you literally just said, that there's all these other factors that it may or may not be, that just makes you guys sound fucking nuts.
Oh, no, I agree with Gio, man. Like Gio makes sense because
Of course you do.
Yeah, because the thing is this though, right? If you look at World War II and you look at General Paddington before he got assassinated, he even said it himself that they were fighting the wrong enemy, right? And he even, the whole entire situation of World War II was so weirded out. Like you can look at D-Day as to why that was such a sloppy war. A lot of historians will tell you that is the most dumbest war strategy ever. Even though this was supposed to be a surprise attack and the enemy knew it, and we were told, all right, since they know it, might as well just wait one more day for the tanks to come in since it's entrenched. But Churchill was saying, if you don't do it, Britain's gonna be gone, right? And that's when, like, after all these little scenarios been played out, Paddington was able to figure out that this was a genocide of eugenics on the Americans and everyone else. Like, it was all about killing as many people as possible in the dumbest possible ways. There were no stratagems. It's just murder everywhere.
Hang on, did you just say? Did you just say that D-Day was a complete cock-up?
Yeah, it was. You can look at the museum. You can look at the World War II History Museum. You can look at World War II historians. They've all said it. It was one of the worst strategies that was ever played out during World War II.
They just released a secret reason for that. It was called Operation Pluto, and a British ship called the Conundrum, and it's about
conundrum. Ironic
communications. It's a real weird kind of a recently discovered story about D-Day. I'm posting everything now.
All right, but like I said, it's like this. If you ever played any strategy games, or if you ever played or deal with any sort of strategy, if you're told that you're going to be doing a surprise attack on a non-entrenched area, and you're going to be sending infantry, now within the next day, a whole day next, is tanks, heavy tanks and heavy weaponry that can be definitely fired across from the coastline into the trench area. Now you end up finding that entire coastline is not just entrenched, it's hyper entrenched. So they even use the word because there's 3 tiers of entrenchments. Then on the 4th and 5th tier, there was a retreat entrenchment, meaning there were tunnels after tunnels, which would make no sense. And they had anti-air batteries, anti-air infantry units. So they were fully entrenched to the fucking dick. And then to be told, hey, instead of waiting for the heavy machinery, we're going to just keep spamming infantry, Zerg attack, just keep sending as many men as possible to die. And that's exactly what it was. Even the Germans said it was like shooting fish in a barrel.
Because the real mission was to put in a pipeline so they could get fuel to England. It wasn't about taking Normandy. It was about dropping this fuel line.
Well, the case is, a lot of people died for a lot of dumb reasons.
Jazz Conda, whatever. Since you appeal to authority so much, have you ever read the book War's a Racket? There's an authority figure that's saying putting out similar questions as Gio was.
No, good sir, I don't appeal to authority so much. I disagree with dumb fuckery more so.
All right, well, there's an authority figure. Have you ever read it? Have you ever read War's a Racket?
No, but I also War's a Racket. I'll get it on Audible. Is it on Audible?
I'm sure it's everywhere. It's a very popular book. Do some research on the author first, too, before you actually read the book.
But if it's on Audible, that's Jeff Bezos, and he's got a shit ton of money, so he controls the world, so I won't read it on that. I'll get the actual paperback.
Yeah, or you can listen to it on YouTube. It's on YouTube as well. Like, just free to listen.
I think it's funny from a guy who says he only talks when he's drunk, coming into voice chat, not understanding what the other guy said, and then generalizes that the whole thing, that the world is a racket, is a flat earth mindset only. So, big lol.
Well, he's a blue pill show. What do you expect?
Yeah, man. Fucking hell.
It's sad, man, because the majority of Aussies I know are super cool and super base.
Oh, I'm not Aussie. Don't do it.
You sound Aussie. What are you, a Kiwi?
Fucking Kiwi, mate.
Ah, dude, you guys are awesome too, but I guess you get to meet one bad Kiwi in the world. Sucks.
Yeah, well, there's only 5 million of us, so if I discredit all of us, I'm more than honoured to do so.
No. There's still a majority good ones. I always thought the majority of there was like 99% of like Kiwis are really good people.
Yeah, they are. They're also. Oh no, I won't say that. Carry on.
Jazza, isn't getting people to fight in wars for you and risk their own lives, isn't that like the ultimate being possessed by an authority?
No, not really, because it comes down to we don't have it so much in New Zealand, but you guys in the States have the old patriotism, flying the flag out on the front lawn, fighting for your welfare and country. That's why people do it.
Because it's sold to us. That's why they have these huge campaigns to sell war to the American people. They said all they got to do is get us to wave the flag, and they can go bomb whatever they want.
Well, no, that's not necessarily it, Dan. What it comes down to is the world's think of the world as a society, and then a couple of countries go into a bar, and there's always going to be the short little guy that's got big man syndrome that's going to cause a fight. Small man syndrome. Right. And then other allies are going to go, dude, they're going to try and stop the fight. They're going to go, dude, stop being a fuckwit. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. All right, dude, it's on. That's what the world is.
I have to say that's a position of perspective, because if that guy had been bullied or even outnumbered, there may be a reason he's agitated, for us to assume that he's just got small man syndrome.
I was just using that as an example. But
what if he's been persecuted, though? What if he is, or what if he's being persecuted for being small? What if someone starts it, right? I mean,
but it's the same thing, Dan. It's like, don't be the little guy that feels like you've been hard done by and then go and try and take on all the big guys and expect to win. It's not going to happen.
Is that, I mean, from your country's perspective compared to my country's perspective?
No, just from human perspective.
Vastly different.
Just from human perspective, nothing in nature that's never happened.
Okay. I'm tired. I don't feel like arguing. I don't, I'm with you, whatever you want.
No, I'm not. I am disagreeing with you, but I don't want an argument. I'm just saying that it's human nature. You can see it in a bar on a Friday night. Most humans try to prevent conflict. But some that feel oppressed, as you just said, try and cause it for whatever reasons. Who would fucking know? But that's what happens.
Well, the issue is now patriotism is only within the people that desire freedom. No one wants to fight like America's wars anymore, and I don't know. I can't speak for other countries.
Yeah.
But right now, the majority of Americans just want to be free, stop immigration, and just go full nationalist, isolationist. Fix ourselves before we care about the world.
But
Jazza, yeah, let me ask you this: like, as much as you love flat Earth, in that sense, do you think that if everyone on Earth was a flat earther, that anyone would be at war?
Yeah, I do. Possibly more.
Really? Explain.
Because QE would want to be president of the United States / the world.
That's funny. That is funny. Y'all gotta admit that's funny.
You've got to admit that that's true. He thinks he's the smartest guy on the earth.
He's king. You know what he's king of? He is king of something, though. He's king and hominid.
He would. If it was flat Earth tomorrow, QE would storm into the United Nations building in New York and go, "Get the fuck out! The flat Earth is now known as the United Nations. Every country in the Earth is flat, and I am the supreme leader. Fuck you, Kim Jong-il. You can fuck off."
Nah, man, leave Kim Jong alone, man. That dude's a fucking nice dude.
He is a nice dude, and he thinks he is the globe, so that's a plus.
He just got freed from CIA control.
No, well, he understands the science of ballistic missiles, so must think that the Earth's a spinning globe. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother pouring money into it.
Yeah, I can't say that. I don't know his opinions on that.
Well, he must do if he's using ballistic missiles and testing them.
I'm falling for it. Why? Why does that? Why is that incapable of doing that on a flat plane?
Why did you have to ask that, Dan, when I need a fucking smoke?
All right, I'm going to go to sleep. Gio, thanks so much for everything.
Just before you go to sleep, Dan, Google ballistic missiles and guided missiles and see what you come up with. Get back.
Have you seen the new bullet they have that can adjust trajectory and flight? It's got like a
yeah, it's like a articulated. Yeah, only over a very short distance, though, not thousands of miles. But anyway, Dan,
back to the pigeons, right? Let's go back to pigeons.
If you're off to bed, Dan, just as you're resting your weary eyes, ask Siri, what does ballistic mean and what does guided mean?
Okay. Nice to see you.
Okay, sweet dreams, Dan.
Good night, all.
Night.
Night.
Well, I think it's going to be this year where everyone just wakes the fuck up because government's going to lose control of this information. So we'll find out if the Earth is flat and be gone to space.
Deathbringer, I heard that 7 years ago, almost 7 years ago to the day, when I didn't even hear anything about it. I just thought, I'm going to search Flat Earth. And what do you know? Mark Sargent, Eric Dumbay, quickly turned off his shit because he contradicts himself in all 201 of his fucking claims. And then
Eric Dumbay?
Yeah. I call him Eric Dumbay because I had to turn him off because all of his 200 proofs, he contradicts himself in every single one.
No, okay. That's an agree to disagree, but all right, go on. What are you going to say?
No, I was just going to say that I don't know how we're here. I'm here 7 years later. And you guys it's really going to have to step up a notch. And if you are going to try and recruit people, which you are, stop talking about the faith in the God shit. There is a creator, but that's going to throw a lot of people away.
Oh, that one I can agree mostly. That you're hearing me 100%. I'll tell you this, nothing annoys the shit out of me out of this time's like coming to the server and it's fucking scripture hour for the next 7 hours.
Yeah.
and I just gotta fuck off for a bit. It's like, yeah, that definitely derails people. But as far as like recruiting, I don't think no one really cares so much about recruiting. It's more like just sharing truths. Like I was doing that during the scamdemic, and I was just fucking trying to drop as many truths as possible, save as many lives as I could, and which I did. I saved a lot of lives. But those that I couldn't save came back to apologize to me, saying that, dude, I'm really sorry, for all the shit I said, and my fucking mother died, my grandmother died. The moment she got it 2 weeks later, I was like, yeah, I know, bro. I wasn't like, where would I would profit from just telling you this?
Wait, what? I'm sorry to hear that, if that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Oh,
so,
shit.
Yeah, so there's a lot of people that came to me with that, and it's the same thing with a flat Earth. The only difference is, like, I don't gain any profits from telling anyone the truth about the world. Like I said, I don't know what the world shape is, but it's definitely not what NASA and the government is saying. And I go on the basis that I don't need to talk about the science of these refractions or any of this shit. You look at a pathological liar that is notorious for lying and killing people as it pleases, and then it's telling you, yeah, this time around, I'm telling you the truth, guys. I swear. It's like, yeah, okay.
But I don't want to. I don't want to march in your parade because I'd love to know the truth. I think I know the truth. I don't know if I know the truth. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And so what I'm saying is, you think you're telling people the truth, and that's cool. But how do you know that you're telling the truth if you refute the evidence of literal photos of the Earth, but you haven't seen the flat Earth? Because you're making yourself kind of in between there, which makes it half true and half not true.
Well, yeah, I got a quick answer for that. Simple. Common sense, right? If I was to tell you, like, say if you meet two people, right? One guy you've dealt with for like several decades, and that guy is notorious for lying, right? And out of 9.5 times, out of 10 times he's talking, 9.5 times he's lying. He'll be falsely known to lie, and there's that 0.5% chance that he is telling the truth. Then you have a random guy over here that says, "Hey, I'm like you, man, getting fucking my taxes stolen," and I'm recognizing that this dude right there is fucking lying all the time, and he comes around again and tells you, "Dude, I'm not lying this time. I swear, I'm telling you the truth." Like, nah, dude, I'm done. I don't want to listen to your shit. I don't even care if you found a fucking moon rock. Even the Dutch government said it was fucking petrified wood. Like, I'm done. Like, even Neil Armstrong told Conan O'Brien that he was watching cartoons. None of that shit was real. So, like, how many times did, like, they've confirmed they've lied and they moved on,
Well, that's actually an interesting sequence of events you bring up.
Yeah.
Because I don't know any of that shit about Neil Armstrong that you just said. I've watched every Flat Earth video since April the 17th, 2015. I probably watched more Flat Earth videos than any Flat Earther has.
I believe you. Yeah, I'll show you it. You see what's going on.
But just in saying that, I've never heard Neil Armstrong say that in anything.
Yeah.
The conference always comes up with him and Buzz Aldrin and what's his name, Lovell. We're at the conference and they're just been in quarantine for 2 weeks and doing a press conference, and you guys are going, "Oh yeah, they look really excited to have been to the moon." They've just been in COVID lockdown in 69 for 2 weeks. No one's been through that except us. You'd be like, "Oh yeah, fucking awesome, mate."
I still haven't been through that.
Oh, you're lucky.
I'm from the East Coast cities, and unfortunately, it was one nonstop lockdown after another. Sure, BLM protests can happen, Antifa protests can happen, but God shucks almighty, You get one little coof, you got to go lock down again.
Yeah. Are you up in northern Canada or something?
Yeah, a little bit south towards Canada.
Oh, yeah.
I tell my children that in the future, other children their age or a few years older won't believe that they never wore a mask before.
Yep.
In Dallas, in like downtown Dallas at the Home Depot, over the course of 3 years, we only saw 8 other people that weren't wearing masks.
Well, who would have thought, just slightly off topic, who would have thought since the early 1900s that 8 billion people would be locked down?
Well,
and have to wear masks.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, we were talking about the wars before. I mean, that's where this comes from. That's that kind of the shelter in place that comes from. That's a wartime term, and just the mask, the biological warfare. So yeah, it's all this kind of programming and training to get used to this kind of shenanigans.
Well, you're actually on the money there, Gio, because as the population grows, and it will do exponentially, like compounding interest, the chances of this happening again grows greater and greater and greater, squared every year, like ancient 8 inches.
That's what
What, the flu? The flu happening every year? Yeah, we're used to it.
The flu and viruses on
we're at a negative birth rate.
So that's fucking 16 inches squared.
What'd you say, Godric?
I didn't say anything.
No, Godric said something.
Godric.
Yeah.
We couldn't quite hear what you said, Godric.
I said we're at a negative birth rate.
No, I'm pretty sure we're not.
How many kids do you have?
I have at least 3 that I don't know of. Maybe 17.
Damn, you got busy, huh?
Back in my younger days.
That's why he's an alcoholic, putting up with all them baby mamas.
I got to fork out all that fucking money. Jesus fuck.
Like if you fly one place to another, like across the continent or to another part of the world, you'll see that all the world is just empty space. There's very few people. Only in the cities do you actually see any population at all. So this narrative that we're overpopulated, that we're gonna, like you're talking, a lot of nonsense.
Godric, that's because humans haven't evolved to live on water yet.
Is that happening like Waterworld?
No, I'm saying that's why you just said that's where the most populations are, in cities on land, because we haven't evolved to live on water yet.
I don't mean land. I mean only cities. Like if I fly from California to Pennsylvania, it's just open land. There's nobody. It's just vast swaths of nothing, of land. There's no people. Only in the cities that there are people. So we're not overpopulated.
No, Godric, that's because when you need to find shelter and a job, you go to a city or a town where there's shelter.
There are all the places that are unpopulated, just wide open land, not cultivated, just wide open land. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's good. That's good for some people, but most people want some money because that's the currency and that's never going to go away. And so you have to go to a town or a city which has shelter and jobs available to get money.
Actually, you make a good point. Not enough people are living off the land. There are all kinds of cities, and cities. Some cities do get overpopulated. Kind of like I think New York is kind of busy, and I was in Hong Kong. I think they're kind of busy, But aside from that, there's not many people in the world.
I totally get what you mean, Godric. That would be fucking awesome. But unfortunately, we'd all have to agree to live off the land at the same time.
Jazz, I don't know if you're quite following what he's saying. One of the things he was saying is that if you kind of take like I think you were saying this, right, Godric? Like if you take like Google Earth or something and you go start zooming around, most of the land does not have people on it. Like it's mostly open land. Yeah, there's cities, there's some concentrated areas, but it's like mostly uninhabited land.
If he lives in the UK, though, he doesn't experience what we experience.
Yeah, there are certain areas that are pretty congested. Yeah.
I live in New Zealand, man. I've got literally fucking 500,000 hectares of nothing around me.
Have you any of y'all ever seen the YouTube channel Population 101?
No, what does it talk about?
It talks about all the lies that we're told from population and uses the government's own documents and numbers to prove that overpopulation is a myth.
Yeah, I haven't seen the video, but I agree with that one. Can you make it for us, please?
No, I'm cleaning greasy stuff. It's just look up Population 101. It'll have like little stick figures as the YouTube channel, whatever. It's, the name of the channel is Population 101.
Oh, okay, I'll check it out.
Well, it's not actually a myth. It's only a myth because you guys don't want to pay taxes. Otherwise, it would be completely feasible.
What is the logic behind that rhetoric? If you even call that rhetoric.
Because governments...
I think that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard him say.
Governments need revenue to build infrastructure which is free to use for every citizen within the country. And if you don't pay your taxes, how do you get hospitals? How do you get schools? How do you get housing?
That's a lie, bro.
It's not science and rockets.
I don't know about.
I'm pretty sure there was all of that stuff before there was governments.
Yeah. So
no, there wasn't.
But so with American government, right? And this is the misillusion. The American government mass prints money through fractional banking in the Federal Reserve. So all of our infrastructure, and mind you, you're right on about that. Most of those hospitals and stuff are usually sponsored by the federal government and the federal supplements they give to the states. But the problem is America itself is 60 years behind infrastructure. Every time there is money that goes into, say, fixing Highway 66 going from east to west coast, that has not happened in the last 40 years. Actually, there's more potholes to the point that citizens themselves are going about filling the potholes. But the politicians realize, well, if the people fix the potholes, we can't put that as a infrastructure bill, which they get funneled into their charities. So, and since they mass print money, the illusion of us needing to pay taxes is also a bigger problem too, because taxes aren't going anywhere. You know, if you mass print money, there's no point of paying taxes.
Yep, but that's the problem with the states, and I agree with you with that, because I go and I really want to go and travel Route 66, and but every other off road on there, all your just your regional streets and everything, there's cracks in the road. The infrastructure is shocking.
Yep. Shit. I'll even tell you what's even more funnier and downright pissed me off. You get migrants that are coming in here. They're getting Section 8. They're getting welfare. They're getting all these different programs. They're even getting Social Security. They've never put not 1 ounce of money into the Social Security system, and they're getting full benefits. And you know, we're told that even though taxes don't mean shit, we're mass printing money. You think that the government would at least take 1 year, mass print all that money back into the Social Security system, or even write it down electronically, so that way when the millennials retire or even Gen X retire, they get something. But they're so incompetent, they go like, no man, we'll do it next year. We'll do it a year after. And now it's they're like, yeah, we might have to give Burger King coupons to the millennials, and we might have to not give full benefits to Gen X. So it's like, yeah, it's they're pretty incompetent, and I don't know what the fuck the government is planning on doing, but I think they're the most currently right now retarded administration ever in history.
Yeah, I need to go out for a quick smoke. We'll catch you in 5.
What did he say? He going to go out for a quick smoke and then what?
Yeah, that's about it. I don't know about anything else.
Who cares?
I don't want to be perverted, but it sounded like he said something perverted. That's why I was like, he surely didn't say that. I think maybe the reason why they're letting all the immigration come in is because possibly the Jesuits are in control. And they're doing a good job of hiding it.
Yeah, a lot of people are calling them out now. You know, gobble madness is what they're calling it. They're all getting pissed, and the mass migration isn't helping shit. Even New York Eric Adams went to the border, something that Kamala couldn't do, and he saw it. He saw the 50,000 people that are pouring in, and he was like, "Holy shit, New York cannot handle this. None of the blue cities can handle this. Shit, Texans couldn't handle it. So it's just flooding in." And most people don't want to talk about this, but we're also getting Chinese migrants too. 10,000 Chinese. From where, bro? Why the fuck are we getting 10,000 Chinese from somewhere? But we're getting 10,000 a month. Maybe it goes up and down, but we're getting softly invaded.
How do you know that?
This was reports on the Texan border. Shit, even
I know,
Eric.
but where's those numbers coming from though?
Well, the census, because again, migration. The migrant officers are counting the numbers. You know,
I know,
they
but
have to.
who are they reporting the numbers to, and where are you finding that information?
Well, there's a Texan news reports. There's a Texan state from border patrols. There's let's see. There's the Arizona post migrations census. You can go ahead and look it up. Carrie Lake has a website that tells you how many people are going in and out. You know, there's a whole bunch of them. You just gotta look it up.
I know, but I'm saying, do you really trust the source that's reporting the numbers correctly?
Well, I'm trusting the sources from individuals that want to stop the flow of migration. So, you know, they're giving you an understanding that this massive invasive migration is bad. We need to stop this completely, zero that shit out. And here's the numbers. And clearly they want to get their facts straight because they're dealing with the opposing party that's saying, no, man, this migration is not bad.
Well, tell me this. So you think there's actually Border Patrol agents and people who are in charge of that who want the people to stop coming across the border?
Yeah, there was actually a video of a bunch of Border Patrol agents having, I think, a little patrol conversation. They were in like a little office, and they were talking about doing their jobs. And a lot of them are saying, what's the fucking point of doing our jobs if you're going to let them go inside the country? You know, they round up people.
That's what they want. That's it. It would be like a doctor giving somebody medicine or healing them so they don't have to come back to the doctor. It doesn't make any sense financially. You know?
Yeah, but you have to understand, are doctors really in the business of trying to heal people, or are they pharmaceutical representatives of a pharmacy? Because their job is to make... Yeah, go ahead,
Sorry. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Please
No,
continue.
that's okay, bro. I don't care. Go ahead.
I didn't mean to. Okay, but I'll, that goes against logic, man, because just like doctors don't heal people to keep you coming back, the Border Patrol would want to do their job in order to retain job security, because if they don't need to do their job, then why does their job exist? It wouldn't exist anymore. You just let people flow over. So people
what
in the
about
Texas
an
Border
astronaut
Patrol.
job? Why would he exist if outer space isn't real?
Why would he what? I'm sorry.
So why would an astronaut's job exist then if outer space wasn't real?
It's the illusion. It's the same way they got acting stars on Hollywood, right? The stars are there for on the floor to show best actors, and the fact that you have all the astronauts with the stars on the walkway because they're actors. You ever look at Kaepernick was also part of the NASA program. You know, that's why when he did The Shining in the book of Stephen King's had nothing to do with Apollo 11, nothing, but Kaepernick has it all over the movie.
So what I'm saying is that they want people to think that the Border Patrol agents really care and they want to stop people from coming across the border. We don't even know if that many people. It's just like, how could they tell us that an asteroid's
Never been
coming
to the border before.
Yeah, I live like 5 hours from it.
That doesn't mean that you've been there and actually seen what's going on and what a border patrol does. I mean, you might go through the stupid checkpoints, right, where you just drive through and all you have to say is, "Yes, I'm a citizen." That's not border. That's not the border patrol we're talking about down on the border, man. It's totally different down there.
Yeah, man. And there's videos for it too, man. Yeah, there are videos.
I know, but there's videos of space, dog. That doesn't mean it's real.
Here's the difference. If that's the argument you want to go for, right? If the deep state government or the government is saying one thing, and you're going like, all right, so I believe everything the opposite that the government says, then look at the individuals that are going up against the government, which are clearly, the government is saying there is no mass migration. There is no massive invasive migration, period. There's nothing to worry about it. That means opposite would be there is a mass migration and we get massively invaded.
Well, I mean, I see on mainstream news all the time that there's a mass migration. They've been seeing that for years, bro. They do it in different sessions, in different seasons, you know. The news that they bring.
Oh, brother.
They say that shit on mass. They say that shit on that.
Oh. FBI man got him. Oh, there he goes. As you were saying, bro?
What?
Hey, you got cut off. You got kicked off for a bit.
Oh, shit.
Getting dragged into a meeting.
Is my microphone working good?
Yeah, it's working. I could hear you, buddy. Go ahead and finish what you were saying.
So I've seen on mainstream media them saying that there is a migration problem and that all kinds of people are pouring over the border and Biden doesn't want to do anything to stop it.
Well, I'll tell you that.
I'm not quoting it exactly what they say, but it might as well be that. You know, they say, but like, so I have heard it recently on mainstream media about the border crisis and about how the border is being flooded. You know.
Well, the truth is, there's definitely a migration. There's definitely a massive invasion of Chinese.
Have you
how do I
witnessed
know?
it? Yeah, do you experience it?
No, I never personally seen it at the borders, but I see it in New York when they were bringing all those people into New York from the borders, and they were flooding the hotels and all the other boroughs.
Wait, you saw them bring? You actually were there in New York and seen that shit?
Yeah, the buses. They just keep bringing. Eric Adams even said it on TV. And I didn't get to see the speech of Eric Adams, but I can assure you the TV said it, where Eric Adams says we can't take anymore. New York. He's the mayor of New York. He is as Democrat as you can think, bro. You know,
can't believe what you see on TV. Remember?
Yeah, there's a limit to that. You know, there's pretty little speeches and a little scary shit. Yeah, there's a level and point that you can believe in that shit. That's the oh shit face. But regardless, there is mass migration, whether you want to believe it or not. That's a hardcore fact. It's up to you if you want to do your own research and believe it.
And why do you think people migrate?
The goblins are over there in Honduras, Venezuela, Ecuador, and they're called refugees. I forgot it was called Volunteers for Refugees, and they're pushing migrants by paying them to go on the buses.
Because remember in 1900 fucking whatever it was, in the early 1900s, the US was paying twice the minimum wage of any other country, and that's during the Depression in Europe, and you had an influx of Scottish people and Italians. Why would they go to America?
There's so many Italians named Tony.
That's not the point. We're talking about the point of inflation and money and wages.
Just real quick. Just humor me. Why are they named Tony?
Probably because their first name was Anthony.
Oh, because when they got here, they had a sign that said "To New York."
That's good. I like it.
So you were saying double minimum wage, the people coming over here?
That's why there was such an influx during the Depression with Scottish and Italians coming to the States. It's because they were coming for better wages, and they were coming to live the American dream. That's where the whole saying stemmed from.
Even though the majority of Americans didn't get a chance to vote for that, they just decided that willingly. That's what's called the Great Replacement Plan. They mass migrated all these people in.
Why would you believe any single person in America's vote even counts or that it's even counted? I mean, forget voter fraud, bro. How do there is even voter? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you got to say that you got to say that, and you got to look at the unemployment values, because companies need employees, and if people in your own country can't be fucked working, then you're going to have to find them from elsewhere. That's the only reason why there's immigrants.
Well, the situation is this, and this is why there should be regulation against corporations. This is why we live in a neo-corporation world. Because the simple fact is,
there'd be no corporations.
No, there would be corporations. Here's a simple but enjoyable fact here in New York. There's a lot of people that don't want to work. There's a lot of companies that are doing shady shit. Where, like, for instance, would you work once a week for 4 hours, Jazz? Would you consider that part-time work, 4 hours a week, on call, whenever they choose to have you replace?
Yeah, well, that's a different story.
No. I'm just asking you. Just say yes or no. It's because that's a thing that's going over here in New York. That, like, if I wanted to apply for Burger King, I wouldn't get a full schedule. I wouldn't even get the legal department's labor, which is not even being enforced, for 25 hours. I would get 4 hours a week, and this what they considered a hyper-competitive on-call schedule. So that means if they need me tomorrow, fuck my life, I have to be on call. And it's the same thing with...
It sounds the same here with Burger King and McDonald's. If you're required, you have to be here. If you're not, fuck off.
Yeah, now here's the funny thing. Before the quiet quitting began, everything here was about $15 an hour for the minimum wage. Yeah. And if you were to go to McDonald's, even if you had 20 years of working experience, they're still going to pay you $15 an hour. But now, if I go to do an application, which I just recently looked up, they're all paying $22, $25 an hour. You know why? Because they can't hire the illegals, because the Department of Labor is making sure, like, hey, if you get an illegal, you got to pay them the same price, if not more. So the ideas of back in the days of hiring illegals for slave labor is gone. So now they have to do competitive. And there's a lot of stores now competing for schedule and stuff like that. So that's exactly what's happened. You can't flood the market with cheap labor and then think, oh, the corporations are going to be competing for labor. The same way that happens with towns. You get like five companies in a town, they're competing.
Wait, you know? my client can't. He's been trying to hire people for 5-6 years, or probably more, and he can't fill the positions. Seems like nobody wants to work, and he'll hire illegals as long as they got a number.
Yeah, it's because people are morally broken now. They realize after the pandemic, they can do odd jobs. They can do small part-time jobs here and there. They don't need to go for a career because fuck that. They're not married. Majority of them are single. And majority of them are either staying with their parents or roommates. So they found a cheap place to do it. So there's not need. And a lot of the illegal migrants are already on welfare. They're set. Why would these illegal migrants and some of these ethnic minorities, why would they go to work when they're getting paid far more in unemployment and food benefit programs? And if they go to work, they get off the programs. So fuck it.
That's me. I got that food program.
So yeah, if you get a job and you make a certain threshold, you lose those food programs.
I know I lost mine recently.
Sorry to hear, but that's the issue.
Yeah, bro, it really messed me up because I love to eat. I mean, I love to eat.
So, this is what happens when you get this massive welfare system that pays more than a fucking average day's work.
It's a little bit less, but there's something, I don't know, almost grandiose about pulling out your EBT card at Vaughn's and using that instead of cash. I just feel better about using the EBT card.
Yeah, it's not more money.
I feel like there's this stigma about cash that people kind of look at you funny. But when I have the EBT card, everybody's like, "Yep." It's like a Mentos commercial. I just pull out the EBT card and everybody's like, "Oh, okay, I get it."
Yeah, back in the days, it used to be a shame kind of thing, but now
Can
no
I
one
ask
cares.
you how much you get from that EBT card? Is it a monthly thing?
Jackie, how much do we get on the EBT card? 516 a month. I thought it was 400.
Okay, so that's like
you get an extra 100. You didn't tell me that. Man, I think we're getting an extra 100. She didn't tell me about till now. Oh shit, man, I'm good.
Now, why would anyone want to go to work, right?
You can't buy wine or shit. Like, what's the deal?
Yeah, but I mean, you could buy munchies and shit when you smoke weed. You know.
In Texas, you can buy sodas.
I don't drink no
Couldn't
wine.
Believe that. Couldn't believe that.
We could. There's a pizza place that takes EBT right here, and their Subway takes EBT. And hey, I'm gonna put you guys up on a little game and save you guys a little bit of money while maintaining your suave in front of a chick. So normally when you go out with a chick and you're expected to give a tip, chicks look at that like, oh, he didn't tip the waiter. That's kind of rude, right? So you're probably not gonna get any tonight, you know. So when you go to Subway right here by where I live and you use your EBT card, when you use a credit card, it gives you an option like how much you want to pay. 10, 15, 20%. When you use the EBT card, it doesn't have the option to give a tip. So you can be like, oh, can I give you a tip? And then be like, oh, there's no option. You know, so you get your sandwiches and leave without giving a tip, but still maintaining, your level of respect with a female, bro. I'm just putting you guys up on game.
I don't think it's game to take your female to Subway. Just saying.
Well, I mean, it's better than, it's better than somebody. It's better than
It's better than a dumpster. Yeah.
Well, they cop sun chips there, man.
Yep. Yeah,
but hey,
I think they're short on the red ones though, man. They've only had the other ones.
Subway is gourmet compared to the soup kitchen.
Yep.
Yeah, but anyways, if you guys are ever and be like, damn, I want to take this chick out, but I just can't. That problem you always have. I can't afford a tip. Tips, 5, 10, 20%. That's crazy, bro. I mean, so
we don't know the problems that you have.
Wait, can you tip EBT or not?
No, you can't. That's the thing. You can act like you're going to, like, oh, I want to give a tip, and then be like, oh, I can't find a thing. Oh, we gotta go. You know what I mean? I gotta run. You know what I mean? Still maintain your
composure. I haven't been to Subway in a while, but I went to Subway recently, and the footlongs were like $11. Dude, what happened, dude? Like big time, like increase.
Right. I mean, some people can't afford that $11. You know what I mean? Especially with a tip, that'd be like 13 something. I mean, that's outrageous, bro. But you can still act like you're going to give it.
It costs $17 to $23 to get a footlong Subway with double meat, which I think is only like $1.50 extra, and 2 bags of chips, 3 cookies.
I think just on a sandwich, drink, and chips, I know I paid like over $20 for like a maxed out sub.
Did you pay with your EBT card or with cash or with credit card?
Oh yeah, with cash. But
okay, did you leave
terrible,
him a tip?
But what a waste of $20.
Did you leave him a tip?
I don't think. Why would I? I didn't like the sandwich.
I didn't
for $20
at Subway.
Okay, you know how they have like a little jar with money for tipping.
Waitress wages, or when somebody at a facility goes out of their way to help me. Now, at a restaurant where I know the waitress or waiter is making waiters' wages and not cook's wages or whatever, then yeah, I tip more than I'd like to. Because if I was in their position, I would want someone to tip me.
But you don't tip at Subway.
No, I don't tip at Subway.
imagine this scenario though. Imagine if they took EBT cards at nice restaurants, right? Where you take your girl and you're like, oh, like fumbling around, like I wanted to give him a tip, but you can't. It won't. It just will not let you. And you're a man of the future. You don't carry cash, bro. So you know what I mean. Imagine a scenario like that. In a perfect world, it would be like that now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't like the whole Western
Your fancy place with an EBT card. What
restaurant
about
systems.
wine and beer? Is that kosher or what?
I don't know. I don't really drink alcohol too often.
Say is that kosher? What vernacular of kosher are you using? Just out of
Can you use
curiosity.
EBT at the weed shop?
I don't mean like Manischewitz wine at a restaurant. I mean, who buys that anyway? But like, no. Could you buy a bottle of wine at the restaurant you're using the EBT card at?
I mean, I think you can do anything if you have enough game. You know
Restaurants
what I mean?
don't
You
take
got the gift of
EBT.
gab, bro.
That's
You know what I
true.
mean?
The
Restaurants in
machines.
general don't take EBT. I know it's only like the major food store, grocery stores that do.
Yeah.
I see people at Walmart using it, and the machine knows like what
Oh,
is EBT and what is not, and you can tell which day everybody's EBT cards get charged up as well because like it's packed and the clothes that people wear are totally different.
Well, I'll put you up on game, bro. If you ever see one of them people using EBT and the chick don't have, or it's like a dude and he don't have kids, remember he's buying whatever. You could be like, well, give you, I mean, because it's half price. That's 50 cents on a dollar. So, but buy me like $40 for the groceries. I'll shoot you $20. You know what I mean? They'll do it quick too. You know what I mean? They'll walk around with you because they don't want you to take their card and not bring it back. But they'll walk around with you real quick. You can grab what you need real quick. You know what I mean? $40 worth of food, $20. I do that shit sometimes. Right? I'll hit somebody up and be like, hey, you want, half money right now? And they'll, yeah. Tell me how much you want to spend. Let's do this. You know what I mean? You got to think though. You gotta think quicker than the average person, bro. When opportunities like that present themselves, you know what I mean? Y'all feel me or what?
No, we understand. I understand.
You guys feel me? You know what I mean? If you guys were in the room, you'd give me high fives right now. You know what I mean?
Let me ask you: you get EBT? Do you also work?
Yeah, and that's the problem. They're starting to. When Jackie filled out the information for the EBT, she put both of us on there on the card, so we were getting $5 something a month. We got 4 dogs to feed, and so now that I got a job,
holy shit,
I guess
bro,
they're going to be taking money. They're going to be taking money off the EBT. They're not going to give her as much because they found out I had a job. I don't know how they found out. She sure as hell didn't tell them. I didn't tell them.
Access?
But it goes through the system. This is the first job I had since 2007, though. So
are you paying taxes on this or under the table?
Well, yeah, taxes because it's at the gas station. So,
that's how they found out.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I would have got away with that shit too if it wasn't for those meddling kids and that dog. You know what I mean? I'm all about getting over on the government, bro. 1 penny at a time, 1 food stamp at a time. You know what I
mean? when you say you have 4 dogs,
we can tell. You're very proud of being broke.
Yeah.
You have 4 dogs. Are you serious about that?
Yeah, I have 4 dogs. They're little dogs, but yeah, they're terrorists. You never hear them barking sometimes.
So, do you buy dog food for those 4 dogs?
Yeah, I do. Jackie says she does. I do sometimes.
Can you get dog food with EBT?
You can't buy dog food with EBT, but we feed them chicken breast. We get the kibble with cash. You know what I mean? And then we give the chicken breast.
You must love your dogs, man. I can tell already.
Yeah, we do.
What are their names?
Feisty, Whiny, Dozer, and Gurday.
Let me ask you this. Are they flat earthers?
Yeah. Well, everybody's a flat earther, whether they know it or not. But all animals know the earth is flat. Their senses tell them so.
We gotta have a flat earth shirt for dogs. Like, when they put the t-shirt on the chihuahuas, like, you have to be like flat earth.
We're all banging flat out of Compton right here, dog. You know what I mean?
He can't buy shirts with his EBT card, man.
Are you sure? Some places in LA you can, in Santee Alley and shit. You can use EBT right there. I mean, some places will work with you, bro. If like I said, bro, you got to know how to talk to people, though. You know.
Charge me for 5 of those Gatorades, and that'll cover the shirt.
You guys get your Latter-day Saint shirts yet, or what?
I don't buy merchandise.
You don't buy
Like that.
Latter-day Saints gear? That's
No,
cool.
because I can have it printed myself for $5.
You ever have a shirt that says Latter-day Saints printed?
No. Look, I'm working on an automatic press right now.
Nice. What designs are you gonna make?
I didn't say I was an artist.
Well, you're just gonna have the thing to press the shirts.
No, it's not mine.
Oh.
I'm working on it for my client.
Oh,
but
cool.
he has a DTG machines as well. So if you like only want one shirt or a few shirts, you get them that way.
All right.
So like the shirts you see on Teesprings for like $22.
Yeah.
It's costing Teespring before shipping, of course. It's costing them like $5.
Okay.
If you're getting a hoodie, it costs more, but
Yeah. So you guys just use other people's designs, or you're just part of the person working on the machine?
I just work. I mean, they got artists and stuff, but most people that want a shirt printed already have a design.
Yeah.
So they bring their artwork to you, and then you tweak it if it needs to be tweaked, or tell them, why they can't have it this or that. That needs to be like this or that. And if they're getting screen printing, then you charge them for separations. Because an artist has to go through and do the separations. They don't have even AI that does it worth a crap yet.
No, it's just garbage.
What, AI
I can
art?
pretty much I can create anything with this iPad Pro right here in the pen tool.
No, separations. So like, say you have this art piece, right? And it's got, let's just say it has eight colors. Each color has to be separated to, back in the day, it would have been like transparencies. Now they don't have to be on transparencies, but they still have to be separated, like in an art file, to print the screen, because for every color you're going to need a screen, and for some colors you might even need 2 screens. But those colors have to be separated, and then the ink is put on each color, and as the press goes around, a squeegee goes over the screen to impress it onto the shirt.
Okay. Because I know the AI art thing is pretty bombing right now. Won a few competitions. Saw that online. You can make a whole bunch of custom shirt with fucking AI art.
It's not personal art though. It has like this empty void feeling to it.
Most people can't tell the difference, and most of
No,
the
definitely not. Most people are void themselves though.
yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. That some of the artworks that AI prints is pretty cool. Some of them looks great.
If you kind of keep working the same idea, eventually it'll give you something that's pleasing.
Yeah, exactly. There's a guy.
And then you can just and if like some shit's like abnormal or weird, like a guy with like 3 arms, or like a dude with like 10 fingers or something like that, you can like mask that out and have it like redo those pieces. That's
Yeah, touch it up. What might take some artists 3 to 4 days of like 8 hours a day of art. You can get the AI art generate to a certain angle, and you can patch it and change it up, or go with it. There was an Asian guy that was making money off of it, showing you how to make money off of digital AI art, and it shit's banging.
I think it's bad, and it puts a lot of people out of jobs. It takes away creativity. I mean, it's basically looking at designs made by demons.
No. So like, I'm more of the kind of guy as this, right? And I like to call this karma. A lot of the digital motherfuckers were telling the blue collar workers, learn the fucking code and all this other shit. Now AI art's stealing their fucking jobs. And the creative artists that are out there, they're not fucking sweating this shit. Actually, they're using this thing to amplify their shit. They're making money off of it. The same way when VR characters, you know, the VR avatars that were coming out for Twitch streamings and from these OnlyFans, they're making mad money. And they're like, oh, I can't compete with a 3D model. It's like, then just fucking switch. Get a VR character. You'll make banging money. But either you adapt or you lose. The same way they were telling the truckers, the drill miners, the fucking oil guys, oh, learn the fucking code, bro. All right, well then, learn to fucking adapt.
What if the adoption comes down to getting the chip? Otherwise, you can't go inside these facilities to work anymore.
Bro, it's AI generated art and AI generated voices, scripts. Not fucking putting a chip inside your body. It's just either adapt with the new technology or fucking bitch about it.
No, but what I'm saying is that's what it's coming down to, though.
Like, I don't know, man. Like, it's a crazy program that thing is. But it's almost like if Google came out today, and you were like, nah, I don't dig on all that computer shit. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
you're gonna get dusted. Maybe it won't matter for you though. I mean, but like, I mean, honestly, like it could improve your rap game, no doubt.
How?
Because you could ask ChatGPT right now to like tell you how to make breakfast, and what do you want to make? Like, you want a pork roll, egg, and cheese sandwich. Let's say everybody does, even if you don't know what that is. And you could tell it to make a rap out of it. How do I make this sandwich? And tell me it in the form of a rap. And you could be specific about it, like gangster rap or old school. You know what I mean? You can do all those kinds of things. So yeah, I don't know. That just seems like a good thing.
I'm gonna ask ChatGPT to write poems using Dr. Seuss. And can you make a poem, Dr. Seuss, about Civil War? And it was the most fucking coolest looking poem. I'll see if I can find it. And they did it on the first try. It was fucking great.
Y'all heard about them turning the PC off on the GB chat?
Wait, what?
People found a way to turn like the political correctness off on the.
Oh, Dan, I know what you mean.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I've been using that.
Well, that's like a feature that like ChatGPT can like basically act as anything you tell it to. So it can like kind of override itself if you tell it to act as that. So you can tell it to act as a, financial planner or what the fuck. I was using it yesterday just to like search facts and stuff like that. I'm trying to research something, right? I'm trying to research about like some lenses. God help me. Anyway, there's just like a limit. Like I hit Wikipedia, I can go through all the forums of photography or whatever, but it's just not there. But ChatGPT somehow can tell me like where Bausch and Lomb had a factory in Japan and when and stuff like that. And then I'm like, oh, well then, maybe these lenses are that coat because they had a factory there. You know what I'm saying? Like that's crazy sauce. But it's like every other avenue that I tried to learn about that is like a dead end. I don't know. It's pretty cool shit.
Oh yeah. I'll tell you right now, like these AI things are definitely gonna start clapping some of these journalist jobs. Especially there was a guy that went over there. His job was to sell and advertise AI implementation in the workplace. And he went over there and he went and put up a prompt to get Churchill to have Churchill write a speech about why cornflakes with milk is better than orange, and it was fucking phenomenally great for one shot. Posted it, and you can even ask for alternatives, and that little page right there is what got the company to go like, yeah, sign me up for this AI thing.
Right, because you can ask for variations on something too, I think.
Yep, you can ask for it to change it, clean it up. You can ask, can I get another version of it, and it will do it within less than a few minutes.
Yeah.
I wonder what its answer would be if you ask it why people say axe instead of ask.
Oh, it's going to say it's a slang. You know, the same way, like, you know, me being from New York, I say water, and you're gonna say no, it's water.
Sometimes people will just say things wrong within a group anyway, just for fun. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We have Wada down here in Texas. It's called Whataburger.
Which is like an okay burger, by the way. It's like not that great. I've sampled many burgers from across this land of ours, and in Canada.
Shit, Midwest and Southern meat is always the best.
For
And
fast
London.
food,
I've been to London, and I've
my
been to
favorite
Amsterdam. I've been all around the world, and there's only a couple good burgers I've ever had. But Whataburger wasn't them. Man, I'm sorry. I wish it was. I like the sign a lot.
It is fast food. Like, are you comparing it to like restaurant burgers or other fast food chain burgers? Because like In-N-Out ain't got crap on Whataburger when it comes to the burger.
Diner burgers are pretty fucking phenomenal.
I'll go with that.
Steakhouse too. Dude, I know there was a restaurant in Missouri that made the most banging strawberry syrup pancakes.
I thought you were going to say strawberry hamburgers, and I was going to be like,
No, strawberry pancakes. That I felt when someone
My
says
brain
like
said
I
he was
got
gonna
close to
say
having.
strawberry shortcake.
Nah, man. But I'll eat that too, bro. That shit's tasty. I'd never forget that day. I would literally go to Missouri Springfield, that restaurant, just for a fucking bite. Good times. No,
Stuff tastes better when we were younger.
Yeah.
Than it does now. Restaurant wise.
Well, quality probably went down. Food probably got added in more chemicals and less nutrients.
Yeah, chemicals. Chemicals
like,
and nutrients.
Making everyone gay and
food.
shit.
Like everybody gets the same, not that great food to start with. A lot of these restaurants just order from like a big chain, cover all their, little things. Soup sometimes.
What is it, Ben's or something like that? Uncle Ben's?
Uncle Ben's.
Great power comes great responsibility. Now I heard Spider-Man's a handicap.
Spider-Man's handicapped now?
Yeah, a handicapped woman.
All right.
Swinging webs with her support leg structure.
Is it actually a woman?
I don't actually know. Maybe it's not a woman. Maybe it's a Decepticon.
Isn't there like no cyborg Spider-Man?
Yeah, there is from the multiverse.
Yeah, I know.
But fucking
Why
Marvel
was
and DC
the government
are
should
dead.
have been trying to make more Spider-Man now? They would have been like, oh, there's a Spider-Man. Let's try to make more. We'll make evil Spider-Man. That would have been a good plot. I don't know. I don't like the Venom plot with the moon symbiote thing. I'm just like, nah, on it.
Yeah, I stopped reading comic books after it got like really political. I just moved into reading Japanese mangas and manhwas, and I just gave the comic book industry wanted to commit suicide, so let them. Gotta grow up sometime, right?
Never.
Yeah. It's like I love it when they go like, "Oh, we didn't make these comic books for white people. Fuck off and die, white man." Okay. Why no one bought our comic books? No fucking shit.
What do you mean they didn't make it for white man?
Yeah, you didn't like they you had comic book authors talking about
what's the percentage like white comic book superheroes to black ones? It's got to be a little bit
pretty
unfair.
high, but
I'm not saying you need like racial equality in superheroes, but it's fiction.
Yeah, I'm always about create original black characters or fucking original whatevers. Don't fucking gender bent and color bent because it's not doing anyone justice, man. Like
right, Justice League had Black Lightning.
Yeah, shit. You know what's the best fucking black character I love to this day? Fucking Spawn. That motherfucker is the dopest motherfucker there is. He kicked God in the devil's ass. Killed Malboza. Oh man, dude was fucking rocking.
I think his character design's a little derivative, but
dude,
I got you.
His story is fucking epic. It's like Berserk.
All right.
But regardless, comic book industry got politicized. So did movies. Now they're fucking going bankrupt.
That was interesting. A comic book, right? Because it was from Image Comics, and Image Comics was kind of like the third party to the DC and Marvel, like whatever monopoly on the shit.
Mm-hmm.
And that's Todd McFarlane.
Oh yeah, the guy who also made Venom.
Oh, he made Venom.
Mm-hmm. So he based his Spawn shit right after.
Oh, that makes sense. Oh yeah, because it's like a symbiote armor. Yeah, that's so lame.
Yeah, but it's kind of cool, bro. You know, if something works, man, just carry on. It's his shit.
I'm hating on Spawn and Venom. I'm hating on Todd McFarlane generally here. I'm sorry.
I'm Conan and fucking Punisher, Ghost Rider.
Some people are Punisher fans, and they're just like really into Punisher fans, like being like they don't call him the Punisher; they call him by his real name. And I'm like, you're
Frank Castle.
Like you're a real fan of that, aren't you?
Dude, everyone is now like most popular hero to this day is fucking Punisher.
But it's interesting that they brought in that multiverse. It really like fills a lot of holes. But then like other things too are bringing in multiverse is a multi. Like it's not simply Marvel that went multiverse. It's a lot of other properties are like, yeah, we can multiverse as well, and then they did that. So it's like this weird. What a weird fucking time it is.
Yeah, they confirm multiverses exist.
Anyway,
well, what a weird time. Yeah, can you imagine telling yourself back 5 years from now that all the events that came up? It's like, hey, bro, they're gonna be this great fucking pandemic, and it's gonna be a scam. There's also gonna get this Alzheimer retarded dude is gonna be running for president. Also,
buy Bitcoin.
Buy Bitcoin and then sell it right away.
Oh, sell it when it gets to 16,000 or 24,000.
No, honestly, like if I had bought Bitcoin at a quarter, I don't know how long I would have held on to it.
You'll never feel as bad as a guy who spent like 20 Bitcoin for a pizza.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that wasn't 20 Bitcoins.
How much
was
it?
That was like 20,000 Bitcoins or 2,000 Bitcoins. It wasn't. Yeah, it was a lot more than 20.
Oh, that man is screaming right now. $23,000. Well, if I ever did go back in time, it would definitely be Bitcoin and lottery tickets.
I think they figured it out. The pizza was $2 million per slice.
Well, if it was a quarter,
ever.
Yeah, it depends on like what the rate was for each Bitcoin. But yeah, like a $20 pizza would cost you like 80 quarters, and if you had bought it at a quarter piece, it'd be 80 Bitcoins. You can retire on that, but not a pizza.
Nope.
Which sucks. I want to retire on a pizza. I made a pizza.
Dude, I remember there was a joke.
I always wonder if Smurf really does have a bunch of Bitcoins lost on a hard drive.
That story is such a good story, right?
Yeah, I've heard.
Okay.
He sounds so sincere and honest about it. I don't know if he is or not, but
I know somebody
who I'm talking
that
about,
was
right?
claiming it.
I've heard.
No,
you've heard. So he's on most all the flat Earth servers. His screen name is Smurf, and he claims that he has I forget how many Bitcoins on a hard drive, and he can't get into the hard drive. Anyway, if you ever see him, ask him about it.
All right, probably gonna forget about it.
And I know somebody with almost the same story. I don't think it was Bitcoins though. Probably like Ethereum or something. But then I'm like, are you serious? Like, I don't know if he's serious or not, to be honest. That's why I don't talk to him that much, though. Yeah. Yeah, but like, ChatGPT is supposed to update itself soon, right?
Supposedly.
Like before the summer. supposed to come out with like a V whatever.
Really updating itself.
Well, it's like it's compositing like all that whatever people have run through it in the last couple months, which is substantial.
And do they have this? I haven't really looked into it at all. Do they have it on multiple servers, or is there one hub for this thing, or what?
I think you can download the software to your computer, and then it just like sends it to like they have a server.
Who's running the server?
What is it? The OpenAI company.
And they're doing this for is it free to download the software?
Yeah, the whole service is free.
So how are they making money off of it?
Well, we're probably beta testing shit.
I mean, I'm not really
Are they
asking those
Are they
questions.
saving? Are they saving everybody's?
I
Are they
imagine
saving
they are.
everybody's questions, like for analytics, for some purpose, where they can sell that information to somebody? Because they got to be making money off of it somehow.
I mean, like just making a custom, like if you would assume that a company like that can make a general purpose thing, they could also, well, like Google put out the search engine. What are they getting charged like for? I don't know, man. I don't know how it's working. It might be investors behind it, that have been like pushing the whole thing the entire time, and they don't care. They're just they have like they could just have deep pockets. I don't know, man. But it could also be like pushed by like shell corporations that have unknown fucking money that are going. I don't know. I don't know what the interest is.
I don't follow Elon, but he says that people are making fun of him because he's broke. And he's like, I'm not broke. I've been investing I don't have cash on hand because I've been investing all my money into AI.
I don't know. It just seems like a way to keep yourself broke so that you don't have to pay taxes. Sure. And then your company just owns everything. But that's kind of like what Mr. Beast does, right? He doesn't like own his money that he makes. Like that money goes to a corp, and then he just basically lives inside of that.
Yeah, but he's also like getting constant monthly checks from ad revenue and other investments.
I know, but it doesn't go to it. Apparently, like tax wise, he funnels that to. It doesn't go to him direct. It goes to like
funnel it into a trust and not a corporation, because corporations get taxed and trusts get taxed totally different.
It would make more sense to do something like that. But he's hiring like so many people, and whatever, like the budgets for his stuff. Yeah, he seems like a really smart guy.
I've never watched one of his videos, but I was listening to him being interviewed the other day, and yeah, he sounds like he thinks on 4 different levels at the same time. Sounds like he's a very high intellect.
Well, I was listening. I was an interview with his investor, and like as far like he had this intuition about how to break the algorithm, and so I don't know if that changes, all the time. It probably does, but actually at this point it doesn't matter because like he's got so much like momentum on the engine itself, like that. He's going to be easy to find. But yeah, he was like just strange things that he was into. I guess about like intros, because intros really, if you have a good intro, there's a good possibility people watch to the end. I guess if it's good content, and so like well, the story was he just like spent so much time like on a 30-second intro to because he had the intuition that it was that was what would be necessary for him to like get it to 1 million views and whatever. Man, it's just like, yeah, he's an interesting guy.
My favorite part is when he fired all those liberal Twitter people. Shit was funny as fuck. Only people that work here.
I heard him say the first 15 seconds matter the most, and then how he in that interview I was listening to, and how like his thumbnails spent more time on his thumbnails than he did on the videos, and that he researched all the trending videos to see what their thumbnails look like, and like what seemed to catch people's eyes the most to click on it. Yeah, but are his videos worth watching? I've never seen one.
Yeah, it's just like engineered clickbait, but there's like, you know, it's not clickbait because it's like he'll do the thing, you know, whatever it's, you know, we're gonna fill a Olympic-sized swimming pool with fucking dice and jump into, I don't know, whatever fucking nonsense that they do. Fucking people love it. And then they want it all ham into Minecraft and stuff like that. The guy's just mining stuff here. You know, I guess it's something everybody could do if they just like strap that brain into their head right now. It probably takes so much like energy and commitment to it that probably you're verging on like crazy. You know what I mean? I wouldn't want to try to do that. Oh. What's up there, Sniffles? You all right?
Oh yeah, just allergies. My bad.
You need some medicine? I'm just fucking.
And I only know one person that has worse allergies than me, like in the springtime anyway.
Oh, yeah?
And we started graining our own wheat berries, and this past, we'll see if the same thing happens this spring. But last spring, man, I had no allergies. Like I'd normally sneeze like 400 times a day, and
What did you use?
through the whole allergy season, I only sneezed like maybe 30 times, if that.
Well, what do you use to stop those allergies?
The only thing that I changed in my diet was we started graining our own. I mean, graining. I said that backwards. We started milling our own grain. We'd buy wheat berries and mill them at home and make bread.
Oh, bread makes me allergic, huh?
What?
So you said you're milling your own grain. That means you're not buying store bought bread.
Correct. And my allergies went away.
Oh.
I would say something, you know, like my body's lacking something, and whatever it is in that fresh grain.
Have you alternately tried to like just cut grains out and see if that helped?
I love bread.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
No, I've not tried, and I will not, because eating the freshly milled grain, I have no allergies. So I'm not going to quit eating grain.
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm just wondering if it was just like because store bought. It could be something, an additive, possibly a preservative in the breads that was causing that. I don't know. That's the only change you made? Wow.
The only change I made, man. If you read Sue Becker's book, like I had listened to it before we bought a grain mill and stuff, and I was like, yeah, right, man, there's no way. Like, these stories are whack. Like one of the biggest like testimonials is people that have a problem with warts, like warts all over, and like the doctors even can't get, you know, the pharmaceuticals can't get rid of them either. Like they almost just give up, and then they hear that milling your own grain and cooking, you know, it will get rid of the warts, and they're in disbelief as well. And then they do it, and 3 weeks later, their daughter that was covered from head to toe in warts has not one wart anymore. There's a whole bunch of testimonials, and in her book, she goes over all the statistics of what happened when they started using steel mills and whatnot, and how many people died because of it. It's amazing facts. Like if you're a facts-based person and like facts interest you, like look up Susan Becker's book. It's really interesting. You wouldn't think a book about making bread would be interesting, but it's really interesting. She's got a lot of facts in there, man, like historical facts that you've never heard before in your life. And then you can go look them up yourself and see that she's not making it up. I bet Nutrimil is like, why are people buying all of our meals all of a sudden?
Is there any company that just makes like bread that way that you can just buy, or do you think it's only do it this way?
It'd have to be local. So in her book, she says that I don't know if this is a fact. This is what she says, but like I said, she will provide you with places to go look up the evidence. But she says that there's so much vitamin E in the wheat berry that whenever you mill it, that the vitamin E starts breaking down. I'm not going to use the right words. I'm just going to try to generalize. I'm not someone that can regurgitate information verbatim. It's not how my mind works. But she says something like there's so much vitamin E in it that by day 3, it's already, or maybe it starts at day 3 after you mill it. But after 7 days, it has less than 50% of its original nutritional value. And it's going to start going bad after however long. And that's why there's no nutrition in the bread you get from the stores, because one, through the milling process using the steel mills, it heats it up too high, which damages a lot of the nutrition somehow or fashion. I mean, if you're going to bake it, how does that not damage it? I don't quite get that part. But and then because of the vitamin E, they have to put it through some process at the mills so that it doesn't go rancid because of the vitamin E. And all these other processes pretty much make it just have no nutritional value whatsoever. I don't know though, man. Just I'm telling you, it's not boring. I don't tell people to read many books, but check out her book. It's pretty dang interesting. And she's not like selling like snake.
Once again, what's the name of the book?
Snake oil. No, I don't know the name of the book. Here, I'll just ask my.
It's not called Snake. I'm gonna start writing that down. Okay, forget it. What's the lady's name again?
Sue Becker's book.
Sue Becker.
It's called The Essential. No.
Okay.
It's called The Essential Homegrown Flour Book. Let me make sure this is the right book. All right. List of books by author.
No, you should hit. I don't know if Barrel Rider's awake or whatever, but he was saying yesterday how he was a baker. I'm like putting 2 and 2 together to figure this.
Maybe it's
a good idea.
I need to ask my wife. I don't know if this is the book or not. Like, I don't know if this recipe book also has all the facts and stuff in it, or. Maybe I put review in there and I get more information.
All right, I'm back.
I heard you guys talking about Bitcoin earlier. Is it completely crashed or something?
What?
Bitcoin crash or something? Bitcoin crash?
No, I don't think we were saying that.
No, Bitcoin's back up to 22,000. That's my check, I think. Bitcoin is 22,500
What was its highest?
per Bitcoin. 60.
It's a 22?
22.5, yeah. It was at 60K like about a year ago, year and a half.
When's that next halvening happening? A couple years. Then it'll be worth 60 grand again.
It was at 63,000 2021 Bitcoin.
Yeah. 2021. So by like 25, it should be hitting it again or so. Maybe 24. It's a buyer's market. It's cheap. 20,000. I mean, I guess if you could if you could hold on to that investment, it's got to pay off, right? Yep.
Henry died at
Who have I been talking to?
really caught my attention, and we see that over and over. So this is what began to happen, though, in the late 1800s.
Hello?
Good morning.
Who have I been talking to? I haven't looked at the chat since I got in here.
Oh, this is Snack to the Future.
All right.
That's your name? I serve the 11 a.m. What's so good about 11 a.m.?
Everybody go make your bed, do your
I
chores,
serve
and
the
get
1
everything
a.m.
straightened up, and then come back an hour and we do school. Well,
It's from,
so it's this
do you
liquid
know
waste.
5 to the 4th decimal?
2 weeks. Best investment. May not make the.
It's 3.1415.
Okay.
That's where I get, and that's how I remember the chapter where I get this screen name from. It's from Exodus chapter 3, verses 14 and 15.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I was just joking around. I got bad eyes, and it looks like it says 11 a.m.
Most people say I serve the lamb or the Islam, or they come up with all kinds of stuff. Okay.
But you're like a short order cook at like a lunch spot.
I'm sorry, what?
You serve the 11 a.m. shift. Maybe you're a short order cook.
No.
Okay,
I'm normally always asleep at 11 a.m. actually. If I'm still awake, it's because I've been awake all night, because I don't get up early. So
I wake up at like 3 a.m. It's like my wake up time. My internal clock's just broke.
yeah, I went to 2 sleep doctors because I'm nocturnal, and I wanted to know back in the day why I was tired all the time, like trying to live during the daytime, like a quote normal life. And because of my 2 sleep studies were so weird, I got to go see the best sleep doctor in the state of Texas. Both of the nurses at the sleep center said that I definitely had narcolepsy, because they're like, no one, the one nurse is like, I've worked here 8 years and no one has ever hit REM as fast as you do, let alone in all 3 naps and at night when you were sleeping. She's like, I've never seen results like yours before. Anyway, I got to go see the best sleep doctor in the state, supposedly. And she, when I got
so you're
there,
like your head hits the pillow and then you're just dreaming. Is that what it is?
dude, I could go to sleep in 30 seconds back then. Like on lunch break, whatever. Like I was asleep, and I couldn't go to sleep at night, right? I mean, I couldn't go to sleep until like 4 o'clock in the morning, and then I'm supposed to be at work at 7. So I would just drive to work. Like if it's 2 o'clock in the morning, like I'm just driving to work, and then I'd go to sleep there when I got there, and I'd pay people to wake me up, like in my car. Anyway, so I go see this lady, and she's like, "So what do you want?" I'm like, "What do you mean? What do I want? I want to know what's wrong with me." She's like, "Okay, well, if you find out what's wrong with you, like, how are you gonna fix it?" I'm like, "Yeah, I don't know. That's why I'm here to talk to you to see what my options are to fix it." And she's like, "Well, why do you want to know what's going on?" I'm like,
She's like gaslighting you. You're like, you're the best doctor.
I'm like, I was like, because I want to know how I can stop letting people down in my life, because like, I expect to be at work and keep a job, and when you don't call in till 6 p.m. and you're supposed to be there at 7 a.m., that looks bad, and like, you can't really operate a business when your employees like that, no matter how good of worker they are, or how willing they are to work however many hours you want them to. And she was like, "Well, what do you think of taking a pill? Like, is that what you want, a pill for it?" I was like, "No, I'm not going to take any pharmaceuticals for it." She goes, "You're not?" I was like, "No, ma'am." I'm like, "That's not a solution. That's not what I'm here for." And she goes, "Oh, our conversation." She goes, "Our conversation just totally changed then." I said, "Oh yeah, why is that?" She goes, "I give 80% of my clients placebos. Here, take these." she handed me like a whole stack of these pills, and she's like, I don't care if you throw them in the trash can. I don't care what you do with them. My contract just says I have to give them to someone. Here, take these. And I was like, but I'm not going to use them. She goes, yeah, that's the point. I don't want people taking them, but I still want their money. And I was like, why do you give 80% of your patients placebos? And she said, because more than 80% of my clientele are people over the age of 60, and they come, that's what they want. They want a pill, so I give them what they want. We have a conversation like this, they want a pill, I give them a pill, because there ain't nothing that's going to keep them. Like, naturally, they're fine. They only need 6 hours of sleep because they're over the age of 60. Once you reach over the age of 60, you only need 6 hours of sleep. They still go to bed at 8 o'clock because they're from, way back in the years when that's when everybody went to sleep. And they wake up at 2 in the morning and they think something's wrong with them and they won't listen to you. If you want to wake up at 6 a.m., you need to go to bed at 12 a.m. She's like, they won't listen to you, so I just give them a pill. It just happens to be a sugar pill. And I was like, okay, well, anyway, so what about me? And she's like, well, I'd like to call your mom. And I'm like, call my mom? Well, okay. She's like, yeah, I need you to sign this document, though, so I can talk to your mom. She's like, you cool with that? I'm like, yeah. And this was back before everybody had cell phones. And she's like, does your mom have a phone number she can be reached at? I'm like, yeah. She's like a secretary. She's got a phone at her desk. So she calls my mom and she goes, tell me, what was your son like at 3 months old? What was his sleeping habits like? And she said, well, he slept like a baby all day for the babysitter and kept me up all night. She goes, that's what I thought. Thank you very much. And hung up the phone. And she goes, there's nothing wrong with you. Don't ever let anyone say there's anything wrong with you. And she goes, I'd like to congratulate you because you're the most exhausted person I've ever met in my whole career. That's why your sleep results are so weird and why you hit REM more than anybody else in any studies I've ever seen has. And she goes, you're absolutely wore out. She goes, you can't live this way. She goes, if you want to live during the daytime, you either need to try to take pills, which most likely won't work, or you need to move across the pond. She's like, otherwise you need to, get a third shift job or do something where you can work your own hours. And she emphasized, don't let anyone say there's something wrong with you, because there's not. And she said that there's nothing ever been proven that says that what's it called, the circadian rhythm or whatever? The circadian.
Yeah.
Circadian method.
Circadian rhythm.
Rhythm. Yeah. She said there's nothing that's ever been proven that it has anything to do with light.
What?
That's what she said. I don't know. I never looked it up, but that's what she said. She said there's never been an actual scientific study to prove that the circadian rhythm has anything to do with light. She goes, yes, they can do these studies about some individuals their melatonin will start after a light goes away or whatnot. She goes, but there's not, she said there's not a consistent number to be able to like produce an actual study that you can say I used the scientific method to prove this.
I mean,
but like I said, I didn't go study it out to see if she was right or not. I just took her word for it.
Right. Yeah. I think
she might have just been trying to make me feel better about myself. I don't know.
Trying to give you another sugar pill.
Yeah. But when she told me that, I was like, man, this doctor isn't out like to get, she's not just trying to get money out of me. She's telling me information that means I never have to see her again. So I started working for myself after that, and now I work my own hours, so it doesn't matter when I sleep or when I don't.
And how do you work for yourself?
With my hands. How do you work for yourself?
I'm asking you. I don't know.
God, just looking for a change of employment. He's asking.
Are you like a handyman, like fixing like doorknobs and shit?
Fixing what?
Doorknobs.
No.
So what are you talking about? Like construction?
So I'm an electrician by trade. But when my client figured out I could do just about anything better than like most people that he would hire to do it, that he owns multiple businesses, and I'm pretty much like his female dog. Just do whatever he wants me to do, whichever one of his businesses has whoever runs it barking the loudest that needs something taken care of. I go to that business, and normally it's something that take, a day, 3 hours a day, and I end up being there a week because they want me to fix everything else that's messed up. So right now I am rebuilding pneumatic cylinders, because if you buy one of them, it's $157. But if you rebuild it, and I'm the one that told him that we could rebuild these, and I made like a book where, like, when I'm not around, someone else can take this binder, find the pneumatic. It's got a picture where I broke everything down. I'll take a picture and post it in chat so you can see what I'm saying. And I made these little kits for them because it's $1.30 to rebuild it, and it might take you 30 minutes. But it's $157 if you buy it. And then if you have somebody else like that services this type of equipment, they charge you like $300 to come out for a trip charge, and then like $125 an hour. 8 years ago, I don't know what they charge now for your hourly rate. What, Livestream text? Is that what y'all use? So for every pneumatic that's on the machine, I made a little thing like that. And then I made on the back of the pamphlet, I taped the O-ring. I tried to make it where any kind of dumbass could do it.
Like, you're not worried about like big pneumatic piston coming down hard on you, I guess.
No, I mean, when you're working on the air, you could just make sure
No, I
the
just
air's
mean
off the machine.
you're cutting a whole corporation out of its profit margin rebuilding these things. You know what I mean? I'm just playing around, man.
Yeah. Oh.
That's really cool. What kind of a machine is it? Like a lift or something?
No, it's a t-shirt printing press.
Oh, okay. Whoa. Oh, that's right. You were doing DTG stuff before, you were saying? Were you talking about that, or was that somebody else, maybe?
Yeah, one of the businesses is DTG.
Cool. That's pretty interesting. I used to be like, I don't know if I like the DTG product, but like, there was some really cool, wow, I don't know, like certain printers you can like modify that have like a straight through feed, and you can just like put your t-shirts through it, so you can like modify an inkjet printer, which is kind of like what a DTG is, right? Just printing on like a cellulose layer or something.
DTG has gotten better than it used to be, mainly because of pre-treat.
Right. It's like another $2,000 machine to spray some stuff on your stuff. I was using I think it's a combination of it's like Minwax maybe and water. It's like but that's a pretty good like printing substrate for the printers.
Emulsion is the way to go if you want a shirt that's going to last you 20 years.
Oh, like a screen print? Yeah.
No, emulsion.
I don't know what you're talking about then.
Pretty sure I'm using the right term. So there's a printer that prints out your art in a mirror image on some type of paper or something or another. Then you take that piece of paper, and it'll only work on certain fabrics, though.
Right.
And
cotton fabric. Oh no, polyester. It's got to be. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, and then you put that, line the piece of paper up, and then you use a heat press, and once the ink on that print reaches a certain temperature, it turns into like a vapor or something. I don't remember exactly the right terminology, and it literally like goes into the fabric of the shirt and adheres and dries to it, and like you'll never get it out. It won't bleach out. Like it's gonna be there. It's never gonna fade. Well, I mean, it'll fade a little bit, but it's not gonna fade like anything like a DTG does.
Right. Oh yeah. So it's like yeah. What is that thing? What is that called? Sublimation.
Yes, that's what it's called.
All right. Yeah. So that's what's happening when you throw that ink through the heat press. Gotcha. It's like gasifying into the fabric. That's cool. And because like I think it's like the shirt's got to be made somewhat out of polyester, so that the plastics grab to each other, like the best bond or whatever.
Something like that. I know that you have to have a certain type material shirt. And then if you want certain, I think that same type of material shirt on a screen print, that you're charged for 2 extra colors because they have to use white and flash it twice because the ink won't stick to the shirt. What do they call it? The substrate? I don't know these terms.
I don't know. It's just what I call it. Like, I mean,
these little actuators that hold the squeegee bars on. There's 2 of them per squeegee bar. They're $57 a piece. It takes 8 cents to rebuild them, and you can rebuild them in like 10 minutes. I told my wife if we ever piss our client off or he dies or something, and his daughter doesn't want to continue and just sells everything, I told her that we're gonna buy a big trailer and like go to different t-shirt printing places and be like, you have a press that has an actuator not working? I'll replace it. I'll fix it for free today just to show you, like as advertisement. I'll fix it for you today for free and give you prices on if you need it done next time. And then set up a like assembly line with the best chemicals and whatnot to clean it. And just have a trailer, like a long car hauler trailer, just set up for it.
that seems cool.
As frugal as most of the print business owners are, I think I could make very easy money. But I would want to do it in a trailer so they couldn't see what I was doing.
Right.
because I'm going to bring them back their same part, just super clean, and now it works with a warranty. Because when I went to go have the seals made, I was ignorant. I was figuring it out on my own. I just knew there had to be a cheaper way to do it. The place that I was ordering, these thousands and thousands of seals from, I told them that I wanted lithium grease, and they're like, "We don't carry lithium. Why do you want lithium grease?" And I'm like, "Cause they sell one. They do sell one rebuild kit, like the company that makes these, and it comes with a little packet of lithium grease. So I figured that's the grease to use." She told me, she goes, "Now, lithium grease is about the best grease that is made, but it's not the best grease for your application." She goes, "If they're putting lithium grease in these pneumatic cylinders when they're new, it's to make them fail quicker." And I'm like, "What? How so?" She goes, "Because the lithium grease isn't, what did she say? Soluble with the oil in the system." And she said, "You only want to use grease to put hydraulic or pneumatic pistons together just to make sure you don't rip the seal when you're putting them together. After that, like, it should have just enough lubrication till the machine starts working, and the oiler on the machine should provide enough oil to keep everything lubricated properly." She goes, "The grease or that you use should what's it called when you put salt dissolve, should dissolve, and otherwise," she said, "you put lithium grease in there, yes, it'll lubricate it, but it's going to stay sticky. Like, the grease isn't going to go anywhere. It's going to stay sticky. So every bit of contamination that's in the air, it's going to come into the cylinder." She goes, "Not every bit, but you get my drift." She's like, "It's going to stick to that grease and it's going to stay there. And over time, it's going to make like this sandy goop, which is going to act like, sandpaper, for like better terms, and wear the seal out, because it's always going to have this goop in there that's full of all this contamination." And she's like, "They literally designed this to fail." She goes, "If you rebuild these, and if you need to use grease, use a food grade grease." And she told me like this. She goes, "But I wouldn't even buy this." She said, "This is for if you have a very, very tight cylinder under high hydraulic pressure." She's like, "But with air," she's like, "just use the oil that you put in the oiler." And she goes, "And as long as you have a clean air system, it'll be 15 years before your rebuilt parts fail." I don't know if she's right or not, but I started rebuilding them 6 years ago, and I haven't had one fail yet. I'm talking a lot tonight. I must be tired.
No, it's all right. Sounds like you should just go to like another state and just use lithium grease to repair these things, and then you'd have a lot of work coming in. That's dishonest as hell, though.
She told me, she goes, "Why do you think that company doesn't sell rebuild kits for them and design some of the parts where they're not like serviceable?"
Right.
Isn't that crazy how just doing something like that, like making a lie, "We use the best grease possible," although it's true, is literally the thing that's in the design to cause them to fail?
Yeah.
Sounds
Yeah,
like
it's crazy.
sounds like good capitalism. You guys were talking about sleep earlier, and can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, you guys were talking about sleep earlier, and that sleep therapist you went to sure nailed my case. As I've gotten older, I like she said, I only need like 4, maybe 6 hours sleep maximum. It seems like now. And for a while, I fought it. I thought, oh, I'd lay in bed and try to sleep, and thinking that I needed to sleep more. But then I eventually just gave up and just went with the flow, and it works fine for me.
She said something else, like, I can't remember exactly what she said, but something like, isn't it ironic when you're at your healthiest point in life, like when you want to live and you want to be active and stuff, you have to sleep the most. And then when you're older and you're tired of the world and your body aches and you want to sleep, that you can't.
Yeah, that's so true. What I wonder about is that REM. I was always taught in school that you went to sleep, and then after a few hours you went into REM. But I can lay down and fall asleep like in the daytime, just sort of taking a nap. It seems like I start dreaming immediately, like someone will wake me up, or I'll just get startled and woke up, and I'll already be in a dream state. It's kind of a real weird dream state where it feels like I'm almost kind of awake and asleep at the same time. But is that possible? Is it possible to go into REM, right when you go to sleep?
That's how I know I'm going to sleep. If I start dreaming, when I start having like obscure thoughts, like, oh, cool, I'm going to sleep. I don't know, man.
It sounds like
yeah,
my case.
I totally understood what you were saying.
Yeah, I'll lay down and like on a lounge chair or something, and put my feet up, and I'll start dreaming. It's like I'm kind of awake and still dreaming. It's really weird.
That's the way I am as well. But I don't remember any of my dreams. But if somebody bothers me, or I hear a noise or something, I'm like, oh man, I was almost asleep, and I just know I was almost asleep because my thought patterns were, they're not like my thought patterns. They're like gone off on their own.
You're the first person I've ever talked to that had the same similar feeling about falling asleep and dreaming right away. It's good to know that someone else is as weird as me.
I wonder what's that about. Like, I hear half of the people remember their dreams and half maybe don't.
Yeah, if I wake up, I'm the type of person, if I wake up, if I was dreaming, right when I wake up, if I would have to tell you like as much as I can, as quick as I can, because I'm gonna forget it. Like as I'm telling you the dream, I'm going to forget it.
Slipping away. Mm-hmm.
Same way with me.
That's if I can even remember. No, I did when I was younger, but no. I quit smoking heavily in like 2006. I think that the weed changed. That's let's see, like 2001, 2002 is when Dro was just starting like to get accessible, like in the South. I'm talking where I live. I don't know about California and stuff like that, but you wanted to see good Dro before that, you had to look at High Times or something. But like right as Dro started coming in, like it changed. And I don't know if it was the way they're growing it, hydroponic.
Okay.
I don't know if they mixed a bunch of blends because of High Times was selling everybody seeds.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what happened, but something happened.
When the hydro that was really popular around here was like a diesel type, sour diesel.
Must have something to do with all the world banning weed and only one country doing excessive and extensive research on it.
I don't know, but I went from being a stoner where I was stoned all day, every day, to I'm not even going to take a chance of taking a hit off your joint unless you're like Hispanic. And I know for a fact that you grew it in a field and it's 100% sativa, because if it's got indica in it, it gives me a walking nightmare. Like I can hang, you wouldn't know it, but on the inside, I'm freaking out.
Oh wow. Yeah, those the hydros are definitely more on the indicative, I think, because a lot of people like will be smoking sativas and not get high, you know, or it's you notice that.
No, when I was younger, my sativa that I sold, oh no, you were gonna get high. You were gonna get stoned off your butt.
Do you know what the variety was?
It was just bright green, whitish, very compacted weed from Mexico, man, that I had for like 6 years straight.
Wow.
Like it was so compacted. The first time people bought from me, I only sold straight up. They would always complain, and I'd tell them, "Get a scale out. It weighs what you're buying, what you're paying for," because they wouldn't believe it because it was so small. And I was like, "If you find a seed, I'll give you an ounce."
Yeah, I think we used to call them like kind buds or something back in the day.
Looking for the kind bud. Did you ever
Right?
look at the Cottonmouth Kings?
No. Yeah, those are
Sativas.
yeah. What's that?
Yeah, sativas tend to make me sort of anxious and uptight.
Wrong.
Yo, you got to turn off
the
your
patient.
deuteronium phase detractors. You might want to check the hydrocoptic Marsal veins on those. Go ahead.
Gotcha.
Trying to sit down while you're doing the sativa, or like you out and about?
Hold on a minute. I got to do something.
It's got to change the phase detractor. So I think he's got the prefambulated ambulance. Okay.
His capacitors are charged. He needs to flip the switch.
Yeah, sativas tend to make me uptight, and then indicas tend to make me feel good and happy. And
I think I like a 70-30 sativa to indica blend, something like around there. I'm just ballparking that. I'm not really sure if that's truly what it is, but it's like all sativa, like a pure sativa. I'm like, I don't even know. Like I have to smoke so much of it, and I'm like, yes, I've achieved potency now. But it seems to work a little bit better if there's just a hint, a soupçon of indica in there. And then I like to play the saxophone real fast and go with notes. It's awesome.
yeah.
So that anxiousness and all that stuff, like I put it directly into something, so I don't just like sit around like, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I do the same thing. I kind of hide behind my guitar and just play my guitar when I feel that way. But I smoke a lot of pot every day, not all day, but just in the evening. And I don't remember any of my dreams anymore. If I quit, sometimes I'll quit smoking pot for a while, and man, I'll just dream like crazy. I think that's pretty typical, though.
Dude, that happens to me too. But that's kind of why I smoke weed, is to stop having dreams, because like my dreams don't make any fucking sense, and like I just be fine not having them. Probably, you know what I mean? Or I could have a dream with like a hyper. They just feel hyper real. You know, they feel more real than real sometimes. Is that strange? Why do dreams feel more real than reality? That's odd. But
I told my wife
I
that
love
she
dreaming.
should record her dreams, like write them down, and she can remember hers. Because, man, she's got the strangest dreams of anyone I've ever heard talk about their dreams. And, like, you could make, like, some Felix the Cat movies or something type with your dreams. They're so crazy.
Yeah, I find it weird when people remember their dreams that well.
What's up, Branch?
What's up, bro? But it makes you wonder, right? Like, why do these people remember their dreams so hard?
You don't remember yours as very well either?
I do remember mine, and I've realized that, the longer you keep your eyes shut when you wake up, the better you're going to remember your dream. Because the moment you get external influence, you start forgetting what you were dreaming about. But, like, people that, like, describe their dreams in so much detail, it kind of makes you wonder they're just making shit up. All they're filling in the gaps.
Isn't that what it is? Your brain's just making shit up when you dream, right?
No, I always thought it was like a way off your brain to, if you want, encode the shit you learned during the day into long-term memory.
That's what I believe.
So our dreams are encrypted files?
No, it's our method of converting short-term memory to long-term memory.
But they are encrypted too because they use symbols.
Bro, when I was at university, right, I used to study like a motherfucker and then just go to bed. No other external influences between studying and bed. And it fucking worked.
Y'all have had a meeting about this and you both have agreed that y'all are hungry? I didn't hear your meeting. Y'all's children ever say that? Daddy, we're hungry. They haven't even talked to each other. Oh, Branch don't have no children. What about your niece? How's your niece doing, Branch?
Why you talking about my fucking niece, man?
What?
Don't be talking about my fucking niece.
Okay.
Like,
My bad.
I mean, it'd be fine if you said it in a nice way, but you're not saying it in a nice way.
Okay, how would I know?
You know exactly how you're saying that shit. And that's not cool.
No, I'm thinking of my own children.
Don't talk about my fucking niece.
And then I thought that I remember you had a niece that you really liked.
Bro, real talk.
And now you're just causing a scene for no good reason by making assumptions on how I feel about something.
Dude, just you know exactly what you was doing by talking about my niece. Don't do that.
No, apparently I'm ignorant, and you need to fill me in because I do not know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, nor do I. Can we talk about your mom?
That's not a very interesting conversation, but sure, if you want to.
Yeah, I should stop. I don't need to get to your level, right? Talking about family.
I wasn't trying to throw any low balls or anything. The last time I had a decent conversation with you, you were talking about your
you thought it's okay to bring up my niece just willy-nilly.
Because of the conversation I had with you last time and the way you were freely talking about it, yes, actually I did. Because if it was that private, you wouldn't have been talking about her for 30 minutes.
All right, bro, but the way you brought it up wasn't cool.
The way my brain brought it up was
you're not realizing why it wasn't cool.
And I thought you had a children. No, I don't, man.
I'm just saying, bro. If you don't realize why,
apparently apparently something I said made your mind go in the gutter, which my mind is not capable of going in the same gutter hole that yours went into, and so you're making an issue out of something that I cannot perceive because my mind didn't go where your mind went.
You was talking about my niece in the most pleasant way possible.
Because the last time I talked to you, you were talking about your niece in a very pleasant way. No, it's not regardless.
The way you brought up my niece today, we're not talking about the other day, we're talking about today. The way you brought up my niece today was very nice, wasn't it?
The existential factors of our conversation last time do have weight
Again,
in the way that I brought it up. Yes, because that was the way you were talking about your niece. Because you said that she was wonderful and that she was super smart and that
I never seen none of that.
you,
But honestly,
you didn't
like,
think that you would ever have children. So like,
okay,
you,
but what
I
I'm
forget
saying,
the words you were
what
using.
what I'm saying though is the way that you said it.
Dude, I'm not a perv, and I wasn't trying to ball you.
It wasn't pervy.
I have 5 children. Well, I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Don't get me wrong. It wasn't a pervy thing. It was more about you brought it up in a negative way. Like your connotation, the way you spoke was negative. And are you trying to tell me it's not?
Yeah, I'm telling you it's not. But
Right,
whether you believe, I can never make you believe me, though.
I apologize, bro. Then I apologize. My niece is fucking awesome. I hope
that's what you said. That's why I was asking you how
I
she
hope
was
she
doing.
grows up to be a very happy person.
I don't know what kind of previous conversations y'all had, but I didn't think he meant it in any kind of disparaging remark at all.
Yeah, he just brought it up.
Yeah,
no negativity at all. He just brought it up in the middle of this conversation.
Well, it's because you were talking about his
He
kids.
brought it up in a very nice way, didn't he?
I didn't think he meant it in any. This just sounded like normal.
Again,
normal
I
shit.
think you're right. I think you're right. Like the way he was so nice about it, just shows what his intentions by saying that was.
Are you being facetious?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I was gonna say I find it fucking interesting how I'm in a server with Witsit in it and he's not talking. Witsit. What's up, bro? See, did I say that in a nice way or a bad way?
A psychic, man. I don't know, man.
I didn't mean to put a stop to whatever bullshit conversation you guys were having prior to me entering the room. But please continue the bullshit.
This fucking guy.
Yeah, you're in a weird mood today.
If you got a little extra energy, Branch, it's good to go jogging sometimes. You know what I mean? Get that blood moving. Probably maybe.
I don't like jogging. I don't like jogging. What I prefer doing is like just putting the treadmill on a super high incline and just walking uphill or like almost running, but like that's how I do it. Just super the highest incline possible, 15%, right? And just walking real fast uphill burns a lot more calories than walking. Or even running.
Yeah, it just mean for like heart rate or whatever. All right, the sun's coming up. It's my bedtime. Y'all have a good one. Peace. All right, later on.
What up?
Save me. All I've been doing is listening to Branch talk all morning. It's horrible.
Over at Gems?
No, at Tartaria. Branch gets on my
Weird, because Heads chased Patricia Steer out of the game because they thought she was a trainee and an agent because of Mark Sargent and shit.
Wait, what happened?
I said it's weird because Heads chased Patricia Steer out because they thought she was a trainee and an agent because she fucked with Mark Sargent.
Who chased? What?
Everyone in Flat Earth chased Patricia Steer off because they thought she was an agent. Do you not hear the words I'm saying?
I couldn't hear the first word. Sorry. I heard the rest of it. I didn't hear the first one.
Everyone. All the Flat Earthers.
Got it. Okay, and? Is this like a recent thing?
Weird. No, it happened a long time ago. I'm just saying it's weird because they chased Patricia Steer off. But then they all go hang out at Tartaria, so it's fucking weird.
Whatever. I don't know that I've heard other people say that Mark Sargent's a shill or whatever you want to say, an agent. I blame Mark Sargent for starting the whole cold moonlight stupid thing. That is right up there with one of the stupidest things all of Flat Earth has ever come up with. Cold moonlight, Australia doesn't exist, and gases don't have mass. Those are the three stupidest things I've ever heard any Flat Earther ever say.
Yo. What up, Brian?
What's going on, bud?
Chilling, man. Trying to get down to the.
Give me 1 minute. I'm listening, but I need 1 minute.
No doubt. There's not much to listen to now, so take your time. Ew. Ew.
To measure like my old plates. I'm trying to measure and see if I get more lead, like scrap lead, like recycled lead, off of my plates that I put the lead dioxide on, the shit that's pasted on the battery plates. or if I take that shit off, am I getting more if I strip all that shit off and then melt it? And so I melted it down, and from the looks of it, I haven't weighed it yet, but from the looks of it, the one that has the shit on there looks like it gave me more lead. But like I said, I haven't weighed it yet, but it looks like more. But then I did it with the positive plates, the brown ones. I don't know if you've ever seen inside a battery, but you got the brown and gray plates. It looks like about a tie with the brown plates, the positives, the one that corrode. That's what I was doing. I didn't want to talk with all this noise in the background.
I thought Edison made a battery that lasted like 100 years, or there was some battery out there that lasted 100 years. It just wasn't like that efficient.
Yeah, nickel iron. They said that like nickel iron lasts like forever and shit because of the way they used to make them. They used to make them like regular thickness of plates, and nowadays, like you can't buy a nickel iron battery today and expect it to last like they might try and go off the gimmick that they last forever off the old reputation, but they don't make them thick like they used to. The nickel iron batteries, literally the thickness that
like
that Edison made. Yeah, the thickness they made them, they literally would last not forever, but damn, I mean a lifetime. You know what I'm saying?
They said like 100 years. Yeah, they said it was like 100 years or something. The lifespan on that.
See, that's what I'm trying to do with lead, bro. That's what I'm trying to do with lead. And
right, just get the blueprints for how they were made and just make them like that.
That's what I've been doing. It's hard to get the I mean, I've been going through all the old patents and shit, but there's a couple things. The main thing nowadays is the positive plates corrode. Like I said, that's how they determine the lifetime of a battery. They almost have it down to a science, bro, of how long a plate's going to last. Like with just normal commutes and average use, they can almost peg it. So if you have a 2-year warranty battery, that bitch is probably going to die like 1 month after the 2 years. They got that shit down to a fucking science, Jack. But with thick positive plates, you know, then I don't have to worry about that. So all I got to do is find a way for the slowest sulfation rate, and then just with thick positive plates, I can have a lead acid battery last like maybe 100 years, but about 10 or 20 years, I would think. That's my hobby, dude. I make batteries and shit. Like I made some big ones too, bro. I mean, 12 volt, but bigger than car batteries. So I'm gonna say fuck it, make a fucking giant battery. But before I do that, that's just it. Before I do that, I want to have all the kinks and stuff worked out, man. There's little things, man, that they don't like coming off them little secrets, man. You read through the patents and shit, and it gets kind of vague. Like some of the stuff, it ain't very exact. They use language like that they're familiar with, and I'm not, if you will.
Well, I think battery technology has been suppressed crazy throughout the decades. I mean, if you're a big oil or selling any kind of gas or fuel business, the last thing you want is good batteries. That's the last thing you want. That or free energy. You definitely don't want good batteries, though.
Yeah, you don't really want great batteries and things like that, man.
You want them, first of all, just for the battery business alone, you want them to break as fast as possible, so you get the planned obsolescence thing going. But then there's also the, if there's good batteries, you can now start running shit off electricity instead of oil. That was a huge drawback at first. I remember electric cars only used to get like 100 miles to the charge.
Yeah, they can make fucking good battery. I mean, they could make. Yeah, you're like I think it's planned obsolescence or whatever you had called it. That's definitely a fact. But if you, dude, as far as like home storage and stuff, man, you could make cheap ass like iron batteries, bro. If you're not worried about the size and weight of the shit, we could all have big ass batteries just like the size of a shed in the backyard and power your house easily, bro. I don't know why.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know why you're not just doing that. Just build a giant thing in your backyard, bro.
Well, I'm kind of working on it, man, to be honest, man. That's my goal, but I got so much lead, dude. So I'm trying to do something with it. It melts real easy too, man. Iron's real hard to melt. But here's the thing. So with the lead, you got to be careful looking through these patents because they have started. If you look at the recent patents, like from 1950 and up, like they started adding antimony and calcium to the fucking lead, bro. So a lot of the things they say really don't apply if you're using pure lead, you know. And a lot of these patents were so they could use more alloys and spike shit with lead. Like they cut it, like cut lead with other metals and shit, like calcium and antimony. And so a lot of the chemistry don't apply to, like I said, pure lead. And that's what I'm working out the kinks. And I figured out that looking at these old patents is the way to go to find out, you know, how to limit the self-discharge and sulfation and all that stuff. These new ones, I just wasted a lot of time looking at the new patents, basically, because I'm not trying to use alloys.
Nah, we got
I'm
like
trying
20
to use,
minutes.
yeah.
My bad, Brian. My bad.
No, that's cool. I was just saying I'm using regular lead. I'm not cutting it with fucking calcium or antimony or any of that bullshit because I'm not worried about the weight and I'm not worried about any of that other shit, man. I'll use just pure lead. And I realized that there was a video talking about using pure lead, you know, and they get more life out of their battery. And I was like, what do you mean pure lead? I'm like, what the fuck are they using now? I looked into it. They're using, like I said, they cut their lead with antimony or calcium or both. So you get like a mixture with just a little bit of lead in it. And that's like them value batteries and shit like that. They're thin as fuck. They're cheap ass.
Yeah, do you get good wind?
What?
Do you get a lot of wind?
I don't get that much wind, man. Like, nah, I don't get shit for wind. We do have a fire going all the damn time, though, man. Like that got
So
me
you need
thinking
to get
about.
There's fucking constant alarms going off.
That was your idea, though, man. If somebody could have a fire
I didn't
going
hear
all
you.
the
An
time.
alarm went off on my phone. What'd you say?
No, you gave me the idea. You were like, I couldn't even talk the one day you said it, but you said if anybody could keep a fire going all the time, they could use a Sterling or whatever you call them engines. And I was looking out back, dude. My guy who lives here with me, man, my bud, man, and my worker, he dog, he's always got a fire going in the back, man. Like literally almost every night, dude. It's crazy. And so
Yeah, I
we
mean,
should be
even if
doing
you
that.
could even if you only started like one fire a day. Did you ever see those little? They'll put like a tea light candle or something underneath it. It's like a little tiny, looks like a toy almost. Something you just put on your desk at work for just to goof off with, like one of those trinkets. But they'll put a little tea light candle on her, and that shit'll spin crazy. That looks like it'll power a fucking cell phone or something. Just that alone right there from the little tea light candle. So if you could even start a fire, I mean, you wouldn't even have to keep it going 24/7. If you had the batteries and you could just start like one roaring fire a night, you know, you could probably power your whole house. I mean, I have no idea on the numbers of that. But.
Bro, I have one more generator. I had two old generators that where the carburetors and shit were all messed up that I was trying to do to HHO gas to run them, to try and get them to run themselves. But I still have one. I was about to take it apart and just undo the windings because it's like a fucking mile of copper and there's two windings like that. So I'm getting low on my copper line. But I could use that. It's already put together, right? I could just take the gas engine off and spin it with a Sterling engine.
I don't even know where you'd get one that big. I've only ever even seen them as trinkets. Another idea I had back in the day, though, was I almost powered a car off this. I bought gas prices went through the roof back in the day, like 20 years ago, 15 years ago or something. So I was like, yo, fuck it. I bought a diesel engine. I bought a diesel Jetta, Volkswagen Jetta. Don't laugh. It got like 50 miles to the gallon, though. So I was like, all right, that's straight. Then, like, next week, the diesel prices went through the roof. But it didn't matter because my plan was to hook a kit up to it to run it off used fryer oil. Because they sold the whole kit for like 2 or 3 G's. And you could filter the fryer oil and then put it right in a car, and your car runs off that shit. So I was like, oh, boom. No gas. But then I had the idea of putting one in a house. Like, get a diesel generator for the house. They sell it. It wouldn't work now because now they sell that oil. And so they used to have to pay to throw that restaurants and shit, pizza places,
yeah, they get
Chinese
money
places.
for it now, but you could still get it cheap though, dude. You could get it for like probably about 50 cents a gallon, maybe. I don't know.
So they used to give it to you because they had to pay people to come take it away. Like it was a fee for them.
Yep. Ain't that crazy,
Yeah, bro. If
man?
you could find a Sterling engine that big, that shit's easy. You don't even need. You wouldn't even need wood to burn, bro. If you could find a Sterling engine that big, and then get a Fresnel lens and just heat a fucking rock up or something underneath it.
Bro, I got a bunch of Fresnel lenses too. I mean, I ain't trying to be like Johnny on the spot, but I literally do have these certain things, bro. When I heard about them, I was fascinated. So I grabbed every fucking big screen on the side of the road I could find. So we got like 5 of them bitches now, man.
You got them leaning, or are they laying flat?
I got them inside, man, in my right
Are
here.
they flat, or are they leaning against the wall somewhere?
I got them tucked behind my dresser, like in a little groove. I got them stacked and just slid back behind the dresser, man. They're standing up straight.
People put shit all the time, like shit that needs to be straight. I mean, I don't even know if that needs to be straight, but I feel like it probably should be. But people do that shit all the time. They'll lean shit up against the wall and then come back a year later and be like, "Oh shit!" Even a couple days later, and it just start bending.
Yeah, I bet. Dude, these
They
things
do that with flooring.
I just started a fire with the bitch just to see if it worked, and I'll guarantee you it worked. It took just a couple seconds, man, but you get a little focus beam on grass, and that shit'll catch right on fire, dude. It's crazy.
Yeah, they're melting like metal and fucking rocks. You can melt rocks with that shit.
I'd have to see that, but see, I don't have a spot lens either. Mine are like the line. None of them. I couldn't believe even the Sony that I took apart, or like I think it was a Sony. And I thought it would have a spot lens, and it's not. It's like almost a spot, but it's like a little bit wider. So they said the best ones are the spot lenses, and I don't have the spot ones. But if it's better than the one I got, the ones I got, then yeah, you might be able to do something like that. But the ones I got. I haven't. I don't know. To be honest, I haven't really tried it. You know what? Fuck it. I'll try it right now. I'm gonna try and melt some lead with this bitch. It's sunny here.
Yeah, I tried to like just do wood burning with a Fresnel lens, and I got so sunburnt, bro. It's crazy. I was like,
what were you burning? The side of a log? Would you have a tiny one?
I was just trying to write words.
Did you have like a handheld, a little tiny one? Because I have little handheld.
Like small one.
Yeah, I have little hand. They sell these little like it's for survival, so they're like credit card sized.
Oh no, mine was from like an old piece of gear. It was like about a 4x6 inch Fresnel. It's from like an overhead projector part. That's weird. It's like the opposite of that whole airy ring thing that happens with the fuck was Bacon talking about all yesterday? The Rayman criterion?
Rayleigh criterion?
Rayleigh criterion, yeah. But like that's like that thing where it's like a point source light produces a ring around it. You know what I mean? It's like the Fresnel lens is like doing the opposite almost. Bring it all down. Cool shit. I wonder if you could use a Fresnel like to like extend a laser, so like when like a lasers get like unfocused over a certain amount of the beam just gets huge. Or if you could use like a Fresnel lens to recollimate the light with a laser.
Dude, right when I get a fucking the beam on it, and it's a big ass lens trying to hold it steady, it's flopping around and shit. I got a little piece of lead over here in the sun. Right when I fucking put the beam on it, dude, it got cloudy. This bitch was warm just in a split second. But the main thing is just getting that beam focus, man. I had a frame for one of them, man. I got to find that one. It'd be a lot easier. The other ones I just got stacked up here behind the damn dresser. Actually behind a file cabinet.
I mean, dude, you could power a Stirling engine with that probably easily if Fresnel ends.
Yeah.
Or you could just turn that into straight heat, bro. Like you could, if you had a pipe hot water in your house or something, like even in the wintertime, like the sunshine, that shit'll probably melt rocks in the wintertime.
Yeah, you need a good one. I'm looking at it and I'm like, I don't think this bitch will melt metal, but I mean, it might surprise me. But yeah, a good spot lens. I heard them bitches get like 2,000 degrees. I know mine don't get that hot, but they damn sure get hot enough to do whatever with. You know, like I said, I started the grass on fire in just about 2-3 seconds.
You seen a Green Power Science channel? A guy like took some tarps and just fucking put water in it, made a water lens, and waited for afternoon to happen. And then he was melting rocks.
Yeah, I was thinking just like a crock pot, or with pipes hooked up to it or something, man, or just the pipes. Period, like copper pipe with water in it. That shit's gonna heat up water like a mug, man. You'd have to heat the pot, you know. That's crazy, dude. Like, putting the Fresnel lens on straight water don't hardly do nothing, dude, at all. The torch, I remember we were talking about that one day. It did heat up the water, but it was like so slow. I never got it to a boil. But like I'm talking about a big ass blowtorch hitting directly on the water. Dude's barely heating it up. I couldn't believe it, man. It's crazy. But you just heat up the pipe that or the pot that it's sitting in, or the pipe it's in. It's going to heat up just as fast as anything else, you know.
That's some fun stuff to think about, though. All that make your own power type game. I won't say free energy, since if it was free, I guess I would have fucking made some, right?
I mean, it's so easy to make it, dude. Between the sun and the wind.
Oh yeah, I just mean you gotta buy things to make it, happen.
Yeah, but the shit you gotta buy for the amount of energy you get is like nothing. Like you could buy a motor, a 55 gallon plastic drum, and you could get mad wind power out of that like forever, pretty much.
I got solar. That's the scam, is saying free energy. Like, dude, it ain't got to be free energy. Like, just solar. I mean, it's not free. You know, like even HHO. Like, you're using water and you're using the energy to split it. But besides that, even the water itself, that's it's like gasoline, basically. You know, it don't fall under free energy. That's the scam when they start trying to say, oh, it's free energy. Like there's ways we could be powering our houses, man, just from the ideas we've talked about. But I do have solar. Like I'm getting like 14 volts right now into a couple batteries, and I charge all my shit out here with it. I kind of waste it, to be honest, but I do get some use out of it. I charge my cell phone and my damn all my other batteries, my Ryobi batteries and DeWalt batteries and shit.
Nice. You ever use or how do your batteries do for like battery life?
Not that
just
good,
about
man.
the same, right?
Not that good.
But like, yeah, something about like the chargers for batteries, like they need to be at a specific like they'll take energy into them, and you can charge a battery. But if you use like something like a desulfonating charger, like it pulses the battery with like really short spikes of energy. And
yeah, I've heard that's better. Have you ever used one of them?
No.
Yeah, I haven't either, but I heard You know, you can revive old batteries, but I've revived a couple just by re-wetting them, but they didn't last long, dude. I was excited at first, but I'm working on putting together batteries, man. I got a lot of old batteries as we speak. I got about 6 or 7 of them. One of them I'm working on. I tried taking the if you want to look on the screen, I'll show you. This battery right here. This is 6. It's 6 cells, right? It's like a telecommunications. It's lead acid. It's AGM. But so this cell over here to this last cell where I hooked it back up, it I just took positives out
Come
of
on, Noah.
I took the plates out of another battery, but they're the same size, and because I mean the negative plates,
Noah.
nothing, they last forever, right? The negative plates. And I've seen a guy from like wherever he's from, like Afghanistan or something, like put together. He restored batteries by using just the negatives, and then the positive, sure enough, did convert to negative. I mean, the negative did convert to positive by stacking them together. The one did convert. So but I ain't getting but about 1.8 volts out of it. I don't know if there's a way to charge it or if I gotta paint some fucking red lead on it or something. I just started working on it. But it was just one dead cell. That happens with a lot of batteries, especially AGM batteries. Like you'll have one bad cell, bro. So you'll wind up like with 10 volts or 11 volts, and the rest of the battery's good. But since one cell failed, your battery's fucking worthless, basically. So that's working on just recovering that one cell, you know.
There's this device called a Odysee Energizer. It's pretty interesting. I don't know if you ever heard of that. For your pie in the sky.
I've never heard of
Make
that.
your own power thing. Jeremy, you're hot. Something. You're hot. You're hot, Jeremy. Yeah, Bedini wheel is pretty cool.
Yeah,
it's like a truck. You seen that?
I ain't seen that particular. Wait, which one are you referring to?
It's like a bicycle wheel generator.
Oh man, that's the last thing I just tried to make, but instead I put a hand crank on it, and I couldn't get it spinning fast enough, man.
Okay, well this uses like transistors to flip flop the signals or whatever, so it like check it out.
Yeah, I do
the
need to check
Bedini
that
wheel.
out.
So you run it off of a primary battery, and then it can like use that battery. I don't want to say it's not getting more. It's not a free energy over unity concept, but it is like charging. You can charge like a bank of batteries just by using one as an impulse driver for the system, and then it'll just like basically just powering the charger, and then it'll just charge stuff.
Dude, can I get you to post a link to that?
Yeah, I'll send you.
Yeah, that's my forte, man. There's so much, man, to know. Like I said, dude, everybody should be working on this shit. Like with copper and zinc, there's so many mixtures, bro, and so many different combinations. They could never, in 100 lifetimes, test out all the possibilities. They can get a good idea of what works and what works the best, but as far as the specifics, like, dude, it's just one little addition to fucking making a new badass invention, dude. One little invention like titanium dioxide with a quarter amount of red lead or something, or zinc and copper, but with a little bit of antimony mixed in with the freaking with the damn like the copper dust or something. I mean, it's just there's so many different combinations, bro, and amounts. So every combination you're gonna have a different amount you can apply to of each one. It's just endless combination. It's got to be in the quadrillions or more than that, whatever, zigadillion. Just saying. you go through the old patents for lead acid, and they've tried. You'd think everything, but if you look at all the patents, like they've tried different amounts, and they literally got pages and pages on like one patent where they tried like with carbon, and then they put a certain amount of carbon, and then they do like 10 different percentages of carbon, and then like 10 different percentages of graphite, and 10 different percentages of carbon black and stuff. But dude, there's so many different ways to combine all that stuff, and then mix that with like say red lead with a little bit of fucking sponge lead, a little bit of titanium dioxide, or just a tiny bit of copper sulfate. I mean, there's just, I can't even go on and on. It's just an endless amount of possibilities, and they've covered so many of them, but they ain't even scratched the fucking surface. I made some badass little copper zinc batteries, man, but they fucking, I thought, I got it, dude. I got this, man. But they fucking self-discharge so quick, man. Like if I could get them to quit self-discharging, bro, I was, in a little pill bottle, bro, I was fucking getting some good current, man. Some good current. Like as much as a damn man. It self-discharged itself to oblivion. Like it didn't last. Had my hopes up for a minute.
I've seen some neat things with using a laser to make graphene on a plastic tape. So you can like make these. Well, maybe that's it. How did you make your battery? Like on a paper thing, like coiled up?
No, yeah, I did it like that. The last one I made was with a copper sheet and copper. I mean a copper like a pipe. I just cut a piece out of the pipe, and and then I put copper powder on it with and I basically put it in with the zinc and the zinc powder, and I used some Robert Murray Smith said I bought some. It was pretty cheap. Some
I honestly I don't think I would do any project Robert Murray Smith ever talks about ever, because I think he's totally not good at anything.
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna tell you right now, what he said was good work. It was up and it didn't work. Nothing off his head, bro. I was like, damn. I even bought some. It's called, I think, barium or fuck. He said it's the magic ingredient, like for a lot of different batteries to help the self-discharge. It's called trisodium or no, fuck. I could pull it out and look at it, but it's like barium sulfate or something like that. And that ain't it. But it didn't do much of nothing, man. It didn't, like what he said it could do. You know what he showed. He put together. It did work, but it didn't work like you said. But I put some zinc and copper together, and then I put a separator, and I put some zinc sulfate on the zinc side, and then some copper sulfate on the copper side, and it worked like it worked like crazy. But it was basically melting away the plates as it was making the energy. So, like I said, it didn't last, bro.
Yeah, right. That the sulfur is really capable of holding a lot of power, it seems.
Yeah, absolutely. But what was I gonna say? Oh man, I forgot what I was even gonna say. Oh yeah,
Or I guess it's good at moving charge. Go ahead. Yep.
Yeah, but here's what Robert Murray Smith's good at is he does look through them patents and shit, dude. And some of them are bogus, bro. But some of them aren't. And
It's
I
like,
know
you want to make exfoliated graphene? Okay.
Yeah, dude, that's
Get a
new,
microwave,
bro.
a pencil.
That's the new one, bro. He just came up with the new one, dude. I think it was just a few days ago, but I'm about to try it because I have everything I need. But it's I even got an extra blender, and it's a new way to make graphene without the washing liquid, without dishwashing soap. Is just 75% acetone with 25% water. Like with just the acetone, don't do shit. And with just water, it doesn't do shit to graphite. But if you mix the two together, it breaks it down, and you mix it.
You're breaking the lamination layers between the carbon.
Yeah. So that's a way to make graphene. And
I'm a smart motherfucker sometimes. Sorry. Too much coffee.
But I'm about to try that shit, dude. But it's gonna probably burn out my blender. But who gives a fuck? It's extra blender anyway. It's worth a try. If I can get a little batch of graphene, dude, I'd be stoked.
Yeah, I was trying to make that in the desert, actually.
I'm gonna show you another thing that worked. That he said, man,
it did not work.
I just did this the other day. Check this out. I took he did it with lacquer, but I do concrete and shit. So I have some it's what's it called? It's not lacquer, but it's a type of varnish. It's like the glossy sealed chemical based concrete sealer for like decorative concrete. And so I took that and I put it on a piece of aluminum, and sure enough, I took some lye, some sodium, whatever you call it, the drain opener shit. It's 100% sodium hydroxide, and mixed a little water, and I put it in there, and the aluminum, it disintegrated. Took about 20 minutes. The aluminum disintegrated, and I have the little sheet right here. In fact, I'll grab it and show you.
Was that a chemical battery you were making?
What? No, I'm just right now. I'm working on the lead. But anyway,
No, I just mean that chemical react. Like you can make an aluminum lye battery, I believe.
Yeah, you can. Like a air battery. Yeah, it's like one-time use shit.
Yeah, one-time use. It's like a right. You're just like getting the power out of the chemical reaction.
Yeah, I've seen that, but I've thought about doing it, but I haven't done it yet. But now I'm just trying to find my little piece of fucking graphite. But here's the point: is it made a little sheet of graphite out of it. It's not graphene or nothing, but it's a little sheet of graphite, and it's conductive too.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the ways he said to make the inks and shit, that shit didn't work, bro. I've got liquid glass, and I put graphite in that. It didn't work for shit. I mean, it worked a little bit. You get like some resistance, but nothing like they say. I tried the PVA. That shit's just hard to make. You need graphene. But
Well,
I
PVA
did
is
it.
what? That's just like Elmer's glue, right?
It finally did work though, like I'm saying with the lacquer, and I made a little sheet out of it. But it ain't nothing conductive like graphene or nothing like that. That's what I want. Something badass.
I guess like lacquer would be better because it's like more insulative or whatever.
I can't even find my shit, man. What do I do with my little shit? Yeah, oh my god, it's around here somewhere. I can't even find
So
it.
did you when you made that battery, was it just a strip of did you just do like a continuous strip, or did you do like an interrupted strip? Because I think maybe the interrupted one would stop the lossiness of maybe the battery. If it's just one interconnected strip with everything the same like width.
It was just a little. No, I just had like a little flat piece of zinc that I melted down, and the copper. Man, I forgot. Pretty sure I used just a piece that I cut off a pipe and flattened it out.
You ever see the ones where they do they take sometimes just like plumber's tape, like chrome tape, and like a copper tape, and you just like make like an alternating sort of stripes of this, and then you connect each one of the types of like, so your copper, it all be connected, and all your chrome be connected tape wise, whatever, but nothing's actually touching each other, and somehow you can actually get juice out of this if it's in the sun. It acts like a solar panel.
I've seen that, man. I don't know. I was kind of skeptical about that, but I've seen what you're talking about. I mean, I will say this: the copper is like the sun, like kind of gives it semiconductor type properties and shit, But I don't know. I didn't try it.
I mean, well, the whole thing is like you need these materials. One's got to be like a N dopant. One's got to be a P dopant, and that's like a phosphor or nitrogen.
Yeah, the N type semiconductors and the P type.
Yeah,
but really, I think you only have to have one. Though, I think, man. Like
I thought it was they're interrupt. It's like they're together at solar panels made a little differently, but basically just because of the gap in the materials, it's like where the electron density wants to be higher or something like that, and then they grab the energy out of it.
Yeah, I mean they have two, but I think that to get a little bit of juice. I think you can get by with one. I think I could be wrong, bro, but that's what I thought. But I don't see how you're going to get an N type and a P type of just copper, though. I don't know. I don't know
No,
enough
not
about it.
with copper. You need another kind of metal, but that's the whole idea. Is just two different metals, trying to move their energy around equally. You can slip in and grab it. I guess that's how the solar cell thing kind of works, man. That's just from a lame perspective. Not even a layman. Give me a lame perspective. Okay.
That's cool. I gotta weigh my shit up, man, and see which one worked better. I might be silent, but I will be listening.
What's up, guys? What's up? How we doing?
Yo. So I had to leave kind of abruptly last night in the middle of a conversation with Bacon. Did that conversation continue at all regarding perspective? Any resolution? Pun intended.
I'm not sure if it continued, but I can guarantee, without even having listened to it, that there was no resolution.
I agree. I think honestly, like, that topic is one of the biggest linchpins to how they are able to best claim that they have some sort of evidence for globe curvature, because it's typically based on observations and or optical measurements via
it's all optical.
Yeah.
It's all optical. So whatever's happening optically, it's that. I mean, obviously, all of us are going to say that it's an optical thing, which is why there are things we could do to knock that optical thing out of play. Essentially, like we can control that variable, kind of. Not really, but we can make it so it doesn't. Okay, if you take a thing, all right. The thing is the optical drop's exponential. Right? They say it's 8 inches or whatever. They say the curvature is 8 inches per mile squared. That has to be happening, give or take, optically for us. So if we can not go exponentially, or sorry, if we can do it in segments, we knock the exponential part out. And somebody's devised a way to do that. I don't know. A lot of our guys weren't even interested in it. Thought it would take too long. I don't know. Did you hear the one with Moyak with the theodolite?
No. Oh, where you guys want to do a test with the theodolite, establishing a horizontal, all that stuff?
Yeah, you make a horizontal with a theodolite. You put a stake where the theodolite is. You make it level, and then you put another stake 100 meters out. Now you got 2 stakes in the ground. You bring the other theodolite to the first stake. You put it at the height. The theodolite has like a height on the side of it to where the crosshair is. So you make them the same height. I don't know. There's a way to do it where if you do it in segments, it knocks the exponential shit out of it. It would take a while. It would take a while to do. I think Larry GPS said it would take like 2 weeks or something to go the distance. We need like 3 miles or 4 miles or something.
And I think shorter distances and kind of daisy chaining them together and stuff like that, like I get it. But even these are like, it's subject to how we see the world, right? It's subject to how light enters the theodolite, which is subject to perspective rules or laws, which I think are yet to be fully established and aren't necessarily definitive in these situations due to atmospheric conditions anyway. So it's hard to pull yourself away or pull ourselves away from having to utilize the way that we see the world in what we're trying to determine. And I think that's the biggest hurdle, is that the globe is built off of the way that we do see the world.
Yeah, well, there's a way we can do it where it knocks out the exponential part. Like there'll still be drop at the end. Like say we do a whole bunch of segments and we cut, and there's still going to be drop because that's happening in the atmosphere or whatever. The way we see, whatever you want to say it is, there's this apparent drop happening. So there's going to be drop there no matter what afterwards, probably. But the thing is, with the way Moyak suggested, there wouldn't be anything near because the globe's got it dropping exponentially. It has to because the curve. Whereas our shit, if we're doing it in segments, we don't have to do it. There's not going to be an exponential drop. There's just going to be a, X per segment or something. So it'll be like way off what the globe says. So, I mean, this shit right here is definitive, I think.
Would this be done, like you said, it would have to be done over a few miles, right? So would this be done with some sort of leveling apparatus that could be agreed upon, like a stagnant body of water over a long distance? So there's no...
bro, we can make level. I can make level anywhere.
But here's the thing.
Making a level line is not even an issue. Huh?
For them, level is curved.
Yeah, but we can make level anywhere, no matter who you are. Even if you're on the globe side or the flat side, you give me a 10 meter fucking water level, I'll make you a 10-mile fucking level reference with stakes. Just put stakes in the ground.
Sure. I know people have tried this, and I guess their tubing was probably too small. You do get issues sometimes with, I guess maybe there's a way to like clear the lines of pressure so that you're not having to push water up specific portions of tube and run into like pressure issues.
Yeah, it just takes time. But it can be done correctly, and you can make a level however long you want. Or we could do it next to a body of water, whatever. It can be done next to a non-flowing canal or something.
Right, so this would have to be, okay, here's our level, here's where our water levels are indicating, right? This is our optical observation, which would have to be done at each one of those stations as well at a specified height. So is it a mixture of optical as well as like water leveling?
Right, you're going to make two. You're going to have two stakes, two sets of stakes. One of the set of stakes is going to be your water level, and the other set of stakes will be your optical. You're measuring your horizontal. One will be level. The one will be water level, and the other one will be a horizontal, or as close to a horizontal as we can make.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that being possible. I'm trying to wrap my head around a water level of, a few miles that has incremental measurement points along it, right? Because with the water level, the best way for a water level to really work is to have like only two open sides and two indication points, like one at the beginning and one at the end. Once you start adding multiples, then you get issues with varying heights, right?
I think so. I mean, you use a clear tube, you make sure there's no air bubbles in it. You got to there's a process you have to do every time. But like I said, it would make time, but you can get an almost perfect water level however long you wanted. If you did 10-meter segments, 100-meter segments, whatever. Like I said, or this can be done next to a canal, or we can dig a ditch and just fill it with water, whatever, like a trench. You could put fucking, you only need a little 2-inch trench or something. Right? I could almost drag a fucking shovel along in some sand and fucking do it.
Yeah. I mean, the point of a canal or a body of water or trench or something would be to have that water level reference as well.
I mean, honestly, the water level is not the issue. It's the horizontal part is the issue. That's the tough part. And like I said, we're not even going to make a horizontal because there's going to be there's this optical drop that's happening, right? I mean, do you agree there's some optical thing that's causing us to see things dropping in the distance?
Yeah, I mean, things.
Well, it's not Earth curve, right? It's
Increase
not Earth curve
and
why the
drop.
mountains.
What do you mean things dropping in the distance?
Like Xanax Mount Rainier picture, B-Ball's picture, the horizon almost constantly being below horizontal, like that drop.
A lot of those pictures are based on how they're taking the picture, right? Like I can make something that's taller in the distance appear to be smaller based on how I'm angling my camera at it. That's pretty easy to do. So a lot of that shit's deceptive because all you see is a picture. And how can this work? Okay, well, I can make a bunch of different things work with perspective depending on how I angle my camera up and down, left to right, side to side, all of these things to be able to get images like that.
Yeah, but there's been tons of shit done with
shit drops in the
light,
distance, bro.
auto level.
Shit does
There's
drop.
been tons of shit done with. Let's go ahead, bro.
I was just agreeing with you. Shit does drop in the distance. Not always, but it varies. But it does. The further you get away, the
That's
lower
why I
shit
said
appears to
usually.
be.
Yeah, that's why I said usually, because George Hanichuk used a theodolite and measured the horizon above horizontal. So there's that. But normally it's below horizontal. Things are definitely dropping below horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
Now, be it optically or physically, that's the question at hand, right?
Well, it's optically, and the only way to determine whether that's a product of something like refraction or not is very difficult.
Yes. So I don't even remember where we were because you didn't agree that things weren't dropping optically. So I don't even know where we were now.
Well, you're just talking about some pictures, and I haven't seen them, but I have seen pictures where people can be very deceptive on how they would put their camera, right, to be able to see whether or not something is actually, like the peak of this mountain is supposed to be X amount of height, which is higher than where I'm viewing, but here's the horizon, and the peak of the mountain in relation to the horizon appears that this peak is lower than me, so it's dropping over distance, which it's hard to establish that because when you're talking about long distances like that, your horizon isn't necessarily set, especially when you're doing it at elevation, your horizon isn't necessarily set where it would be from a lower elevation, meaning it's not really rising up to near 50% of your field of view. So you're looking at a horizon that's lower, right? Not because of Earth curvature, but because one, you're at elevation, two, you're not able to see as far due to atmospheric conditions, so that sets it lower, right? Hopefully you understand that, right? Like you can't.
Yeah. So the whole point was things are appearing to drop in the distance. Whether that was all. I don't remember where we were before that though.
You're talking about establishing the horizontal.
There's millions of examples. I mean, sunsets, the moon, clouds at the horizon. If the horizon's below level. But I didn't even think that was an issue.
Yeah, no, I'm just giving examples of why that would take place.
Yeah, I mean, we think it's optical. Obviously, it's not Earth curve. It's optical.
It's got to be. It's got to be refraction in my book. That's what I think. That would be the test. Is trying to eliminate refraction as best as we could. And I got a test that the flat Earth predicts one thing and the globe predicts another that I've talked about.
I like the neutrally buoyant line underwater. Honestly, that'd be like if you could get it exactly neutrally buoyant. That'd be like hanging a plumb line. Essentially, you put the tiniest amount of tension on it, sideways, and you basically have a plumb line for horizontal plumb line.
That's the best I could come up with. But I got away just with the auto level is just shooting. They say differential leveling. You know, we've went over that a million times. How we're changing angles, and every time we shoot back and we shoot forward, that we're just changing angles and shooting our way around the globe. So instead of back shooting, I'm just going to leapfrog and just shoot right next to my setup, and then shoot like 100 feet out in the distance, and then go to that stake, and instead of back shooting, just shoot right next to it. In other words, I'm not changing my angles, doing back shots every time. So the globe. So if I do it like that, I predict that I'm going to be. I mean, their prediction has to be. I forgot. It's going to be above the mark, and my prediction is it's going to be the same shit basically than doing back shots. You're not going to get no difference. Globe don't predict that though.
I mean, go fucking do it, bro. Get some stakes in you got an auto level, right?
Yeah, man, my fucking auto level, my good one got stolen, dude. I'm trying to track it down. I mean, stolen is one way to put it, but a guy's responsible for it. A guy who worked for me, I let him use it. And then, oh man, it's a long story. I don't even want to get into it. But I do have an auto level, but I want to, if I can't track down this or get him to pay for it, whatever, I'm going to have to get a good one to do it. I'm not going to do this with a 20 zoom auto level.
Dumpy. What do they call those? Dumpties?
Yeah, the name for well, them are the old ass levels that without the circle bubble, it's just the dumpy levels pretty much. Dude, I don't know if I still have my dumpy level. I might, but it just you spin it around. You just have a regular level, like a spirit level on your on the auto level, and it so you just turn it and level it in a circle. But since then they've come out with the new levels where you just put the circle in the middle of the little bubble in the middle of the circle, and then it's automatically leveled in every direction. The dumpy levels, it had like two little bubbles in it, one going sideways and one going straight ahead, but you had to kind of turn it to get it leveled, man. It's been a while. I might have to go to storage and dig that thing out, but just to see if I still got it. But yeah, I plan on doing it, man. I plan on doing this other test, man, with Jesse Gordon, man. But that entitles me driving all the way to or flying to Washington, man. I'm at the whole other end of the country, but he's got the stuff we need. He's got the place to do it. He's got
I think Washington, the state.
I think he's got 6 miles of line, 3 or 6, I forgot. But yeah, Washington State, bro.
Dude, the only way to do it with line is the neutrally buoyant line, and then you put a little tension on it on one side and do it underwater. Yeah, you have to cut a piece off before you do it, though. You got to get a sample of the water you're doing it in, and then get like a bucket of that or a fish tank full of that water, and then cut a little piece of the line off, set the line in the middle, and then wait. Because if it really is neutrally buoyant, it'll just sit there. You know what I'm saying? You just don't want to grab your 6 miles or whatever and just put that in the water. Like, you got to check the line versus the water you're putting it in. You feel me, Brian?
Oh yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's got to be close, real close. He said it's damn near neutral. So I think a little more on the flat Earth end. Like, I think it's a little more floaty. Like, it's like, but it's decimals, you know. But yeah, that's a good idea. I mean, instead of just looking at the numbers, test it in the water. There's no beating that actual test to see what it does in the water. Because, like you said,
whatever water you're going to use, if you're going to the ocean or a canal, you get that water.
That's actually good looking out, even thinking of that.
If you go by neutrally buoyant line and then do it in salt water versus fresh water, I mean, that's obviously going to make a difference, right?
Yeah.
But that should be just like, if you can get it really close. I had Moyak running numbers for me one day. He said you had to get within 1/10,000th of the density from the water to the line, which is almost sounds impossible. But then Rumpus had a way one day to check to see if it was, even after you put tension on it. You measure it in increments from your starting spot.
Yeah, we've talked about it long enough, man. It's about time we do it. He invited me out there, man, pretty much this spring, man. So if my money's right, I'm gonna do it. Because that's gonna be the way to do it, to have Glovers and somebody representing a couple of on each team, right? Because whatever result,
I mean, yeah,
you know.
I like that way. I also like the way where we do it I was against optical shit for the longest time, but this optical way that we got now seems doable because it's solving a bunch of problems. Solves the problem for us of it being a squared function, the optical drop, and then it also solves the Glover's issue of plumb lines aren't parallel and you're just doing a disco ball thing. So I mean, both of those ways seem pretty good.
Yeah, see, if I do go up there, that's going to be good because we could do like a couple. We could do the test I was just talking about because he's the one who pretty much predicted a different result. Not just him, but he's the first one I talked to about leapfrogging and getting a little bit different of a result. So he's got some equipment too. So we could maybe knock two birds out with one stone. Anyway, that's the idea. It's getting close, man. Winter's flying by, man. There ain't much. It's about 85 degrees and sunny right now. It was a little bit cold 2 nights ago, but it doesn't last. Big Red heats it back up pretty quick, man.
I hear you. The temperature's been fluctuating in New York crazy. I mean, my optical shit, that needs to be done at a place that has pretty level land. Obviously the string and the water thing can be done wherever there's water. I don't know though, because you run the risk of if you do it you can't do it in anything that has tides for one, because the water needs to be still. You definitely don't want a lot of like marine life in the water, because what if a snapping turtle comes along and bites your line, or a fish fucking hits your line or some shit? So I mean, sitting here arguing about it all day isn't really going to get us anywhere. I mean, Moyak's thing was kind of like my thing, where you take a theodolite, you make it level. You put two stakes in front of you. You know, one at 50 meters, one at 100 meters. You go to the 50-meter one. You line up the back. You make sure you're on the back target. You look at the front. You look forward. You make a new stake, and you just keep leapfrogging it like that. So now you're not even using level anymore. You're just lining up. You're sighting it up with the stakes.
I'll tell you what, though, bro, it's pretty discouraging when me and my son, surveyed down the fucking coast, and for them to just tell me that I'm surveying around a curve and don't realize it. It's pretty discouraging hearing that excuse, bro.
All right, let's get this party started.
I'm only here because I can't stand listening to Branch.
I know, dude. He's so fucking drunk and nonsensical.
I agree.
My choices are silence or listen to Branch. I choose silence.
I left Cosmology Tartaria because he was in there. Wait, is he in here now?
No, he's still over there. He's still ranting from 3 hours ago.
I got up at like.
Sometimes he's funny as shit, bro. But then when he gets in the moods, bro, it's like fucking obnoxious.
I got up at like 5 a.m. Turned on Discord, and there's fucking Branch, dude, just blabbing away, cutting people off.
Yeah, I hate it when he gets in them moods, bro.
Sucked too, because it was actually a really cool conversation between Santiago, and another guy. I can't remember his name, but yeah, we were talking about dreams, or they were talking about dreams, and Branch just cut fucking shitting all over the convo, dude.
Yeah, bro. I made a comment, and Howard replied to ask me a question. I go to reply, dude, and Brett just jumps in, bro. It's like he just fucking, like, bro, you weren't even part of this, man. Can I have at least like a 2-question back and forth with somebody, bro? But I wasn't gonna bitch about it because, like, you know, I just fucking left.
Right.
I'll bitch about it. I'll bitch about it now. No.
Yeah, there's
I like Branch, but my God, go ahead. Sorry, Napalm.
No, I was just gonna say I feel like there's some people that just literally cannot be in a room without being in the conversation, even if they're adding absolutely nothing of value. Like, have to be in the conversation.
I usually just listen, sit here for hours and hours and hours. But then if it's something I want to talk about, I jump in and I get a little excited sometimes. But man, I hate getting compared to Zach. Like, bro, he fucking makes it impossible to talk to him if you don't talk to him a certain way. And I get compared to him, I just get mad and leave. I'm like, dude, I didn't get compared to that.
I think Napalm's probably one of the best with his timing at when to interject and not get too excited. You do really good at that, Napalm.
At what? Being able to cut into the conversation?
Yeah, cut in and then and not like cut people off and just, I don't know, man. You got really good tact, I guess.
I mean, I try to, but I feel like sometimes there's a delay in Discord that I think takes place that not everybody experiences things at the same time. So, like, I understand. Like, sometimes I probably come into a conversation after somebody started, but I haven't heard them yet. And I think the same happens for me quite often too, where I've started talking, but then somebody else will come in and it's like, I'll just have to back off after like 10 seconds of talking because obviously the other person either thought they started before me or just doesn't care and is just going to talk through me. So, but then I have my moments where like I'll even say it. I'll even be like, "Well, fuck you." Then I'm just going to continue to talk through you if you're not going to back down.
Yeah,
because I know I was in before.
Those are awesome moments. I love those moments. But now you got like an ability. Like there'll be like 3 or 4 people just like trying to get in over top of one another, and there'll be like a millisecond of a pause, and you just like come in like right at the right time, dude, and just you're able to like cut in, dude. It's pretty good, dude. It's pretty awesome. It's a skill, dude. I think it's a skill.
I guess. I mean, I try not to do it unless I have something pertinent to add to the conversation or something of value. But I feel like there's some characters where it's like, I know immediately when so-and-so's in the room because they're going to be in the conversation, whether they have anything to say about it or not. Their voice is going to be in the background, you know?
Right. Nah, you always got good stuff, man. You only chime in if you got something to add, and it's always good stuff. So
I appreciate it. I try to
What up,
sometimes.
Jeremy? What were you saying, Napalm? Sorry.
I said I appreciate it. Sometimes I feel like what I'm adding is shit sometimes, but try to be on point.
I remember what he cut off now. He cut off. I talked to Howard because they said something about gas pressure. And so what I did, and I'll post a video, but I took a PVC pipe. I did it a while back, but I reposted this video and just cut out kind of the BS so it's a little quicker to the point. But it's just a few minute video, but I took about 60 or 70 feet of PVC pipe and I left each end open. And I just went around in a loop where both ends were right by me. And I put the last 10 foot of each side, each open-ended side in a gutter with water. And then I had them both ends sticking up. So I took a loose balloon and stuck over the end of each pipe. So now it's sealed with balloons on either end. And I put ice water in the right gutter and with the pipe in the ice water. And then the other 10 foot end, I put hot water. And I was able to make a gradient. And I showed the gradient. It wasn't a big one, but I showed where the side with the balloon on the hot water side, it bubbled up. And if I squeezed it, it would make the limp balloon on the other side. The side with the ice water was just limp, no air in it at all. But when I squeezed the one that was hot on the hot side, it would make the cold one bounce up. So you could see they were connected and everything, no tricks. And then it would fill right back up. The air pressure would immediately leave the cold water side and just blow back up the side on the hot water. So basically what I was showing is that it's easy to demonstrate a gradient inside containment with just temperature alone. And that because they always try to say that we got a gradient, like that's some kind of excuse. That's not an excuse, because if just a gradient to me proves containment even more, in my opinion. So I demonstrated it, and I went, and then Howard went to respond, and Branch wouldn't let him, bro. He jumped all in on it. Or Howard asked me a question, and he didn't let me respond, I think.
I think Branch claimed he was 12 times smarter, at least, than everyone in the room at the moment this morning. I was just like, dude.
Yeah, and 20 times drunker.
He can be pretty funny sometimes.
Do y'all think that's a legitimate excuse? The fact there's a gradient? Is that even a kind of excuse? To me, that doesn't work. What's a gradient got to do with it? I mean, you got pressure, you got no containment, and you supposedly have a infinite damn near size vacuum of like a damn near perfect vacuum, as close as anything could ever be to a perfect vacuum adjacent. Like that a gradient doesn't. That's a joke, man.
Well, they kind of do it backwards, right? I think that the claim is the gradient. The claimed cause is gravity. Therefore, gravity's causing a gradient, and the gradient causes the pressure. So instead of trying to figure out pressure and then the additive, right, the gradient of the pressure, they're saying what is the cause of the gradient to say that is the cause of the pressure. So it's kind of backwards. I think
so too, but I posted it anyway because, dude, we show so many demonstrations, bro, and it's like all they do is fucking talk. Like we show demonstrations about a sun setting, we show refraction, like in short distances, just like several different kinds, like, and they still ask us, man. It's like when the veteran ballers like ask us, how would a sun set on a flat earth? Bro, we done showed you several ways. We've showed you how it works in real life. We've showed the refraction on garage floors and lakes, with magnifying glasses up close and shit with atmospheric lensing. I mean, we've literally explained and demonstrated. And then, a couple weeks later, they act like, just ask the same question. Like, bro, that's not honest asking us how. Maybe a new person, but bro, we've told you, showed you, and you act like it never even happened. Like, It's ridiculous, man.
Well, partly because you haven't explained how the environment actually is causing said situations. Like you say, well, if it acted like a lens, well, you now have to make that lens apply to reality and
Well, that's why
come up with a mechanism by which it works. At least in essence, that hasn't been done.
Yeah, it has cold air. We let in cold air, which we know the air above us is colder. We let in cold air and watch the light disappear right in front of our face, bro. But besides that, we've showed multiple ways, y'all. Atmospheric lensing. One of the excuses y'all used. We're asking for demonstrations on looming, and you show us like a negative 200 degree freaking. I mean, it's ridiculous the shit y'all show. Like, bro, we show actual atmosphere and the light disappearing right in front of your face over 100 feet. And you show us freaking 1 foot with liquid nitrogen or butane or some shit, bro. Come on, man. That's not a demonstration.
Well, no, what you've done there is you've taken a 70-degree room and opened a garage door and allowed in 30-degree air. So you have a 40-degree temperature delta to make it happen over the 25 foot of your garage. Now, in order to get that to happen over the tank, over a propane tank, you go and you crank that to negative 200 degrees to show that you can get refraction over a propane tank. All of them show the same thing.
With the propane tank, you're talking a 200 and something degree temperature variation, probably 250. And you're
doing it over 6 inches.
Wait. It only lasts a split second, bro. We maintain ours after we close the door for about a minute, bro. It's using the literal environment. And you're comparing it to butane, bro. You're complaining about the temperature variation when you're doing it.
Well, you've got a 30-degree temperature delta. Yeah, I agree. But you had to go to the outrageous 30-degree temperature delta, which you never get in reality either.
It's pretty much scaled, though. It's scaled pretty close when you look at the distance. But here's the thing: we've showed multiple ways. Y'all have never shown anything practical. Never. You've never shown.
I don't know about that. We showed you that denser materials bend light down.
You've never,
light bends towards a denser medium.
When we show you in reality, what happens though? When we do that in reality, shit disappears bottom up.
Well, show me your atmospheric lensing where it makes something bigger in 2 dimensions, up and left and right, because that's what you need for the sun to stay the same size at all distances and stuff like that. I think that's when they started asserting magnification. And you'd have to also show me that things don't follow perspective guidelines, which is halving size every time you double distance. You would expect objects to no longer be able to yield size measurements at a distance. Yet I can go look across from mountaintop to mountaintop 20 miles away, and I can tell you a car is 18 feet long just by counting pixels.
Bro, you're grasping at straws. We literally showed you with lensing how the further the light gets away, mocking the sun, doesn't change size, bro. I mean, literally right in front of your face.
That was not lensing.
Hold on, almost done. After the weatherman literally says that the atmosphere acts like a lens.
Loosely termed, it acts like a lens, but what you need is it to act exactly like a lens, where it's in all dimensions changing the size of something. Yet, every time I've experienced it, I've actually measured it, I see that I can measure things at a distance using photogrammetry, and I can determine the size of objects at great distances, especially on the horizontal axis.
So your claim here is the sun, right?
Not specifically, but yeah, it's one of them.
I'm claiming demonstrations. They never show anything.
The sun,
they just critique us. Go ahead, sorry.
Right. So in order to say this wouldn't work, you would have to base that upon what? The size of the sun and the distance to the sun? So it not working, when you say it wouldn't work, it has to be demonstrated. There is a difference, though fairly slight, in the size of the sun throughout the course of the day. So if the sun is changing size, right, ever so slightly, what you have to claim is that you know the distance to the sun and the size of the sun to therefore say when it's at this specified distance away and it's this size and it's at this elevation, we would expect it to be this specific size as it starts to hit the sunset, right?
Well, you would have to start actually giving some answers to numbers. So we usually end up, deferring to some of the flat Earth measurements of, the sun is 3,000 miles away. So if it was 3,000 miles away and was over a ground position that's 6,000 miles away, that means you've doubled the distance. Therefore, it should be half the
Right.
size.
But here's the thing: within our
we don't see that.
paradigm, we don't make a definitive claim because
of course
we don't have the ability to definitively say what the sun is, right? And especially when it comes to the stars, we don't have a definitive ability to say that these things are what we would consider physical objects that are emanating light to begin with, right? They could be reflections of light. They could be many different things, right? That would have various qualities that would be inconsistent with a specified physical object at a certain distance and or size.
Yeah, no, I know what what the game is. You don't specify anything.
It's not a game. The fact of the matter is, it's a game if I don't want to make an assumption. I gotcha. So if I make
you make the assumption that it's flat when it's evidently not flat.
Well, so, then I can just make the assumption that these stars in the sky, the way that the light travels to us as it interacts with the atmosphere, gives us exactly the refraction that we need for the observations that we see, right? We could just
that is the claim that I hear come out of some of the flat earthers. I can't say you specifically, but the claim is that you have a personal dome where light just magically bends to you so that everywhere you go on Earth it matches a sphere.
Well, here's the thing,
and that is something that's completely possible. I mean, yes, it could happen that way, but there's no trail of evidence or physics that would indicate that in any way, shape, or form that shit that was between us and that star does that kind of shit.
So aside from the stars, right, is your claim that your vision isn't in this kind of dome?
Vision is kind of dumb. What?
Dome?
No.
Okay.
I wouldn't call it dome.
How would you describe vision then, and how things appear to you based on perspective?
Dome. Let me think. A dome. You're trying to say that it's a dome.
So if I lay on the ground and I'm looking straight up in the sky and things are passing over me at various heights and various distances, they're going across my vision, or if I'm looking out towards the horizon, something passes over me very, very high, like an airplane, it appears to move downwards in my field of view. So is it actually physically getting closer to the ground?
No, but it follows specific rules that indicate
No,
that
it doesn't.
That.
That's the problem.
An airplane?
You guys
airplane does.
Airplane might, because it might be close enough, but even then it will, the angular size will become too small before it actually intersects with the horizon.
That never happens.
It never happens that its angular size
because
too small before
you're
intersects with the
fixating
horizon?
on the human eye, and there's no reason whatsoever to ever use the human eye as your baseline. I can bring back something into view, given enough optical given the right optic system. I can keep on bringing that bitch back up until it goes over the horizon.
So what size lens would you need? What size aperture and focal length would you need for a
P1000? I would say you'd be able to pull a 747 on the horizon.
Before you're answering the question, I haven't even given you the parameters. All right, I'm done with Moyak. Anybody else can have the conversation.
Right, yeah. Go ahead, have fun.
Yeah. No, it's not me running away or anything like that. It's the fact that you can't control yourself from actually listening to what I'm going to say in the form of a question before you're trying to answer it when I haven't even given you.
Cry me a river.
I think at this point, I'm very close to, if they want to kick me off being a moderator, that's fine. But I'm very close to just issuing warnings for the actions of some of these globers that they continue to take. Because all it does is divulge the conversation into shit shows in this room. And if that's what we want in the server, then all good.
Dang, I just got back. Everyone's freaking done talking, huh?
Yeah, no, I'm just done having conversations with people that can't control themselves from over talking. It's ridiculous.
Oh, what did I miss?
Closed-minded individuals that are unwilling to listen to anything. They think they know everything, so they have to overtalk what you're saying to answer questions that haven't even been asked because they already know the answer that they're going to give. So,
Kind of sounds like you're describing Moyoc, but I could be wrong.
pretty good guess. And then when I say I'm done with the conversation because all he's doing is over talking me, then he resorts to name calling, which is against server guidelines. So, you know, standard shit.
Pretty much heard that whole little conversation you had with Moyoc. It was really weird. He was so aggressive. He just came in like pissed off or something. Like it's so strange. Rather than just having a conversation, it was like it's like he wanted to beat you up or something. It was ridiculous.
I mean, maybe that's just his typical tone because that's the way he always is. But I don't know. I mean, that's the way some people operate. And I mean, I just hope that their life in general isn't as frustrating or as aggravated as their tone of voice seems to be most of the time. Like, I hope that's the case, but who knows?
I think you're
Yeah, it's
getting
really
power hungry. Personally, I think you're getting power hungry.
Me?
Yeah, a little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit.
Power hungry.
About power hungry. What's your name, dude?
It's me, Brian.
Okay. That's funny.
So your claim is that I'm getting power hungry? Like I'm actually contemplating using some of the tools that a moderator in here has that should be used more often than they do? And,
yeah.
And that's power hungry? Like
A little
literally
bit. Not
literally,
a lot. Just giving you my feelings. I'm not arguing with you.
Sure. Yeah, no, I get it.
Telling you how I feel. I didn't like waking up the next day being server muted. I didn't like it. It's not like you gave a timeout. It's not like you gave a timeout and then fixed it. You just fucking came in, pushed me out, and then bailed.
Yeah, so yesterday you came in on a sock account. I don't know who server muted you prior, but you came in on a sock account because your other account was muted. So for that, I instantly muted you and then you left the room. So I couldn't unmute you. So if you leave a room that your server muted in, as server muted, mods can't go back in and like unmute you after you leave the room. So anytime you come back in, you're going to be server muted until you speak with a mod to have them unmute you. But instead of doing that, like you came in under a sock account.
Hey guys, why don't you guys take this to a private conversation? I'm just going to moderate here and say this is really not. It's not appropriate.
Sure. Yeah, Dan, if you want to drop down to another room, we can discuss.
No, I just see it growing now. The power hungry stuff is sort of growing. You know, now everyone's going to want to control someone else. I apologize for being over emotional. I do. It's not my best move.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the apology. And yeah, unfortunately, I couldn't undo the things that I did when you left the room. So.
Hey, Brian, are you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening.
So there's a meetup in a month down here across from Catalina where we can see Catalina Island. And when Ruhif goes through Jay Tolan's stuff, he's always correcting him and he's saying, that we got all our numbers wrong. But theoretically, if I really can't see beach to beach at 30 miles, I do got a problem. And I claim that I can, but I don't have images of any boats in the harbor 30 miles away. And so it means I'm not getting that low without switching to maybe infrared. So if I get my hands on infrared for that day that we're there, hopefully it's clear enough. But think about it. If we can't see even 10 miles,
Well, you could scale it, bro. I see what you're saying, and I've thought about that too. But then I've seen demonstrations where like you can get down on a lake and start getting obstruction at like 500 feet, bro. It's just the way the world works. We know there's no earth curve in 500 feet, but the little mini boat. Have you ever heard of Sky Free?
No.
Yeah, let me post. They've done several demonstrations where they just scale reality, don't do nothing to it. Just get down real low and put their camera in a certain position and shit disappears at the bottom, bro. It's just the way the fucking world works, bro. They try to say it's earth curve, bro, but we know that 1 millimeter of earth curve, which is how much is over like 500 feet, is or 1.5 millimeters, I think, 2 millimeters, ain't gonna block a 5-inch little boat. You know what I'm saying? It's just the way shit works. I'm gonna post a video for you. I mean, I'm gonna post a video with their channel because they got a lot of good work, bro.
Bob the science guy has been showing this half a mile thing in his yard, but yesterday he said, I got to do it at 50 miles. And it's
No.
like, that's 100 times the difference that he's expecting me to achieve.
Yeah, but show his dude. He doesn't even, his auto level ain't even level. Lake, he realized that shit wasn't gonna work. He fucking tried to rig it, and he tries to hide it, but it's not even level, bro. They what you call it made a comment. Even Jesse Kozlowski made a comment about it, laughing at him for not lining up his level, not leveling it. You look at one side. One side's tilted. That means it's not level. You could drive the tilt to the side, but it still means your instrument's off level, bro.
It's funny because we never dreamed of just saying, okay, I leveled the camera. There's proof of the flat earth. I mean, it's not a good indicator of anything just because you can level your camera.
No, he's got an auto level. Oh, he showed you some camera shit?
Well, it's the same thing, right? Isn't he shooting through the auto level?
Yeah, but it's not leveled, bro. You could look at the left to right, and like I said, if it's not level, it's gonna reflect in every direction, basically.
It just doesn't seem like proof. If we whip that out, it wouldn't. It's just totally optical. Who gives a shit? It's not a measurement. What we caught him on is it's not a measurement. He claims it's a measurement, but it's not.
I mean, they should know just seeing their own guys. Look, Jesse Kozlowski and Slash Barkane showed the Great Salt Lakes above the fucking crosshairs, bro. The water, and he was trying to shoot the mountains. I forgot the name of them across the lake, and the crosshairs was below the water, and Jesse set the damn thing up, and then George Numchucks showed the ground, the lake. The frozen lake higher than the crosshairs, bro. I mean, that right there should show them it's not earth curve, bro. It's optics. They could even have the ground higher than the crosshairs. I've seen it. I've never captured it, but I've seen it a couple times at the beach where the water is above the crosshairs. Man, it happens, bro. And that right there should tell them we're not living on a concave Earth. It's not earth curve. It's freaking optics, man. It's just shit moves, and it's going to be predominant. It's going to be one way in normal weather most of the time, but we can mimic that over short distances, man. It's just the way shit works. Refraction, to me, that's refraction.
Detraction.
Yeah, detraction. No, man, refraction. But I'm gonna post this. If you haven't seen this channel, bro, you're missing out, man. I got a lot of good stuff. I'm gonna post it in 1 second. I'm working on it right there. They are. Okay, this is.
Have you ever heard the concave guys going off?
Yeah.
Isn't it a trip to think about? Because that must be what Globers think and feel when they listen to us. They just tune us out to begin with, because they figure there's nothing to listen to. It's weird to do it to them, It's a weird feeling.
No, man, I can make okay, bro. That's what I think. Reality is weird, bro. I could make a really good argument for concave Earth, a good argument for flat Earth. I could make a good argument for the globe. It's weird how reality does that, bro, ain't it?
Yeah, I saw this. I haven't finished watching it because I was kind of tripping on when he took it all the way out and then I was confused by the spray, I couldn't tell what I was seeing when he was getting all that rooster tail.
He was just going out to the distance. You gotta, not just that video. No, he's just playing around with it. When he gets out at distance, then it disappears.
Yeah, that's a pretty good video. I think I was watching it, not listening to it.
They got stuff disappearing down a long hallway and shit, just letting cold air in. Just a little gradient, man, and pebbles on the pond. He's got lights on his warehouse floor. And they can't say that the floor. They tried to say that your floor ain't level. So what he does is he sets it up, and then he's got the lights in the camera and doesn't even move the camera and opens the door. They got an excuse no matter what the fuck we tell them, bro. And then the light disappears right in front of your eyes without moving the camera, just from letting cold air in, And then it maintains it till the air warms up.
The funny thing about that pebbles in the pond thing is they try to say, the Globers will try to be like, well, that floor is not exactly flat, but it doesn't even matter because nothing moves. You know what I mean? The light is sitting still and the camera's sitting still. And then
exactly.
And then it's like, it doesn't matter if the floor is perfectly flat or not. It's irrelevant. Totally irrelevant. That's what they do. They just want to run us in circles with some irrelevant ass shit.
Yeah, this little toy boat video is a little confusing. I think for anyone watching, they got to wonder what they're seeing.
Yeah, I don't know why they showed it on its way out there for so long. I understand what you're saying. If they had just showed it, before it was all the way out there, like 50 feet away, and then vanishing zone, that'd probably been better. But they've done so much good work, dude. I'm not gonna critique them on every little thing. They get their point across pretty good, and several different landscapes, several different weather conditions, and they always
Hold
post
on, Brian. What do you not understand about the Sky Free thing? They got a little toy boat to disappear over a couple 100 feet or whatever. Which,
well, it looks as if it's in midair. It's mirroring what appears to be in midair. It's being mirrored, so clearly, what we call the water line is very difficult to decipher at that distance.
If they drive the boat out,
the point of mirroring tells you exactly where the water line is.
They drive the boat out, you can see the boat. Then they drive the boat out, and you can't see the boat, right?
You can see the boat most of the video.
Yeah, watch the whole thing, bro. They've mimicked the inferior mirage, just what we see in reality, bro. They've mimicked it. You're talking about the inferior mimic. But just watch a little bit of their work, bro. They've mimicked the Fata Morganas. They've mimicked exactly what we see, in short distance. No, nothing tricky. The point is, we should have a clear line of sight to that boat, according to Ballers. We should have a perfect little line of sight. There's not enough Earth curve to make anything happen. It's a clear line of sight, but that's not reality. Reality is shit happens in the distance. To me, it's like perspective kicks in, and like the further something is away, the higher up in our field of view. Like if we're standing right on top of it, we got to look down at it. As it works its way out, our angle works its way where it forms a horizon where something on the horizon is going to be higher than something that's halfway to the horizon. So in the picture, it's going to be halfway up to the horizon, but it's the same height. But at some point, that has to cut off, and then things are going to start dropping in the distance after that point. Because think about it, if it didn't, then everything, the further away it was, would have to keep rising up, and past our line of sight, we wouldn't even be able to make anything out. It'd be confusing. So there has to be a point where optically, because when we see all these things dropping, it's with zoom, and our eyes don't have zoom like that, man. We've pretty much been spoiled looking at all these long distance observations and stuff. But the observable horizon with our eyes, we see perspective until the horizon, wherever it might be on that day, and then beyond that, a lot of times we could see stuff dropping beyond that. But on a good clear day, the horizon, even with a good zoom, is just infinity. The horizon is infinity, and as far as you could make shit out in the distance, like on the Black Swan photo, you could see shit in the background. Dr. John Dees, you could see he's got a good Black Swan where you could see a boat way beyond the last windmill even. It's like, God dang, like it just goes off into infinity, man. And they expect that all the time. But it takes a nice, perfectly clear day. And when you go out there doing these observations, you know when you're going to be able to. You can tell just by the air around you. If there's no mirage, no inferior mirage, you're going to have good vision. In their world, it's where when you get all that refractions, when you're going to see things far away. And that's horseshit, bro. It's on a good, nice, clear day. Nice, and sometimes with a light breeze blowing and shit, a steady little breeze, and clear air, we could see into infinity, basically.
Particularly a cold day after rain, because there's no moisture in the air anymore.
For me, it's after a full moon, like when it's nice and it's moderate temperatures. I've seen it in all weather, but with moderate temp, it's usually a fucking inferior mirage, bro. Just to be honest,
The idea that they think we're waiting for perfect conditions for refraction is hysterically wrong. I mean, they think we're waiting for refractive properties when in fact we're waiting for them to go away. They don't believe in a clear day.
That's exactly right, bro. We're waiting on the fucking. That's what makes me not go as often, because every time I go out there, bro, it's like, man, it's a nice clear day. I get my. It's been a while since I've been, because it's always a fucking inferior mirage, dude. Always, dude. I can never get a good sunrise. I can never get a good long distance photo because it's an inferior mirage every fucking day. You just got to catch the days without the refraction, without the miraging, and that's the days you could just see out to infinity, basically.
They've really got to cop to that 3 mile horizon at some point. It's got to be there on their measurement. It's got to be a physical thing. There is no optics involved. There should be obstruction big time after 3 miles.
Bro, they say, they think that I quit arguing with them about the freaking light bending down to the. Look, okay, sure, the light's bending down, but look what we see because of that. And I show them their own videos. I show them in the fish tank where we know for a fact the shit's bending down, and watch the bottom disappear. And then I show them like the videos where the light disappears right in front of your face, like me and Jeremy was talking about. Like you let the cold air in, you get a gradient where we know the shit's bending downward basically toward the warmer ground. I mean, wait, how's that work? Wait, that'd be backwards. Now I got myself thinking. Okay, if we let the cold air in, because cold air drops, man. So it makes let's think about that for a second.
Brian, it bends the light downward. You see more. That's what you show in that example. When you open that door and that cold air comes in, the light bends down, you see more of that object.
No, you don't. It disappears, bro.
No, it doesn't disappear. Show it again.
Oh, for fuck's sake, bro.
So our objects are going downward, the sun's coming upward. I mean, you really got two different things you're talking about, Zanuck.
Zanuck,
Why do you have a distant sunset looming upward then?
Wait a second. Zanuck, you haven't seen the videos
Because
where
the light bends downward, it looms things up. Don't
Wait,
you get it?
you haven't seen the videos where they open and let the cold air in and the light disappears right in front?
We see more of it.
No, there's
It's
three
very
lights.
cold. It was 20. It was like 10 degrees or 5 degrees outside. He opens the door, and then we something, and it looms up because light bends downward.
So you haven't seen it then? Okay. Well, the video I'm talking about, they open the door. There's three
Brian,
lights.
if you ever find those videos, DM them to me.
I got them. I got them,
The
bro.
pebbles in the pond.
Yeah, I got them. I
DM
can.
them to me.
I got to dig it out of my own shit, but let me
Just
explain
no
this to
rush.
Zanuck real
If
quick.
you ever find them, just send them to me, please. Thanks.
Well, will you explain it to Zanuck while I do it? How the three lights one by one disappear? Because he's seen something different.
Zanuck's not up to date on the flat Earth debate. I don't know what to tell you, bro. I'm not worried about what Zanuck knows. He thinks goofy shit's happening, so it's irrelevant for what Zanuck thinks. I could care less at this point. If you want to argue with him, go ahead. I don't care.
If you want to learn something, Brian, discuss it with me. I will teach you. I'll save you a lot of time. I'm setting up shit in your backyard with a bunch of freaking plastic bags and balloons and dummy water bags and whatever else, bags of ice.
Bro, you don't even think.
I'll save you a lot of time.
Yeah, you will. You're because you're allergic.
I help you
You're
save some
allergic
time.
you're allergic to demonstration, bro. When we show you something, and what I don't appreciate is you just lying and saying that the lights appeared higher in Pebbles on the Pond's videos because he's made a few of them, and I'm trying to dig them out, but I know you're going to keep talking shit where I got to keep coming back and can't find them. But most of the people here have seen where he's got three lights set up and his camera's sitting right there. And y'all said the light disappeared before because the floor was not level. So what he does is he just sets the camera down and he's filming three lights at three different heights. One of them's the lowest and in the middle and the higher light. And he opens the garage door, doesn't move the camera. And then first the bottom light disappears. It doesn't get higher. At first it disappears. Then the second light starts disappearing bottom up. And then the third higher light disappears bottom up. And then he closes the door and it maintains for quite a while, probably about 15, 20 seconds. And then you see the highest light start coming into view. And then you see as the air starts leveling out in the temperature, then you see the second one start coming into view. And then you see the third one come into view. It's all cut and dry. It's, and then y'all ask, how could all this, just show you with cold air, the regular atmosphere, no liquid nitrogen, no bullshit, just a little cold air is all it takes. And with a limited angle. And we show you and you still come back and ask, then you act like you're teaching us something, bro. You can't, we like demonstrations, showing you stuff. The globe's
Brian,
allergic to that.
could you post what you are talking about?
Yeah, I'm gonna post it.
Hey, Jeremy, you there?
What up? What up?
What's up, man? How you doing today?
Thanks, man. It's all good. It's all good. I'm pretty low on weed though, but it happens.
Oh, dude, I'll send some green vibes your way right now. Hopefully,
Thanks.
hopefully you won't be out of weed soon.
Yeah, and I thought let's get a conversation going because it's so damn quiet in here.
Okay, I came in here 4 days ago, and I was kind of talking about how I'm into crypto, and I was telling some people to buy, and I had a couple people get into my DMs. One of them bought, and he has over doubled his money that
Oh,
I told him to invest.
in that short period, like in this 4 days, 5 days, or like you said?
Yeah,
Or what?
yeah,
Oh, that's sick, man.
yeah. I'm making some good calls. It's been a great week. It's going to be a great. I'm looking to break 5 figures by the end of the month.
Oh,
That's
good
my
luck
goal
on
is.
that, man. Good luck on that.
Thank you, dude. Lots of coffee and lots of spliffs. Hopefully that'll get me there.
Yeah, keep grinding, man. If you got a good row at the time, keep going.
Mm-hmm. Where are you from, man?
Well, if you would have to judge by my accent, what would be your first guess?
I would say you're probably speak German, but I
Right.
couldn't tell if you're from. Oh no, not German.
No, that's correct. I'm German.
Okay, I was gonna say I just wouldn't be able to tell if you're from Austria or not,
All right.
because you guys have very similar accents when you speak
Yeah,
English.
I got a pretty German tongue though.
Yeah, man. Deutsch Sprache, schwer Sprache. But it's good, man. Das ist fantastisch. Well, where I'm not trying to like dox you or anything, but do you live? Have you been to Berlin? Let me ask you that. Have you ever been there?
Yeah, but I think like just 2 times.
Okay,
And
because
yeah, go ahead.
I was at a party last night and I was talking to this guy who just got back from traveling in Europe, and I was like, "Oh yeah, like, how did you like Germany?" And he's like, "Man, I was only in Berlin for 8 days," and he described Berlin as Disneyland for depressed people, which I found very amusing at the time. But a day later, I'm like, what did he mean by that? Is Berlin like a depressing place with just like the only way people are having fun is just like going to raves? Because that's kind of how he made it sound.
I mean, I kind of get this impression too nowadays about Berlin in that way, really. So it wasn't that unrealistic what your friend said, but also I think it really depends on your environment where you're at, because it's for German standards, it's a quite big city, and so there are places where I think you get inspired more, and places where you get depressed more, just because of how it is, right?
Yeah, I'm not really sure what depressed him about it. I mean, and I've never been there, so I couldn't really guess or speculate. But I have German ancestors.
Yeah.
So I would love to go back to Germany and see where like half my people came from.
Yeah, I personally am further north in Germany, like at the Baltic Sea.
Okay.
Hamburg, baby, Hamburg.
Yeah, even further north, man.
Hamburg's a fun town.
Are you a flat earther?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you feel about well, actually, I don't even want to ask you that question, to be honest. I feel like you might get swatted or raided or something. But
This
how do you feel about like world governments and those kinds of conspiracies and how wars are started and whatnot?
Well, that reaches a few years back, but when you start to get alternative information or like look for different sources than the main news agencies, like in my country, I came across certain the German historians or like politic scientists who wrote really, really interesting texts about stuff like the deep state and really interesting stuff about really stuff which has been confirmed in detail from our history, right? And then I kind of came across stuff like Operation Paperclips documents, Operation Northwoods documents, all this kind of stuff which is free to check out in the internet. And right from there, like all this puzzle pieces added up to my viewpoint, which would be now that I definitely don't have any relevant information for the international happenings, but it's definitely an international interest group consisting of different influential people from different branches, which definitely have an agenda to make world politics, if that answers your question.
Oh, 100%. It answers my question. Honestly, I love talking to Germans just because of the way your language is structured. Whenever you're talking with a German, they will rarely interrupt you because when you interrupt somebody when you're speaking German, I'm aware that you're not going to understand what it is that they're saying. You have to hear the entire sentence. It's the way that the language is structured. So, yeah, you guys are usually pretty good at explaining yourselves. Very smart.
Taking that as a compliment, man. Thanks.
100% a compliment, yeah. But as to your answer, yeah, man, that must be wild living in Germany, like researching things that you're really not supposed to be researching.
I have such a good story, man, because we not really recently, but kind of recently got a new chancellor, like this guy Olaf Scholz. It's
yes.
it's our head of state. And funny enough, when I just looked a bit into his person, right, what really struck me so deeply was that this guy Olaf Scholz, right, was the one who opened the 300 years anniversary ceremony of Freemasonry in Europe in the oldest German lodge in Hamburg. He held the opening speech, man.
Hey, let me say something to Jeremy real quick. Jeremy, I finally found it. It's 2 minute and 40-second timestamp. I just cut out where Pebbles on the Pond did his demonstration. So, all right, thank you. Go ahead, guys. Sorry about that.
You're good. Yeah, I'm not surprised that there's some Masonic weirdos running things over there. That checks out.
Okay, I was AFK for a second. I'm back now.
My question is, what's anybody is anybody here? Is either one Pebbles on the Pond's demonstration on Ranty and Brandon's channel where he's got the 3 lights on the ground, one a little higher than the next, and then he opens the door, lets the cold air in, and then closes it, and you watch the lights disappear. The lowest one first. If y'all haven't seen it, anybody who hasn't seen it, I recommend checking out for a second the video I just posted. It's the Sean Hawkins debate intro on Flat Joy's channel. It's Flat Earth Test. It's a video. So if you want to just go right to it, it's 2 minute 40-second timestamp, and you'll see him just open up the door and the lights disappear just from cold air. My question is what's causing that? Like, I I mean, we know the cold air drops, hot air rises, but I mean, how much of a gradient is there really going to be down at the ground letting that cold air in? Now, it doesn't seem like it's going to be much of a gradient, but I mean, that's the explanation that we get is that it's a gradient. And if that's the case, it's got to be causing some kind of gradient. It's probably the fact that the ground, the warehouse floor is still warm. Okay. Cause obviously all the warm air gets pushed up out of the camera, away from the camera. So it's got to be the little bit of residual warm air coming off the ground, like say the sun beaming on the ocean or beaming on the land normally with the cold air above it, and we get blockage from the bottom. To me, that's it's to me that's a good as explanation as any of what's happening there. Anybody want to take a stab at what they think's happening?
I just want you to know when you look at 320, 318, when you look at these lasers bouncing upwards, it's not refraction. That's a reflection of it hitting the water.
No, I could show you demos of that too, bro. You can see when the laser bounces off the water, bro. That's
yeah. So I'm just don't let them
I showed
confuse you.
No, I'm not. I've been out there, bro. I know when it hits the water and bounces up, and when it doesn't, you could see it reflecting off the water. I do agree. If it hits the water, it does that same thing. But I gave examples of it not hitting the water.
Right. But they claim that that's a refractive issue, and it's not. That's a reflection.
It ain't always, bro. I'm telling you, the laser, it refracts upwards, bro. Plain as day sometimes.
So
not
Brian,
at
help me out.
Not at an angle like that.
Bullshit. I mean, that's what it looks like. Hold on, the examples I gave are not reflections, bro. You want me to pull one that is a reflection to show you?
I'm just looking at 316 through 320, and there's a lot of upward reflection.
You've never seen the laser do that? You've never seen the laser light do that through your camera phone on your phone where you can see it?
Not due to refraction. No.
Due to what?
Reflection off the water.
Bro, you can tell when it's reflecting off the water, man.
That's what I'm saying.
You can see it though. Like you can see it hitting the water and angling up.
Right. We're agreeing. I'm just
show me a demonstration of it hitting the water and bending up that looks like that. I mean, it's a little bit different.
I'm just pointing out on this video for the people that have never done this, that when you see dramatic upward laser action, that's not due to refraction. That's it hitting the water and bouncing upward.
So you're claiming that the videos I posted of it not even toward the water, and no laser reflection in the water, but you say it's still hitting the water. It's just level above the water, and the further it gets away, you see it starting to bend up. You're still saying that's reflecting, and I just don't know it.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about 6 seconds between 312 and 320. That's all I'm looking at. That's all I'm commenting on. For the people that have never worked with lasers, I want them to know that the dramatic upward is not a refraction property. It's not due to refraction.
You're wrong, bro. You're wrong. It's both.
Okay.
Dude, I wish it was as easy as your hit the water at a certain distance and check the upward bounce and shit. We could figure out a lot if it was as easy as what you're saying, bro.
So Brian, in the video you posted, I'm looking at like 2 minutes and 40 seconds, and there he's letting cold air in. He has like a chamber he films this in. And so it's kind of he has made a setup and like a chamber or something, and he films this in it.
No, it's his warehouse floor where he works.
All right.
And,
okay.
Yeah.
So would you say it appears to move that stuff down.
No, the bottom lights, they just start disappearing from the bottom. Did you watch it?
Yeah, I'm watching it in loop.
Yeah. What he does, he doesn't move the camera. He just opens the door and lets cold air in. It's warm in the warehouse, and then he lets it's cold as shit outside. He opens the door and lets the cold air in. Then you start to see the bottom light disappear. Then the next one up, and then the third one up. From the I'm thinking it's because of the warm air at the bottom. That's what we have in reality, right? We have.
Yeah. Okay, now I can. Oh, yeah, the green lights disappeared really distinctly.
Yeah, there's no denying it. That's just from it's got to be a gradient with colder air above ground.
Yeah, so I'm not really that fit on it, but just from what I conclude is when there's warm air, there's an opposite effect to what happens when there's cold air, right?
Yeah, I can give you the same effect by heating up. Like I can do it in my driveway. If I take a torch and if I set the camera on the ground and then I torch my driveway, same thing happens. So when you have colder air above, which is almost always, normally, and if you have colder air above the ground, same thing with asphalt. You see on asphalt, it's more obvious because it's hot. You see pockets of garages in every dip in asphalt. But when the ground's hotter, you lose shit from the bottom, man.
So that could mean that if we observe this over water, there can be a variety of really crazy stuff be going on, right?
Because, yeah, it could be. Yeah.
Yeah, because in the water, like it's flowing and the different densities, I don't know, but this might have not like such a constant surface temperature like some asphalt ground, Maybe I'm really wording this poorly, man. Sorry, but
yeah. I mean, he was able to demonstrate this. I just found one put it in one of my videos, but so it's pretty consistent, bro. Anytime you do that, as far as I know, if you have a warmer floor or warm air inside, I mean, it's almost got to be the floor, the warm air coming from the floor. It doesn't have to be, but to me, in my mind, when I try to work it out, to me, because after he closes the door and things start leveling out, you slowly see the light start to come back in view. So in other words, when the ground starts getting colder and matching the temperature of the air above it, right above it, then the vision starts leveling out. And that's when we do get obstruction bottom up. It's like when the sun is blasting on shit, when the globers say there's no refraction happening in the middle of the day. To me, that's when there is refraction, when big red's beaming on everything at the ground, on the ground or the surface of the water, and with just slightly colder air above it, and then in the distance over a long distance, then shit could start looking lower. That would explain sunsets, that would explain bottom up obstruction in the distance and things appearing lower, and it's perfectly demonstratable. So it's a reasonable explanation.
So let me bring this in. It's Andrew Thomas Young, He says, looming and sinking are the simplest of all the refraction phenomena. They are simply abnormally large and small refraction respectively.
I like what you do, man. You're opening up a line of research with what you've been showing, but to me, there's got to be some type of lensing, like you're showing, or refraction. It's got to be one or the other. If the Earth is a plane, like it measures to be, then there's got to be something going on. Just for the sun to set, period, and for things to appear lower when they do, because sometimes they appear lower, sometimes they rise up and shit, bro. I mean, what else could be making something that's just sitting there like a mountain? Like the mountains in the background at Skunk Bay, bro. You see them go up and down, up and down. It's got to be fucking some type of lensing or refraction because it's moving
Yeah,
constantly.
yeah,
But
and if we can correlate this with the respective temperatures, showing that cold air and hot air have opposite effects, then
so some flat earthers say it's like just perspective and shit. It can't just be perspective. That's not possible, bro. It's for the
yes,
sun to set. You know,
I
there's
agree.
already there's a problem with the linear math. But period, if it's above our head in any way at all, and it's got to be something fairly consistent over that long of a distance. So on a flat Earth, it's thousands of miles away before it sets. You know, like if I want to act like like I know a model, it would have to be somewhere between like 5,000 and 7,000 miles away. So that doesn't bring it down all the way. That brings it down a certain degree, but that doesn't start making it combine mathematically. You know, using perspective, that doesn't make it combine with the horizon. But anything could be happening over thousands of miles, and we would expect it to be fairly consistent over that distance. You know, I think. To me, their validity of the heavenly angle, Polaris, and all that shit, that only holds true when you're directly up underneath. We all agree that that's where there's no refraction when you're right up under something. Okay, so and then once you start getting more and more degrees, so once it's the same on a flat Earth as a globe up to hundreds of miles, until it starts varying when
Yeah,
you
I
get
think
it.
I,
It
I
changes
think
by 1 full degree at 14, just under 1,500 miles. That's when there's a 1 degree difference in the mathematics. There's a 1 full degree variation, and
yeah, yeah.
at like I think it's 24 degrees or something like that. Or
Yeah, I plotted that out once. I think you can really go until 15 degrees change when it starts to fall off quite quite large.
14 degrees, so 15 degrees.
Yeah,
See, you're talking about so you're talking over 1,000 miles, and you're telling me that the light from the stars, the sun, can't be refracting 1 degree when I'm 1,000 miles from the zenith, from underneath, or the nadir underneath it. They're crazy to claim that for certain. That can't be happening. But that brings me to what is it? The what's his name? Oh my god, I forgot his name, but it's paradox. The Archimedes wheel, not the Archimedes wheel, but the Aristotle's wheel, where if you take the wheel and you draw like 3 circles on it, and then you roll the wheel, the 3 circles in the middle, like say a circle for Cancer, a circle for Capricorn, and a circle for the equator. No matter how you roll them out, you're going to get the same distance line on paper, period. And they say it drove mathematicians crazy back then when they noticed this, because you could take and you could make it like a spokes, like on a bicycle wheel with rings in the rim, where you can even roll it out on the small one, like the Cancer rollout, say the Tropic of Cancer, and you could roll the small circle, and it's still the big circle, the Capricorn circle would still come out to the same linear amount. So on paper, Cancer and Capricorn doing the same circles they're gonna roll out the exact same distance on paper. So like an AE map. In fact, I'll post this video. It's a real short video, and just to demonstrate what I'm saying. It's pretty neat. It's so Cancer and Capricorn would be the same distance on paper. There's no getting around it. I'll post it real quick. Pretty neat. Yeah, I really recommend y'all watch.
Yeah, go ahead, post it. I will watch it.
Okay, I put it in live stream text 1. So yeah, it's neat. It's a minute and 20 seconds. It shows, and it ain't just the one. It's 2 demonstrations. A big circle, then roll circle. When you roll them out, like so, if the sun is doing a circuit, if you rolled out the Earth, Cancer is going to be the same distance as Capricorn. That's how the math works. That's almost God laughing at us, saying you're not going to be able to separate the circle, bro. The circle is one unified body, and pretty much the area of the circle is uniform. It's weird, but it's almost like God flexing or something. I don't know. As long as the part of the map from a certain point out, as long as it's part of the same circle, it's going to roll out the same distance. What I want to see an example of somebody at the equator.
That's awesome, dude.
How about that, man? Ain't that crazy? So it just goes to show you, like, Capricorn doesn't have to be some giant area down there on paper. On paper, it's gonna roll out to be the exact same distance as Cancer, right?
Not directly related to that, but imagine the appearance for the earthly observer of the celestial sphere. It's not really that you can differentiate the distances to that bodies. All kind of seem equidistantly to the earthly observer, right?
Yeah, just food for thought, though, man. But if it's, like I said, if it's all part of the same circle, you're going to roll out and get the same distance. So I was just comparing it to that to show that people, that look, there's things in math that math don't describe, and there are conundrums, if you will, or paradoxes that put us in our place from time to time. I would like to see somebody at the equator traveling directly east or directly west and not having to correct. Because in my mind, because I know in the South that I've heard captains say that they have to correct for the North, and they wasn't expecting that. In the Southern Hemisphere, like some of the old captains, that was like one of the problems. Like, why would they have to correct to the North? And they do their declination to the North, and as far as I know, the gyro compass points to the North. I think, don't quote me on that, but I want to see somebody at the equator just go east and not have to correct north like everywhere else in the. I'd like to see that. Because you'd think they'd be cramming that down our throat as traveling east, and it wouldn't be hard. You could do it in a car. Just travel straight east, and because you do it. If I do it where I'm at, then I go east, and it starts getting off. In no time. It starts to deviate.
I imagine that if you're at the equator, right, and you travel east, that you will have to turn approximately 8 inches per mile to complete your circle. That's just my guess.
That's vertical.
You never
What's
know,
that?
though. You never know.
I am pretty sure that that's how the math comes out.
Uh,
That the
being,
only
are you
circle that
being?
would be 8 inches per mile
I
would
I
be a
can't
24,901 mile circle.
I can't tell if you're being serious or if you're being ironic.
You
Man,
never
hold
know.
on, Bacon. You got access to the damn equator, man. You got land to the. You could drive on up there real quick. We'll wait. We'll
Well,
wait.
it's I mean, it's 3 degrees below the equator. That sums up to what, uh, 210 miles.
Yeah, it'd be a long way. But congratulations, your team won Cup, though, eh?
My team what?
Didn't they win World Cup?
No, that was Argentina.
Wait, you're not in Argentina?
No, dude, Brazilian.
Ah, that's right, Brazil. That's the other good soccer team from down there. Okay, Brazil.
Yeah. Yeah, we're kind of rivals.
Well, then I change it to no. Well, you had to be rooting for Argentina behind Brazil, though. Right?
Sorry?
You had to be rooting for Argentina once Brazil was out.
Yeah, it was actually.
Well, you do like math, Mr. Brazil, right? What would a circle like? It's obviously not 8 inches per mile. It would be something a little different than that, right? But how large would a circle have to be in order to turn what's needed?
You have to be way more turning than that. Think about it. With a radius of 3959, it would be 8 inches per mile squared for the first out. So
It's obviously not 8 inches per mile because that's a parabola, right? So
it's one. No, if you're turning 1 degree every 6 and 9 miles, 8 inches per mile squared is in reference to a straight line that you establish in a point. Like it's in reference to a tangent. That's not a very good way to describe a curve around a circle.
yeah, it's not a good way. Yeah. So what would the math be, and what would the how much would you have to turn to make this circle on a plane?
Turn left and right?
What?
You mean turn left and right or up and down?
Yeah, turn left or right. I mean, obviously just left or just right. But yeah.
Right, if you're at the equator going east or west, then you don't have to.
No, if you're on a plane, and you just want to make a 24,901 mile circle, how much would you have to turn left to go in a circle, or right, depending on which way you're walking? I wonder what that would look like. Yeah. A second.
seems like it'd have to be 8 inches per mile squared. It's the same radius, but it's a circle on a ball. But from the equator perspective, if we go 8 inches per mile squared, let's just say we kept that rate, whatever it changes to past 1,000 miles, we'd wrap around 24,000 miles and come right back at our ass, right? So it seems like it'd be the same rate, turning any other direction as long as it's a consistent globe. The whole great circle or whatever. Just thinking about it, that's what it seems like it'd be. But here's the thing. So at the equator, we don't have refractive problems or any argument left to right. That's why when they show like triangular excess and they show the old freaking surveys, they show triangles and act like that's elevation. That's left to right. And geodetic surveying is surveying over long distance like left to right. We don't have no problem with the left to right shit and the triangles. That's line of sight. So we could just pick a landmark east, 10 miles in the distance, and drive straight for it. And if we're 66 feet off or whatever the math comes out to be, when we get there, then we know. But to me, they would have did this 1,000 times if all they had to do was pick a landmark due east or due west at the equator and drive right for it, and them show that the compass, them show that they're not having to correct to the north. To me, they'd have been all over that. They'd have demonstrated that. You know, if it was the case, we should have pressed them on this a long time ago. Because I bet you that even at the equator, you're still having to correct freaking north.
Yeah, but you can't. They tried it with the Concorde. We don't have the technology to do this. Yeah,
You
so
can do it in a car.
you can't stay on that straight line. You have to deviate and then measure, and then then you got to go over ocean. You got to go over oceans.
No,
You
bro,
know.
you could do it in a few miles. My point is you could just pick a road with at least a 3 or 4 mile straight shot.
Well, first you
in
have
the
to
distance.
first you have to do the math that I just asked for and find out how much deviation would be measured in making a circle versus a straight line to see if there's anything to see. It would. Yeah, but how can you they'll say how can you make sure you're maintaining a straight line, hitting bumps and everything like that?
Bumps, bro. It's a left to right discrepancy, not a up and down. We could go up and down a mile.
If I hit a bump,
we could roller coaster our way all the way to the to our landmark in the distance, as long as we travel a straight line for it. A Euclidean straight line.
What reference points are you going to use to keep this straight line? You'd have to take 5 years to set up these reference
points. Why are you complicating it, dude?
I'm saying if you're only expecting 8 inches of deviation, I'm just pretending. I know that's not the correct math, but if you're only expecting 8 inches of deviation from your straight line in 1 mile of driving a car, there's no way. I mean, you need reference points along the whole way. If I hit a bump, I'm gonna, my car's gonna go to the left or right, and I think, let me hold it straight.
We need to test it out in a car at all of our locations. You have a straight shot, east or west, or a fairly straight shot even. At whatever location we're at, we need to test and see how far before it deviates. Say I'm at we'll say 30 degrees north. It's just a little less than that, but I could just do that. We could do the math and say, okay, just on average, traveling east or west over, I was able to travel like let's say 3/4 of a mile before my compass was off by a couple degrees. Just however far we had to drive for it to be off a couple degrees, just to see if we see a pattern. Without.
I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying there's other things to think about as far as how thick is this line of latitude? Is it bigger than 8 inches? Because if the line of latitude is bigger than 8 inches, you're going to get a zero result by getting to the end of the line. They're going to say, look, you just drove in a straight line. Perfect. We proved it.
Well, don't you think though, if it was true that you don't have to correct north at the equator, that they would have showed us this? And have you ever tried to follow a compass like traveling? It does deviate, bro. It really does. I mean, I don't think there'd be any exception at the equator personally, or they'd have done shoved this down our throat.
They're going to say everywhere except for the equator, but they have the Concorde that tried to do it and couldn't make it around there. And then how would you determine what was a straight line? What reference points did you use? And then, the wind blowing the plane left to right. How do you know that? How thick is that straight line? But you could set up an experiment or a demonstration for sure. I'm not knocking what you're saying. It's a great experiment. It would be a great demonstration, but you'd have to first do the math, right? See what would be expected and what would be needed, right, to make this circle, because you're putting forth the prediction that it's just a big circle, so big that you can't measure the deviation, right? But then you'd have to set up reference points, and then you'd have to, for a mile or 2 miles or whatever, to get that straight line with a theodolite, even if you wanted to. But they can pretend it's dropping down vertically. It doesn't matter with the straight line, linearly. And yeah, I mean it's doable. I'm not knocking it.
So it sounds like I'm closer to the equator than the motherfucker who's on the same continent with the equator.
I mean, isn't Florida on the equator?
No, Florida is the Tropic of Cancer runs over South Florida.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm a little bit above that. I'm about 400 or 500 miles above that. I'm in very north. Like if I go north, I'm going to be in Georgia within an hour.
The equator goes through South America. How would any part of the U.S. be?
Listen, don't worry about what I'm saying. I'm just trying. He lives in Florida, and I'm thinking equator. That's all.
No, I was just joking, saying I might be closer to the equator than you, and you're at the equator.
Actually, if you're in Florida, you might be. Let me see. See the tip.
It's pretty close, bro, to be honest. But I'm just saying, if I was in South Florida,
Yeah, the bottom of Florida is closer to the equator than I am. The south edge of Florida.
welcome to flat Earth, man.
Why?
I don't know.
To be fair, just to correct you, Brian, the Tropic of Cancer does not intersect with Florida. It's south of Florida. It's in between Florida and Cuba. It's just north of Cuba.
Right over the Florida Keys, bud. Right over the Florida Keys, bud.
I don't think that's correct.
Really? Let me double check that.
What is it?
Just north of Cuba, but south of Key West.
Yeah, bro.
What did you say that is not correct?
It's south of Key West.
You said something was not correct.
Right. Brian said that the Tropic of Cancer intersected Florida, which it doesn't. It goes in between.
Yeah, it does. Yeah,
Key West.
the very bottom. Yeah, the very bottom top of Florida, the latitude is 25.1. There is a couple islands that go all the way up to 24.5. So yeah, that's not south enough to reach the Tropic of Cancer.
Yeah, it's just north of the Tropic of Cancer. A couple of 30 miles, 40 miles north or something like that is Key West. Because between Key West and Cuba is about 80 miles. And the Tropic of Cancer sits a little bit closer to Cuba than Key West. So.
Yeah, you're right. It's about 70 miles. 1 degree. It's 20. Key West is 0.5. So yeah, it'd be 1 degree below Key West. You are right. I stand corrected.
No worries. Didn't mean to interrupt. I just didn't want to not correct that.
You did, bro. I'm glad you did, because I was under the that the cancer was in South Florida by the Keys. So now I know
it's close.
it ain't.
Very close.
You're spouting false shit, bro. So I'm glad you corrected me.
Yeah, it runs right through the Strait of Florida there, which is in between Key West and Cuba.
And I got a video where one day, dude, it was just weird outside, calm, and it wasn't even solstice yet, and like there was no shadow under the basketball, like it was directly underneath it, bro. I made a video about it, and then I tried doing it like the next day and showed where it seemed like it was up high, but it wasn't the same as the day before, where I had somebody pointing at it, and it was a few degrees off and everything. Like it was pretty close to sun calc, not quite, but it was close. But the day before that, dude, I wish I could go back to Jose's old streams, because even when I showed, I put up a poll, and there was no shadow, man, like a tiny, teeny shadow. And I'm like, say like 29 north, and so at the very minimum, I should have like a 6 degree shadow at the very, very minimum. And it was like 2 weeks off of solstice on top of that. And it was just, to me, it showed that that the sun varies and shit sometimes, besides magnetic declination and all that. So if you go checking your sun angles, they're going to match sun calc, but they're not going to match a compass. They sun calc and time and date and all them, they factor in magnetic declination. So if you go to verify them with a compass, which to me is the only true way to navigate, the only absolute true way, without using a model of the heavens, and but they factor in magnetic declination, and it varies wildly in some places.
Yeah, I think the best way to prove your previous point about driving like due east, right? So 90 degrees from north, seeing what your deviation is, off from a compass heading, which would be like a deviation from like a great circle route or whatever they want to call that, or is that a rum line? I can't remember. Either way.
That's a great circle. Due east or due west. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think the best way to do that would be if somebody wanted to construct a perfectly straight road that starts with a straight 90 degrees from north in either an easterly or westerly direction, and you built that road, right? Not making any corrections for compass heading, but keeping along the straightness of that road, but starting with your road moving in a direction 90 degrees from north, and then
Brian just
continuing
said
that road.
Yeah. He just well you don't need a road. You just need the reference. You could just use the desert or something and some reference points to keep it straight. Put some cones in the ground. That's your road. But to lobby somebody to build me a road to prove the Earth is flat is tough.
Right. But what I'm saying is you would have to make sure that you're only referencing your original starting points 90 from north.
Yeah, deadheading, right? Dead reckoning east. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. You could do like what Brian proposed, and what you're also adding on. You could definitely do. It's doable with just some cheap traffic cones. I mean, you just and a theodolite or something to keep it, to line up all the markers in a straight line.
Straight line. It wouldn't be that hard to. Right, we don't have to worry about refraction. But here's my point: is wouldn't they have already crammed this down our throat? I mean, has anybody ever seen this? I've never seen it.
Yeah, so the way to test that would be to, like I was saying, if you built this really long road and you kept it at that heading, that dead heading, you're not making any corrections along the way, then you would have to go to like the end point of that road and then put down your compass and see how many degrees off from north you would be, from 90 you would be, and see what that matches, right? So you'd have to do that like at the equator. Does that make sense?
Hold on, that wouldn't work, bro.
Oh,
Because
why not use
wait. At the equator, no matter where you're at on a flat or globe, you're going to be 90 degrees from north. No matter where you're at on either model. My point is while you're traveling that line, you on a globe, you won't have to correct for north. On a flat Earth, anywhere you look, you're going to be 90 degrees from north. Anywhere on the equator, because it's just a circle directly along the middle. But
if you continue to update,
you will have to correct for north on a flat Earth, not on a globe.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you're at the equator, you have a starting point for your road that you're going to build, right? And you build that road in a straight line 90 degrees from north at that specific starting point. The difference between a globe and a flat Earth would be as you continue to build this road, you're going to deviate from, you know what I'm saying? Does that make sense now?
Yeah.
Yeah, how many degrees are you going to deviate from that right angle? Yeah.
But as far as driving the entire way and stopping, I think you'd have to make it a long way to do that. But yeah, you could even do that technically, but you'd have to go so fucking far. To me, the best way to do it is just find a straight shot and watch the compass as you travel that straight line, and then I don't think you'd have to go as far. But then again, I've never done any of this shit, so I'm just brainstorming.
Why are you guys using geographic north as an example when you should be using something aligned with the compass? No, like magnetic
That's
north.
the exact opposite. Like, why are you using a compass? Why don't you use a geographical north?
Well, god damn it, Bacon! Why don't you just do that math? I thought you were like the math fiend. Like if I could just mention math problem, you'd be right back.
Well, we would use the compass as our indication as to how far off our road would be from 90 at the end of it, right? So if we decided we wanted to build a perfectly straight 1,000-mile road and our starting point is on the equator and we start our road directly 90 degrees from the compass heading of north, and we build this road in a straight line, never trying to make a correction with the compass, but as like a dead reckoning. So after that 1,000 miles, there should be an obvious deviation. If it was flat, to where at the end of that road you would put your compass down, and north and the middle of this road and the direction it's facing would no longer be at 90 degrees.
Napalm, do you think we would be 8 inches to the left at the
Yeah,
end of the
but
mile?
I
on
don't
a
know what the
globe,
math would be specifically, because I would have to think of it more in terms of degrees of compass change than inches.
but on a globe, you would only expect that if we had the same magnetic and geographic north, right? Given that they're not the same, then I think the obvious thing to do would be compared to geographical north. So on a
Oh
globe,
yeah, that's right. The magnetic is slightly off. What would be the difference that we could factor in there, right?
I gotta look at.
Or we would have to find the magnetic equator and do it there.
Yeah, that's if you don't believe that.
I don't think there's a
that the
magnetic
magnetic north and the true north are the same thing.
I don't think there's a magnetic equator because
Well, I mean,
the
if it was
magnetic fields are.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so I'll say the magnetic field isn't that homogeneous. It's like pretty inconsistent. Unlike the geographical north, right? So you might not even get so the equator might not even necessarily be a great circle route. I don't think it is actually. I don't think you get a great circle route as a magnetic equator. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because you, I mean, really, there's a lot of deviations from the idea of a perfect kind of magnetic compass heading, right? You have like magnetic declination maps where you have crazy anomalous things that take place with your compass as far as declination is concerned. So you have corrections there. So it would be, this would really be a difficult, actually nearly impossible task to be able to try to utilize some of these principles to test whether or not what we're talking about would be true or false.
You've seen, Napalm, the information that's come out about magnetic declination being a device to put us in circles like on a globe, right?
Mm-hmm. I don't know if I've seen somebody put together a good compilation of it, but I've looked at the maps and I can understand how somebody could do that. But if you have a video or something or a reference link, I'd be appreciative of it.
It is dangerous to because then it would be a dangerous outcome if you then start to if you just believe wholeheartedly the magnetic declination that they give us, and then measure based on that and add that into your test. If you were to perform this test, you may find that you'll get the outcome that they want you to get.
What if we shoot a very large bullet, like a battleship projectile, at the equator? We shoot it due east. So on a globe, you would expect it to hit the equator again, right? But on
on a
something like
flat
the
Earth,
map,
we wouldn't expect it to turn.
Hmm?
You're saying on a globe you'd expect it to turn?
No. It would just, I mean, if you're at the equator on the globe and you shoot due east, it would just follow at the equator. It would just hit the equator. Now, if you're something like the map and you're at the equator and you shoot due east, it's going to hit south, right?
Yeah, I think the only thing to use is an actual compass, and a straight line.
I think
Everything
what I
else
just mentioned
begs
is
the
much
question.
easier than building a whole road.
Well, how far would your ballistic have to go in order to get a measurable distance? That would be what is the calculation, right? 8 inches per mile squared would be for
that's not useful.
a sphere, but when you're doing a curve, it would be slightly different than that, right?
Yeah. I can try to see how much. I
Yeah.
would say
Upon Napalm's request, I think he likes you, Napalm.
I think.
I think he's
Let me
mapped.
see how much so we get a mile. Let me see.
I think I asked him 4 times, and he's like, yeah. I'll wait till somebody cute asks me. Motherfucker.
That actually depends.
How did you know I was cute? No tanks, huh?
I trust Bacon's judgment.
The math for that actually depends on the scale of the A map that we're using. So, because the A map doesn't have a scale, the scale that it has that I've seen so far is the one that preserves distances over lines of longitude. So, yeah, if you it preserves the distances that you get if you're moving strictly north to south. That's one scale, but
I would just have a
for
tough
example,
time.
I've heard people saying that the correct scale, or suggesting that the correct scale might be the one that preserves the circumference of the equator that we get on a globe.
I would just have a tough time trusting the grid map or the globe map, or the line of longitude, latitude, or the degrees, the magnetic declination that they give you, because they're all backward engineered from a globe laid upon a map and then warped, and they tell us that these straight lines, that are diverging from a point
So it's
converge and
probably
then
not.
diverge.
So it's probably not it's more of an oval than a circle.
You don't have to trust in any globe map or anything, because, for example, we can just define the equator as where it's directly below the celestial equator. So if we look up and the stars right overhead are rising due east and setting due west, then we are at the equator. So that you don't have to rely on any map for that. You just take a look at the stars and you're going to see if you're at the equator or not. That's pretty much how you define the equator, right? It's that place.
That might be a good backup, yeah. Like a compass in the stars at
Right.
night, yeah.
So if let's say the prediction is that the bullet's going to be on the A map, an arc minute of longitude south, that adds up to a nautical mile. So the bullet would have to land like a nautical mile towards south. So the way to check it is you go where the bullet is, and at that location the sky should now be tilted by 1 arc minute. If it's not tilted by 1 arc minute, if it's not tilted at all, it means you're still at the equator, which is the globe prediction. But if where the bullet hits the sky looks tilted by an arc minute, then you are south of the equator. And
It would make a badass video and everything, but I wouldn't trust a bullet in the windy air, with barreling and rifling. I wouldn't trust a bullet. It would be a cool video, slow mo it with the stars. It may be cool, but
don't people that shoot like a battleship projectiles have to take into account like wind and all that? So maybe you can get a margin of error in a way to account for the wind or something like that.
Yeah,
At
but it
least
would be
from
easier. Wouldn't it be easier to just get 2 theodolites, one at a right angle, and a bunch of orange traffic cones, and just make sure they're in a straight line that way, and then make sure the 5 that are in a straight line from where I'm standing with my theodolite are in a straight line, and then the guy who's making a 90-degree right angle to that straight line, make sure the 2 cones are lined up, and just keep doing that, and make sure there's a straight line. Wouldn't that be just more assured way to do it?
I don't know. I'm not saying that the bullet way is better. It's just another suggestion. Of course, we have to factor in the margins of errors that we have in both cases. Before doing that, it's very hard to tell which one would be better.
Yeah,
but I
first
think
we need
constructing a road might not be necessary. Maybe.
Not construct a road. You can just put markers up where in the middle of a desert or something.
Right. Yeah.
Barren land, barren area of 1 mile or 2 miles. First, we'd have to see what that difference would be with an arc segment and straight line. It would be like 0.0006 of a degree or something. It'd be really tough. Or maybe it's 8 inches. I'd imagine it would be about 8 inches to the left in 1 mile.
Yeah, and then you would have to use a square function. It's probably the same. Yeah. If you're at the equator, it would be the same as the formula for curve over distance, right? 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, that was my prediction with what Brian was commenting on. Or what he was proposing as a test. I said my prediction would be that it would be 8 inches deviation to the left or right, whatever circle you're going in.
Yeah, because
in that first mile.
theoretically, the bullet would be creating that tangent to the curve, and the curve should be the same as if you're looking out over the distance, right? It would be the same as theoretically having a line of sight, right, to a curve downwards, except this way you're kind of flipping that on its side, and you're having your line of sight be the bullet going out in a direction, and the curve being the equator that, in theory, on a flat map would be deviating to your left or your right, depending on whether you're facing east or west.
Yep, and just think about. I mean, now that like you realize that may be that's the circle, right? Think about how difficult that that people are saying. Look, I can see the curve. I can see an 8-inch drop. Think about how difficult that is now, and just on a flat plane, making a circle, right? 8 inches. That's like the width of your 2 to 5 inches wide. I don't know, right? That's one step is half of it already. Just one footstep. So if you just step off your straight line path, 1 inch, 8 times in your whole, 5,000 foot walk, step off of it just by an inch 8 times, you've already ruined the straight line, and you'll never be able to tell. So think about how hard it would be to see that, or to measure that, or to be able to find 8 inches of deviation that people claim that they see.
Now, one thing I could see that we might be able to use, well, no, never mind. Beam divergence. I was going to say a laser could set up the same thing, right, that we're talking about, just in the horizontal instead of the vertical. But the laser's beam diversion over distance might be too much to be able to tell the differences that we're trying to get over the, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, you could do lots of beams.
Yeah, but you see what I'm saying? If you're trying to like shoot a projectile or whatever you're trying to do to see if there's
just the beam. I mean, just get whatever it is, 1,000 little lasers and keep going. Set them
right,
all
but
up to hit the next one.
How are we judging our reference points in relation to what datum or whatever? You know what I'm saying? Like if we're shooting this.
Well, yeah, you gotta first set up the theodolite. You're right. You got to set up the reference points, like 2 traffic cones 5 feet apart, whatever it is, with a theodolite. Look down the straight line, and then go to the side.
You're breaking up a little bit, melting.
And make sure those two are lined up, perfect reference point, and set it all up. I mean, it's not like that. It wouldn't be that hard to do. You probably 2 guys. I was saying that it really might only take a couple. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you could now.
Okay. I was saying really, it only take a couple of days. You just get a couple of guys to get those theodolites and set up just orange traffic cones or stakes in the ground or whatever as the straight line one way, then they go stand to the side, maybe set up, 5 stakes in the ground or 5 traffic cones the other way, from the side. So then you're all right. They're straight this way. All 5 line up on that line, and then keep going. Just keep going down for a mile. It probably only take a couple of days to set that up, and then maybe like 3 or 4 days to set up the laser beams along, just one of the rows of cones or whatever.
How would we
Probably
test them deviating from 90 degrees north if we're not using a compass, though? That would be my question, right? So you set up this theodolite or whatever you're setting up to visually place all your cones in a line, right, in a due east or due westerly direction, right? And then we would want to see if there's deviation from that due east. How would
Get a
we
really
determine
big,
that? What
really big
instrument would
compass.
we use to determine that?
A really, really big compass with lots of demarcations.
Yeah, but this goes back to the point of the magnetic north being off from the geographical north. So technically, well,
that's only if you believe that it is. Yeah.
Oh, you can see that, can't you?
No.
Sorry?
I've never changed. Every, compass I've ever had never changed.
Well, it doesn't mean that it changes. It just means it's not gonna might not match the geographical north.
Yeah, it never points in a different place.
But the magnetic declination is not that compasses are going to be inconsistent, that they're going to give different values. It's that the direction of north you get is different than the direction of geographical north, right? Depending on where you are. So,
well, if mine never changes and nobody else's ever changes, then why would it change? Why would north change?
it's not that north changes, it's that the electromagnetic field doesn't point to geographical north. You have 2 different norths. Doesn't mean that these changes, just mean that they're different, right?
Yeah, but do we have 2 different norths?
Yes, we have magnetic north and geographical north. And we only use magnetic north because it's close to geographical north. So it is useful because you can use a compass to have an idea where geographical north is. But for all intents and purposes, we all just want to know where the geographical north is. Magnetic one on its own is not that useful.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't really matter where north is unless you're claiming that, like to Napalm's point, it wouldn't really matter where this magnetic north is if you do it in the same day or the same, only if you believe that there's some kind of declination affecting it. But I don't think it would make a difference if you do the test in the same day. If you have a big enough compass that can read that change, like if they could read that change from one end of the degree change, that would have to happen on a flat Earth, yeah, from one end of the line to the other end of the line, like east and the dead reckoning of 90 degrees to north. It would be at the end of the line. If we were making a circle, it would be a little bit off.
Yeah, but magnetic declination changes from position to position. So if you're only going with your compass, you have to factor that in, which is just the same thing as figuring out where geographical north is. So why don't you go straight to geographical north? It seems to me that it's just a simpler and more accurate way to do it.
Because I think that geographical north and magnetic north may very well be the same thing.
Yeah, how do you determine geographical north from magnetic north? What is the device that you would use?
Right. Yeah. So geographical north would be the location where the northern rotation is directly above. Right. So we can see in which direction the stars are rotating around in the northern hemisphere.
So you would say use like an azimuth from Polaris.
considering that polarity is right at that center, yes, which is not, but let's just assume it is for simplicity.
Well, it's not, and that's what you. That's why you're claiming. Is that why you're claiming magnetic declination, or for some other reason?
No,
Because it's
it's for
not
some
at the
other.
center.
Yeah, the Polaris, the difference between Polaris and the North Celestial Pole is, I think, like around a degree, a little bit less than a degree. Magnetic declination can reach like more than 20 degrees, so that's not related to it.
That's not
And,
the only
for
reason.
example, you can take star trails of Polaris and use the very center of the circle that Polaris makes to determine where the celestial north is, and that's the direction of geographical north, because we define north as the point on Earth directly below that.
Yeah, so just two big compasses, like two big, one at either end, and if there's a degree change, then maybe you're onto something. If it all somehow works out where it's like, oh no, that's the exact prediction of a curved 24,901 mile circle, then that would be up to, I guess, you guys to explain. Somehow magnetic declination tricks us also into thinking we're on a flat Earth and it's a circle. So like 8-inch deviation in 1 mile. I mean, that's what I would start with.
What would that translate to in like degrees off of 90 from, let's say, magnetic north? I don't know. So that would be.
Yeah, it depends on how many degrees you want to put on your compass. Yeah.
It would have to be a distance to where there would be a significant enough deviation to be noticed within the device we're using to measure. And I don't know, after exhausting this conversation for a while, I'm almost coming to the conclusion that we don't really have an ability to properly do something that would be definitive either way.
Oh, nonsense. Just because Bacon won't do the math for you doesn't mean we can't do it. Somebody else can do the math.
I can do the math. I just didn't get what what do you want the math for? I mean, not that that's on you, because
we don't need the math. It's actually, I think it works out to the 8 inches per mile squared from your starting point.
Solid math.
For short enough distances, it should be sufficient.
8 inches per mile squared? Why?
I mean, unless you come up with other math that would be better suited.
You mean how much the equator would deviate from a straight line?
Right. So let's say you're like what we've been talking about. Let's say you're actually standing on a Gleason's map at the equator and you're facing 90 degrees from north, which would be
east.
Like east. Yeah, sure. East, in the easterly direction. That would be a deviation from that circle over distance, right? So if you're looking at the Gleason's map, like an azimuthal equidistant map, and you're looking at the equator, if you're standing on that equator and you're looking due east, your line of sight.
Sorry to cut you off, but I got a solve thing that came up here. I'll be right back. Sorry.
All right. I mean, I think it's 8 inches per mile at the equator. In my head, it seems like it would be the same math, but, you know, I'm an accountant, not a mathematician. No tanks. I asked for something. I can't remember what it was. If somebody had information on it a while ago. Do you remember what that was? Maybe somebody dropped it in the chat. I'll look.
Yeah, I'm back.
All right. Did you
So-
consult the expert mathematicians? What was it?
No, it's my girlfriend.
Was she a mathematician?
No, she does architecture.
Okay, so she knows about angles.
Your girlfriend's an architect. That's pretty.
Oh, she's studying architecture. She just
Whatever.
started
George Costanza always wanted to be an architect. I think it's kind of like a big deal.
second day class.
Too bad he wound up being Art Vandelay.
Yeah.
He was in rubber sales.
Latex.
Latex, yeah. And you want to be my latex salesman.
No.
Okay, so the idea is that you have a line going due east from the equator, and that will deviate from the equator on the A map, and you're saying it should deviate by 8 inches per mile squared.
I think that would be it, right?
No, I don't think so, because that would be true if the radius was 3959. So if you have the distance between the North Pole and the equator 3959, then yes, that would be a good approximation. But I don't think that's the radius of the equator on the A map.
Yeah, I guess it would be slightly different, right? Because you'd have to kind of squish out the curvature, so you'd have the difference between that. So it'd be a little bit longer of a radius, right?
It's just a quarter of the circle. Just give me a second.
Yeah, it would be a quarter.
So
of that.
it's
2 pi. What is that?
No, I can do that. It's
Yeah,
6218 would be the radius, and that divided by 3959 is 1.57. So I guess that if you multiply by 1.57, sorry, divide by 1.57, it might give you a good approximation. But since it's a quadratic function, I'm not sure if we can just divide by a constant.
We'd have to determine that radius and use the same way that they would derive the 8 inches per mile squared.
Yep.
Just with the updated radius value.
Well, we can use the trig function to get how much that is after 1 mile.
Yeah, if you want to do it in mile increments.
Yeah. No, but I'm not sure if you can just then do miles squared and apply that.
Since you're increasing the radius, it would actually be less. right?
Mm-hmm.
So I would say off the top of the head math, closer to like 6 inches per mile squared.
I can get the right function instead of a quadratic approximation like 8 inches per mile squared. I think that's even easier than to get the quadratic equation. Okay, so the circumference is 24,875 miles. So are we counting the distance over the equator or on the tangent? It doesn't matter that much, I think, because it's like the difference between arc length in a straight line and the tangent line is very small. Let's do it. Let's do using the equator, the distance over the equator. Okay, so that's the circumference. If we divide the distance we travel by the circumference, we get the angle around that circle in radians. Okay, so having that angle,
just take the same function that gives us the 8 inches per mile squared, change the radius value.
The 8 inches per mile squared is an approximation of the function that I'm getting to. So this should be better than the 8 inches per mile squared. Okay, right. So the function is going to be function distance. The angle is the distance divided by 2 pi times radius, which is 3959 divided by 4. 2 pi 3959 divided by 4. That's the radius on the A map. Okay, that's the angle. Okay. Now the deviation should be just the tangent, the tan function of that angle. So tan of that angle times the radius. No, it's not it. I guess that works.